The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 2nd, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable James P. McGovern to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 10, 2022, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair now recognizes the distinguished gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the memories of Michigan's 13th District Strong, a mother, a friend, a sister, and a community advocate, LaShawn Marshall, her partner Aaron Benson, and her 5-year-old son Caleb, all of whom we lost to senseless gun violence this past week. I knew LaShawn Marshall as a loving mother, a daughter, and a friend, but I knew her also as a constituent and as part of a group called the Results. It's an anti-poverty advocacy organization, and Results would meet with me every year to talk about addressing poverty and access to quality housing for our families. So one of my first meetings, I met LaShawn, and she was passionate. She talked about renter rights. She talked about access to safe housing. We made an instant connection based on our mutual passions: housing stability, ending childhood poverty, and ensuring a better quality life for all. Hearing of her murder was devastating, not to only my team and I, but to our community. This is a tragedy that no community should endure. LaShawn was truly a beacon of light. She will be remembered as an incredible mother, and we will always remember Caleb as the light of her life. She truly loved him. And I will always remember her, knowing her as an exceptional advocate for 13 District Strong. Please join me in remembering LaShawn Marshall, Caleb Marshall, and Aaron Benson of our community as we mourn their loss. I rise today to express my outrage and deep sadness about the deaths of Wayne County teens Terrence Armour and Carly Taylor, whose lives were lost to gun violence last year. Carlisa and Terrence were accomplished high school students with bright futures ahead of them. Terrence had plans to attend college in Nevada. Carly was a standout on the E-Course High School basketball team who was being recruited for college athletic scholarships and opportunities. This past weekend, I hugged both of their mothers. And I remember the tears from Diane Weathers and Takia Armour Brooks. You know, there is a saying that the most painful goodbyes are the ones that are never said and never explained. As we mark this grim anniversary, I offer my deepest sympathy to Terrence and Carlisa's families and loved ones, and commit to stopping gun violence in our country. And they continue, again, as they continue to mourn their loss, I want them to know we are working on behalf of them and also in honor of their memories. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to speak today in support of honoring our PACT Act. Our soldiers put their lives at risk every day, become severely ill as a result of burn pit exposure. We owe it to them to care for them in their time of need. I am voting yes on the PACT Act because they deserve nothing less. I greatly appreciate the work of Chairman Takano, the members of the committee, the staff, in getting this task done. It was not easy. However, I must be clear. While this bill is clearly the best attempt yet to pay our nation's debt to our sick and dying veterans, it is only a first step. It does not cover all of the illnesses believed to be caused by burn pit exposure, and it does not fully invest in new innovative treatments that could drastically improve their quality of life and recovery chances. To hear some of my colleagues, including many who happily vote for every absurd defense budget without a blink of an eye, complain about the cost of treating our veterans is downright insulting. It's time for Congress to do its job and care for our veterans. Let's start by passing the Honoring Our Pact Act and then immediately get back to work on new legislation that comprehensively covers any veteran who has become ill as a result of exposure to toxins during their service to our country. Thank you so much. I yield.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Brooks, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as background, I have served on the House Armed Services Committee for 11 years and on the Foreign Affairs Committee. There is an old saying, those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. The lesson from Vietnam is that war is hell. If America is unwilling to do horrible things required to win a war, then America should not fight it. Be all in or all out. A World War II lesson is that Europe's pre-war appeasement strategy does not work against aggressor nations. In the 1930s, Adolf Hitler and his National Socialist German Workers' Party time and again seized more and more of Europe. Beginning in 1935, Adolf Hitler and dictatorial socialist Germany annexed the Saarland, invaded and seized Austria and the Anschluss, seized the Sudetenland from Czechoslovakia, seized the Slavic state, Bohemia and Moravia, and forced Lithuania into ceding the Memel territory. In response, each time, Europe and the free world tried appeasement and did little to nothing, thereby emboldening Adolf Hitler and dictatorial socialist Germany. The result? Hitler and Germany invaded Poland, triggering the Holocaust and the deaths of tens of millions of people in World War II. The question is, has the world learned from history? In 2014, Vladimir Putin and Russia invaded Crimea. The free world did little to nothing. Also in 2014, Vladimir Putin and Russia inspired a rebellion in Donetsk and Lugansk in Ukraine, costing thousands of lives and creating hundreds of thousands of desperate refugees. The free world did little to nothing. Last month, Russia invaded Ukraine again, apparently seeking the total destruction and conquest of Ukraine. I admire the bravery and kindred spirit of Ukraine citizens who fight and die for liberty and freedom against overwhelming odds. They remind me of the American Revolutionary War heroes like George Washington and Patrick Henry, and places like Valley Forge, Cowpens, Kings Mountain, and Saratoga. Fortunately, something is different about this Russian attack on Ukraine. This time, the world does not do nothing. This time, the free world is helping Ukraine during their time of peril. This time will tell whether the world's help is enough and effective. First, Europe and America impose economic sanctions on Russia. In that vein, we must learn from Vietnam. Economic sanctions must be all in or all out. There can be no half measures. America must be in this to win or not be in it at all. Second, Europe and America must and are supplying Ukraine with much needed tank-killing javelins, aircraft-destroying Stingers, advanced fighter jets to replace those lost in combat, and other military equipment Ukraine desperately needs. Third, Europe must decide whether to deploy combat troops. For emphasis, it is my view that America should not even consider providing combat troops in Ukraine unless Europe first does so in significant numbers, and even then, whatever America decides about troop assistance should never go beyond assistance to our European allies. I, like many Americans, am tired of America spending our treasury and our lives in so many parts of the globe. It is time for the rest of the free world to step up. Ukrainians bravely shed themselves of the dictatorial boot in 1991. Russians can and should do the same. My message to the Russian people is this: your Russian comrades fought side by side with you in World War II against Adolf Hitler and dictatorial socialist Germany. Now Vladimir Putin forces you to kill each other and die by the thousands in Ukraine. It does not have to be this way. The true way to peace is do what America regularly does, replace our political leaders. I urge freedom-loving Russians to bravely stand up and do the same. Do what is necessary to get the leadership Russians want and deserve, and do it before it is too late. That is the lesson of World War II. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by saying that I am a proud Virgin Islander. I stand on the shoulders of strong Virgin Islanders who came before me and who are known for their courage, leadership, sacrifice, and most importantly, their resilience. We are known for so much more than just white sandy beaches and as a popular vacation destination. We are made of a culture, rich lands, and a diverse history. March is Virgin Islands History Month. Though not always pretty, there is great beauty in our past that has shaped the Virgin Islands of our present. Like most Caribbean countries, the Virgin Islands history, too, begins with the story of pre-Columbian inhabitants of the islands and of slavery. Almost 3,000 years prior to Christopher Columbus landing in 1493, Native American tribes such as the Siboney, the Caribs, and Arawak Indians had long inhabited the islands. In 1493, when Columbus attempted to land on the island that I live on, St. Croix, he was repelled at Salt River, where he met the Carib Indians, who kept him and his troops from landing and making landfall there. The period of Columbus's visit ultimately set the course for 7 other European flags to claim the Virgin Islands and unfortunately brought the demise to the indigenous people. Today, they are found on reserved lands and only for a few islands and no longer exist in the Virgin Islands. Much of our global history was built upon slavery and colonialization, especially in the Caribbean islands. By the early 1700s, the Virgin Islands was no stranger to enslavement and European colonization. On the island of St. John, a Ghanaian by the name of Brefu is credited with leading the first and one of the longest-lasting rebellions in the Americas on the island of St. John. He empowered more than 150 enslaved Africans to fight for their freedom and to hold that island for over 6 months, where the Danes had to bring in the Spanish Armada and the French fleet to get the slaves back in line. Several years, almost a century later, in 1848, on the island of St. Croix, slaves led a rebellion, an armed insurrection, which led to the emancipation. 15 years before the United States emancipation, the Virgin Islands and Haiti are the only 2 places to gain freedom through violent overthrow. The celebration of VI Emancipation Day on July 3rd marks this date. Virgin Islands history does not end with just the bleak stories of European colonialism and forced slavery. We have so many celebrated heroes, from individuals who were the founders of San Francisco, Denmark Vesey, who led the rebellion in South Carolina, Hubert Harrison, the great socialist mind, who was the thought leader for Marcus Garvey, Edward Wilmot Blyden, who was the founder of Pan-Africanism, Nella Larson, one of the Harlem Renaissance writers, Ruby Rouse, who was an aide-de-camp to Eisenhower, Sam Eberson, a general and friend of Colin Powell. Without that history and those individuals, we would not be the Virgin Islands we are today, which I am proud to represent and call my home and my heritage. Throughout the month of March, let us celebrate our heritage, our history, and look to our future. Happy Virgin Islands History Month. I yield back.
Someone yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in recognition of Women's History Month and honor Carol McBride Persh, who served 18 years in the Nebraska State Legislature and 8 years on the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. Through her various roles in Omaha, she has dedicated her time and service to bettering our community. As an Omaha native, she attended Beals Grade School, Central High School, and the University of Nebraska at Omaha. One of only 3 women in the 49-member Nebraska unicameral, Carol's most notable accomplishments include protecting and informing victims of crime by providing guidance and support to pass the Crime Victims Bill of Rights and the Truth in Sentencing bills. In 1984, she was the first president of the Nebraska Coalition of Victims of Crime, an organization that established an ongoing statewide coalition for victims of crime and a fund to establish victim witness centers in Nebraska. She also worked to protect homeowners with legislation that prohibited a lien for being placed on a home if contractors failed to pay subcontractors for their work. Carol valued the relationships she made while in office and believed most representatives were accessible, respectful, and willing to discuss issues. In the nonpartisan Nebraska unicameral, she worked together to find solutions and pass bills that would benefit Nebraska statewide. Active in her community, she was a member of the Omaha Community Committee, the Juvenile Court Nominating Commission, the Mayor's Commission of the Status of Women, Omaha JCs, several parent-teachers associations, many women's civic organizations, and the Centrist Federal Credit Union Board. She was also involved in the Order of Women's Legislatures, the Omaha Area Council on Alcoholism and Drug Abuse, the YWCA, the Omaha Library Board, the Developmental Disabilities Council, the Women in Management Association, and the Nebraska Coalition of Victims of Crime. She did it all. Although retired, Carol has encouraged many to get involved and feels that even if you have retired or not in public service, there are many roles and ways to serve our community. But above all else, Carol believes her greatest accomplishment is raising her 6 children alongside her husband, Alan, whom she married in 1954. They all earned bachelor's degrees and have additional education certification and degrees because of the importance placed on education in their family. I cherish Carol's friendship, and I treasure the wisdom that she has shared with me and others. I admire this wonderful lady, this great American patriot. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate President Biden and the significant accomplishments he shared with us during last night's State of the Union address. Last year, together with President Biden, we made a promise that Democrats would deliver for the people, and that we have. Thanks to our president's bold leadership and our work in Congress, we have been delivering. Let's look at a few areas. Jobs, jobs, and more jobs. As was mentioned last night by President Biden, in his first year, 6.7 million jobs were created, marking the strongest year of job growth in history. In my home state of Texas alone, more than 37,600 manufacturing jobs were created. These are good, well-paying jobs that are putting Texans back to work. Our economy is on the rise, wages are strong, and the unemployment rate is low. Another area is our nation's GDP. While GDP dropped 3.4% in 2020, it was able to shoot up to 5.7% in 2021, the highest rate since 1984. Simply put, the economy has rebounded during President Biden's first year in office. Another very important area to all our working families, our public schools. I'm proud of the significant progress that has been made in our public schools during the president's first year. We've made huge strides in reopening our schools and keeping them open safely. 1 year ago, Mr. Speaker, merely 46% of schools were open because it just wasn't safe for teachers, students, and faculty due to COVID. Today, 99.9% of schools are safely open. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Law, as well as the American Rescue Plan, both provided schools the necessary funds they needed to stay open and make up for lost learning time. Another very crucial area, vaccination rates. 1 year ago today, only 15% of the U.S. population was fully vaccinated against COVID-19. Today, that number is 65%. 65%. The massive increase in vaccinations is a direct result of the President and this Congress's leadership to tackle this virus. Even we today don't have to wear a mask this morning. Let's look ahead. Action from the Biden administration and Congress has already resulted in significant progress on the supply chain challenges. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act will improve and protect supply chains and reduce reliance on foreign oil immensely for years to come. It will help lower costs and inflation rates with time. As President Biden said last night, the plan is to lower your costs, not your wages. And there is a lot more President Biden and Democrats are working in building a better America, like investments in affordable child care and paid and universal pre-K that would allow more working families to participate in the economy. It is those very workers and everyday hardworking Americans who deserve the greatest praise of all. Our hometown heroes braved through this pandemic and powered through many challenges. They've been the muscle and the backbone of our nation's record-breaking economic growth and recovery from the pandemic, and we thank them. With Biden's leadership, Congress's partnership, and the support of the American people, there is surely no limit as to what we can achieve together in building a better America. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell the people of Ukraine that we stand with them. I stand with them. Si se puede. I want the people of Ukraine to know that we see you, we hear you, and we love you. And Russia, who has purposely invaded your homeland, has been, well, I should not say the word I really want to say on the floor, but they've been inhumane, cruel, and just above the pale. And we will not stand with this. We will stand with Ukraine. Again, si se puede, we stand with you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to pay tribute to my good friend Al Glick, who recently passed away at the age of 95. Very few have meant as much to Jackson, Michigan community as Al Glick. Alro Steel, a company founded nearly 75 years ago, embodies the hardworking ethos of his hometown. Over the years, under Al's leadership, the company grew to 3,000 employees in over a dozen states. Al always exhibited a tireless work ethic, but spent the time to talk to and to know each of his employees. When asked about his retirement, he said, and I quote, "I've slowed down to working part-time. I only work 12 hours a day." Even still, he always found time to get involved in just about every effort under the sun. Al supported skilled education programs, nonprofits, and C.S. Moffett Children's Hospital, just to name a few. Name a sport, and Al likely sponsored a team or league in the Jackson area. Al's generosity was felt throughout the Jackson community, often taking shape through his unwavering support of Jackson High School. A Michigan man through and through, Al got to see his beloved Wolverines take down Ohio State on a snowy day this past November, then win the Big Ten championship. Al wasn't just a staple of Jackson community. He was a steel puller, a steel pillar. While we mourn Al's passing, we celebrate his remarkable life and a legacy that will live on for generations to come. We wish his family great joy in that legacy and thank them for sharing Al with us. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
I rise today to recognize an amazing Californian, Mr. Shelton Johnson. I commend his contributions to the National Park Service and his dedication to telling the stories of our history that often go untold. Mr. Johnson has worked as a park ranger for over 35 years. In that time, he has enthusiastically recounted the special contributions of Black Americans to preserving Yosemite's wilderness. The all-Black 9th and 10th Cavalry Regiments, known as the Buffalo Soldiers, were among the first park rangers, even before the founding of the National Park System. I'm inspired by Mr. Johnson's creativity and commitment to sharing our diverse history. Mr. Johnson was recently awarded the American Park Experience Award for his lifelong efforts helping more families and youth feel welcome as they see their stories told. As a fellow teacher and mom to 3 enthusiastic park-loving kids, I am honored to recognize him today. A strong capitalist economy requires competition. Weak antitrust enforcement has atrophied the bones of our economy. When our economy lacks competition, we see prices go up, wages drop, and innovation stall. Last year, my office released a report detailing how Big Pharma's market consolidation creates real harms for families. Too many Americans can't afford life-saving prescription drugs because Big Pharma buys out its competitors so that it can continue its corporate abuse. We've also seen how big tech's market consolidation reduces consumer choice, stifles competition, and harms small businesses. Competition is central to healthy capitalism. Reining in corporate greed, holding big businesses accountable, and cracking down on monopolies will strengthen our economy. Congress must tackle market consolidation to create a level playing field for all businesses and to strengthen our capitalist economy. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last night, President Biden tried to paint his administration in a positive light during the State of the Union address, but the American people know better. We're facing an unprecedented number of crises: an economic crisis, a border crisis, a crime crisis, an energy crisis, and an unprecedented national security crisis. Every one of these crises have been either created or made worse by President Biden and congressional Democrats. Simply put, Democrats own these crises, but I'm sure, and we did see, an attempt by President Biden to dress up these disasters and highlight victories that simply don't exist. While President Biden tries to take credit for accomplishments he had no responsibility in delivering, House Republicans remain committed to showcasing to the American people what we stand for: unleashing American energy independence, peace through strength, respecting the Constitution, putting power back in the hands of parents, lowering taxes, balancing budgets, and securing our southern border. Mr. Speaker, if given the opportunity, Republicans will lead on these issues, and I look forward to delivering on the day that that happens. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to offer my support to the people of Ukraine. All Americans stand in solidarity against Russian aggression, and we pray for peace. However, as the conflict escalates and we call for not one more drop of Russian oil to be imported into this nation, the United States must make energy independence a priority. Prior to the invasion, gas here at home was already 40% higher than it was 12 months ago, marking an 8-year high. Now, as the world sanctions Russia, prices are climbing yet again, and experts predict Americans could soon be paying more than $5 for a gallon of gas. In response, the President announced that he's releasing 30 million barrels from the U.S. Strategic Oil Reserve. Sounds great, but considering the United States uses more than 20 million barrels a day, this is nothing more than a gimmick. A day and a half worth of oil is not going to reduce costs for American businesses, workers, and families in my district. There must be a comprehensive plan that leads us back to the energy independence we enjoyed during the Trump administration, and it starts with lifting the President's moratorium on new oil and gas drilling on public lands, exploring in ANWR and off our coasts, and finishing the Keystone XL pipeline. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the student athletes on the Cave Spring High School cheerleading team from Roanoke, Virginia, for winning its division's state championship toward the end of last year. The Knights cheerleading squad is often referred to as a dynasty, and this victory marks the team's 4th state title in 9 years. And in those other 5 years, they placed second each time. The team had to overcome several obstacles this season, but through it all, they persevered. Cave Spring senior cheerleader Abby Holbrook said it best when she said, quote, "We work so hard during the season, and it feels like all the hard work is paying off." Abby, yes, your hard work certainly did pay off. With the graduating class of 2022 having won the title their freshman and senior years, they're proud of the legacy they leave behind, and rightly so. Congratulations to Cave Spring on this accomplishment, and I wish you the best of luck again next season. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 5 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. Honored to follow my friend from Virginia, Mr. Klein. Last night we heard the President of the United States address this nation and this body in this chamber, as well as our colleagues on the other side of the Capitol and the Senate. You think there's some sort of magic moment that the virus has suddenly left the earth. Now all of a sudden we're free here on the floor of the House of Representatives to be without mask. Just coincidentally timed. Just coincidentally timed when the State of the Union is upon us. Number of states have lifted their mandates, all suddenly coincidentally timed around the State of the Union. Been interested watching the Speaker of the House suddenly saying, well, it's a new moment in COVID. I listened to my colleague from Texas just a moment ago on the other side of the aisle talking about how we've had this great victory through the action of the genius of our federal government to free us from the perils of this virus. Tell that to the children who've been sitting in the corners of classrooms wearing masks. Tell that to the members of our military, the members of our Border Patrol, the so-called heroes. I say so-called because my Democratic colleagues a year ago were calling healthcare workers heroes, and now they're forcing them still to lose their job if they don't take a jab because of the wisdom of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that they know best. They know best. As the president sat there arrogantly in that posture and preaching to the United States public and to this body yesterday, talking about how we're going to beat this virus. And oh, by the way, suddenly, magically, we need to fund the police. Go back and look at every statement that's been made by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle over the last 2 years talking about defunding the police. We know who's defunding the police across the country, and it sure as heck isn't Republicans. It's Democrats across this country, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle know it. The president knows it, and the president's reading polls. The president knows that the approach to the virus has been devastating to the American people. Lockdowns, mask mandates, vaccine mandates are being rejected by the American people, and the polls show it, so the magic moment has been arrived. And the President of the United States knows full well when he says the border should be secure that it's a lie. I just want to be very clear. When the President said last night that the border should be secure, it is a lie. He is lying to the American people. When I was in Del Rio just last week, 1,000 people a day are coming across that river and nobody gives a whit. And they don't give a whit about the 26 migrants who've died in the Rio Grande since October 1. Since the cameras left the Haitians sitting in the Rio Grande. They don't care that there are 26 dead migrants. They don't care about the 119 bodies in Brooks County, where the sheriff has to bring a body trailer to Brooks County. They don't care about the fences getting cut and the livestock getting out of the ranchers I met with last week who are in tears about their property and their ranchers in South Texas. No, the president gets up and gives a speech and declares the border is secure and all is well. And then gets up and talks about solidarity of the Ukrainian people, yet refuses to unleash American oil and gas, refuses to unleash natural gas, liquefied natural gas that would change the world, refuses to stop importing 600,000 barrels of Russian oil every single day because we won't unleash American oil and gas. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep telling the truth about the border. We're going to keep telling the truth about vaccine mandates. We're going to keep telling the truth about the need for American energy. And we're not going to bow down to the climate hysterics and the false lies about border security that are endangering the American people. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. At this time, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to salute a dedicated public servant and friend. After working for a series of members of the House, including Representative Bill Goodling, Rob Green first served the Education Workforce Committee from 1995 to 2001. Bob rejoined the committee 4 years ago and was an invaluable leader of the GOP workforce team until his recent retirement. As Director of Workforce Policy, Rob worked tirelessly to protect the rights of workers and employers alike. He had dedicated years of his life to fighting for free market principles and to seeing that our country stays a self-governed republic. Whether we've been in the majority or the minority, Rob has made addressing federal overreach a top priority and has never been afraid to hold federal agencies accountable. Rob's consummate professionalism when working with members of Congress, as well as Democrat staff, allowed us to pass bipartisan bills such as the Retirement Improvement and Savings Enhancement Act, RISE, which will help many Americans prepare for a more secure future. Rob's work was also pivotal in helping us pass a ban on surprise billing. This fight for transparency in our medical system has been a passion of Rob's and will help millions of struggling Americans. Rob's influence extended way beyond the committee. GOP leadership also relied on Rob to shape policy in the labor arena, ensuring that the American worker's voice gets heard. His relationship with lawmakers and staff throughout the House allowed the committee to flourish and accomplish a tremendous amount. Too often, populist lobbies have an outsized influence over politics in Washington. Rob's work on this committee ensured that the voices of job creators and small business owners were heard. This is a difficult day for me as I've relied on Rob's expertise and keen eye for strategy to further this committee's mission. Thankfully, his expertise will live on in the team that he has led and mentored for 4 years. I commend Rob for his many accomplishments and for his selfless service to this country. It is because of dedicated servants like Rob standing in the gap and defending our republic that we have a chance at reclaiming the vision our founding fathers had for this nation. Rob, I truly congratulate you on your retirement. You have earned it. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address President Biden's national security crisis and to express my support for the people of Ukraine as they fight for their lives and their sovereignty. An American ally is under attack, and they need our support. Sanctioning the Russian economy is not enough. The Ukrainian government has requested more lethal aid for many months, and we must deliver it without further delay. We must also end our purchases of nearly 538,000 barrels of Russian oil each day and return to where we were just a short year ago by making America energy independent again. After 4 years of peace and prosperity, it only took President Biden 400 days to unravel it all. President Biden's weakness on the world stage has emboldened our enemies and created a vacuum that Vladimir Putin is delighted to fill. President Biden has demonstrated the inability to lead, whether it be the botched Afghanistan withdrawal or the invasion that's happening at our own southern border. I can't help but think about what might come next as Iran strives to produce nuclear weapons and China may look towards Taiwan and mimic Russia. The world was a much safer place a little over a year ago. I am proud to stand with President Zelensky and the people of Ukraine who are courageously fighting against power-hungry dictator Vladimir Putin. So much tragedy and loss could have been avoided in Ukraine if we had any real leadership in the White House. Surely evil triumphs when good men do nothing. Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the life of my friend, cousin, and lifelong Tennessean, Jim Lancaster. He passed away on February 3rd after a remarkable 92 years on God's earth. Jim loved the Lord and cherished his family with all his heart. He and Vondel, the love of his life, were married for 67 years. Together they had 5 children, 12 grandchildren, 18 great-grandchildren, and 2 great-great-grandchildren. Obviously, Jim's and Vondel's loving marriage and devotion to family led to a lot of little Lancasters running around Middle Tennessee. Jim was a joyful role model, and so many people in his community knew Jim in that way. He served as a leader in many local organizations, including the Chamber of Commerce, the Boy Scouts, and too many to name here today. He received loads of awards for his service over the years, but he was a humble man who wasn't in it for recognition. He just loved serving his community and the people in it. He also dedicated much of his life to agriculture. He graduated from Tennessee Tech, my alma mater, with a degree in agriculture, and then worked for the Wilson County Farm Bureau as its agency manager for over 43 years. In fact, he's now a member of the Wilson County Agricultural Hall of Fame in recognition of his exemplary work for local farmers throughout his distinguished career. I was blessed to call Jim family. It is bittersweet. It is a bittersweet moment for me now to say he's gone to be with our Lord. Thank you, Jim Lancaster, for a life well lived that touched so many in such a positive way. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor, thank, and express my sincerest gratitude for an incredible group of students at the Pennsylvania State University, Penn State. On February 18th at 4 p.m., Penn State students, staff, family, friends, and volunteers and spectators filled the Bryce Jordan Center for the 50th Penn State IFC Pan-Hellenic Dance Marathon, more widely known as THON, to raise money for the Four Diamonds Foundation. Since 1973, student volunteers have come together at Penn State Health to raise money for the Penn State Health Children's Hospital. In 1977, Thon partnered with the Four Diamonds Foundation, and since then, not a single Four Diamonds family has received a medical bill thanks to the tireless work and dedication of Penn State students. The Four Diamonds Fund was founded by Charles and Irma Millard in 1972 after their son Christopher lost his battle with cancer at age 11. Before Christopher passed away, he wrote a story about a great knight who sought out the four diamonds of courage, wisdom, honesty, and strength to be saved from an evil sorceress. His parents realized those four qualities were all necessary to overcome cancer, and they created the Four Diamonds Fund in his memory. Mr. Millard passed away in November of 2021 at the age of 93. But his legacy through Thon and his foundation will no doubt live on forever. Over the past 50 years, Thon has grown into the largest student-run philanthropy in the world. In the first year, 78 students danced for 30 hours straight and raised just over $2,000. Thon, today, is a 46-hour, no sitting, no sleeping dance marathon celebrating nearly 17,000 students, year-long fundraising efforts to help end childhood cancer. Thankfully, after a virtual event last year, 667 dancers and tens of thousands of student volunteers and supporters attended the event in person. Students stood from 6 p.m. on Friday, February 18th until 4 p.m. on Sunday, February 20th. And while it was an impressive feat to hold, what was even more incredible is the drive, the fortitude, and the flexibility that these students showed in their commitment to this cause. This past year, the pandemic prohibited students from hosting many of their traditional bake sales and ribbon sales and other fundraisers that Pennsylvanians have been accustomed to seeing throughout the Commonwealth. Despite this, Thawne shattered previous fundraising records by bringing in more than $13.7 million for the kids. Over the last 50 years, Thawne has now donated more than $200 million to Four Diamonds Fund, undoubtedly saving hundreds of lives. While it is no easy feat to stand for 46 hours, the real highlight of this event comes on Sunday afternoon, shortly before the event concludes, during what is known as Family Hour. Thawne invites Four Diamond families onto the stage to share their experiences with the Children's Hospital, Four Diamonds, and Thawne. This year, Jackie Holman shared the story of how her son was diagnosed with synovial cell sarcoma at age 2. Thanks to Penn State Children's Hospital, the clan is officially 5 years cancer-free. And Jackie said that the support from the Thawne community had an immeasurable impact on helping their family cope with and move forward with this diagnosis. Now, I'm inspired by the clan and every other child and family who find themselves battling cancer, and in awe of their strength and their spirit as they keep fighting. I'm also proud of the Penn State students who continue to be so committed to this cause. And I'm incredibly proud of the work done by the Four Diamonds Foundation and Penn State Children's Hospital as they conduct life-saving research and ensure no family ever receives a bill. Congratulations once again to everyone involved in this year's Thawne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by our chaplain, Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, we return to you this day. With our whole hearts we approach you. On this day, some fast that they would satisfy their hunger only with your word. Others weep, ashamed of the choices they have made which have distanced themselves from you. And still more mourn, grieving the loss of your loving embrace. Be merciful to us, O God. Be slow to anger. Show us your grace that we would enjoy again your steadfast love. Then spare your people. Let no one say, "Where is our God?" Have pity on those who cry out to you this day. Remove the enemies from those who call on your name and walk in your way. May your children no longer fear. In your redemption, may they once again find reason to rejoice. Praise be to you, O Lord our God. You are in the midst of us. We call upon your most holy name. Hear our prayer. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Ross.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 15 one-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. The gentleman from New York seek recognition.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 6 years ago this month, I heard the phrase triple-negative breast cancer for the first time in my life. I was in the oncologist's office with my newly diagnosed 29-year-old daughter, Lauren, a day forever etched in my memory. In the weeks that followed, I learned a great deal about this very aggressive, rare form of breast cancer. Roughly 12% of breast cancer survivors are designated as triple-negative. It is the only form of breast cancer that doesn't respond to hormone therapy, often requiring chemotherapy instead. And it claims the lives of thousands of women and men each year. It stole Lauren from our family in August of 2017. Tomorrow, March 3rd, is Triple-Negative Breast Cancer Awareness Day. I'm humbled to sponsor a resolution to call attention to this awful disease and to let the thousands of victims of triple-negative breast cancer know they are not alone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Secretary.
I've been instructed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The State of the Union last night was a disconnect from the reality of Biden failures. The Wall Street Journal is correct. Quote, he missed the moment. The paper went further to describe what Biden did not say. Quote, more defense spending to meet the threats from autocrats? No. A new appreciation of the contribution of fossil fuels to American and European security? Not a word. A note that government spending contributed to the highest inflation rate in 40 years? Nope. End of quote. I personally was disappointed of no mention of leaving Americans behind in Afghanistan. 13 patriots murdered in Kabul. And now Afghanistan is a safe haven of terrorists who can come across the open border to attack American families. Quote, an anxious world is looking for American leadership in a dangerous new era. I hope the President will change course for peace through strength. In conclusion, God bless Ukraine. God save Ukraine. Long live President Vladimir Zelensky.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night we heard the President of the United States speak with great enthusiasm about our friendship with the people of Ukraine, how we have shared values in terms of democracy, in terms of sovereignty, and in terms of not having someone come into their country and usurp their freedom. He also spoke about America's freedom in the world in terms of our independence, in terms of our own investments in our economic future. Americans' excellence in science and engineers has long been the envy of the world. And then along the way, other countries copied our model, investing in education and research and the rest, and took over some of the manufacture of our supply. We have what was referenced by the President last night, legislation, we call it the Competes Act, in the House of Representatives. And it is a blueprint. It is a blueprint for our independence and our self-sufficiency economically in the world. But the House-passed American Competes Act would do three things. First of all, we invest in chips, $52 billion in chips and semiconductors. Do you know how many chips are in a car? 1,000. An electric car, 2,000. So in order for our auto manufacturers to continue to create jobs and create product, we need chips, $52 billion. Secondly, we reinvigorate our manufacturing base by addressing the supply chain issues. Supply chain increases supply, reducing cost, lowering inflation. This is very important, $48 billion invested there. And third, we invest in research and education and stem cells so we can diversify the workforce to include many more people, everyone in our country, and as we advance science and technology and good paying jobs for the future. Again, we're prepared to go into conference with the Senate on this legislation. We are always ready to fight for the people. We expect to have this legislation before too long, and when we do so, we will be lowering costs, increasing paychecks, and doing so for the people. With that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of the life of Dr. Ray Farley, the former president of Young Harris College. Dr. Farley was a longtime supporter of Young Harris College with 35 years of dedicated service to Young Harris under his belt. Beginning as a professor of history in 1955, Dr. Farley worked with the college until his retirement in 1991, after serving as the college president for 20 years. For some of those years, I was a student at Young Harris College while Dr. Farley was the president. I got to know him well. He was a fine gentleman and did an excellent job. During his tenure as president, Dr. Farley made it his mission to modernize and expand the services and facilities at Young Harris. He was responsible for taking important steps to strengthen the college endowment, faculty, curriculum, and facilities. Dr. Farley implemented his plan for helping to beautify the campus as well by renovating dining halls, dining facilities, residence halls, and administrative buildings. The years with Dr. Farley at the helm were integral to the growth and development of the college itself. In April of 2021, Dr. Farley was awarded the Outstanding Friend Award by the Young Harris College Alumni Association for his incredible dedication and service to the college. His legacy and impact will be felt for many years to come. I send my condolences to his family and friends, as well as the whole Young Harris community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Russia's assault on Ukrainian freedom and democracy is an assault on freedom and democracy everywhere. That's why America and our allies are linking arms and engaging in unprecedented cooperation. President Biden has marshaled the world to impose severe consequences on Putin and the Russian economy. Because of these crippling sanctions, Russia now stands at the precipice of a punishing financial crisis. American troops, many from Fort Bragg and elsewhere in North Carolina, are already in NATO countries in Eastern Europe, and more are on their way. The international community is also sending support to countries neighboring Ukraine, including North Carolina's close partner, Moldova. As we continue to work on a robust new aid package, the prayers and admiration of the people of my district are with the brave Ukrainian freedom fighters risking their lives to defend their homeland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does this gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, when the United States military shows up, kings and kingdoms fall to their knees. As the great philosopher Toby Keith once said, we put a boot in their ass. It's the American way. Our military preeminence is unmatched. Our brand is dominance. But our greatness lies in temperance. America first means power under control. Overzealous executives have wrenched away a precious power bestowed on this body. I'm here to remind them, Congress declares war. Not Joe Biden, not some woke general. Congress, the people, must debate, decide, and then, if absolutely necessary, declare war. The Constitution is our compass, not the feelings of some bought-off military-industrial complex war hawk who uses emotion to justify America's entry into every overseas conflict. Congress must reclaim our power to declare war. And if we do declare, we must define what victory looks like. The sons and daughters of America are too precious to waste on the altar of globalism. America first, always and forever. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek to unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks and address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, more than 900,000 people in the United States have lost their lives due to COVID. Of those more than 900,000, 660,000 people over age 65 have been lost because of COVID. This is the same population that is not only worried and concerned about COVID, but they are the ones on fixed income. They are the ones that rely on Social Security. More than 5 million of our fellow Americans get a below poverty level check from Social Security after having paid in all their lives to the #1 insurance program in the country, the #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly, and the #1 anti-poverty program for children. Help is on the way. Social Security 2100, a sacred trust, as the President has called it, is a bill that will uplift and raise people out of the depths of poverty and provide them with the sustenance they need in their daily lives, as Roosevelt intended. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in strong support of the people of Ukraine and against the thuggish, criminal, and careless actions of the Russian military and President Putin. Last week's invasion of Ukraine by Russia was planned and premeditated. It was and still is a blatant act of war and cannot be tolerated by the international community. Putin's actions have been those of a desperate politician creating chaos in neighboring countries due to low popularity at home. As we have seen on the news and social media, the Russian military is making no distinction between military and civilian, launching missiles blindly into Ukrainian cities and towns. With their backs against the wall, the people of Ukraine have shown the world that they will fight until the end to defend their friends, family, homes, and country. We must support them and the democratically elected Ukrainian government. The current sanctions that the administration has levied against Russia, Putin, and his cronies are welcome, but we clearly need to go further. We must aggressively hurt the Russian economy by cutting off their energy exports and halt the purchasing of Russian gas and oil by the United States. We should also unleash American energy, including biofuels, natural gas, and wind, and to help our allies move away from Russian energy reliance. To the people of Ukraine, we are with you today, tomorrow, and always. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back my time.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address this House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we heard last night in the President's State of the Union, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act is a once-in-a-lifetime investment in our nation's economic foundation and our nation's competitiveness. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act makes it possible for us to invest in passenger rail expansion and restoration, rebuild our roads, our bridges, our water systems, our sewer systems, reclaim abandoned mine lands and reduce pollution, and so much more. It is the solution to improving our competitiveness on the world stage and recovering from the devastating COVID-19 pandemic after years about talking about passing an infrastructure bill and week after week of infrastructure weeks. We have finally done it, and we will begin seeing the benefits quite soon. Thank God for the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Huntington Beach police officer Nicholas Vela, who was tragically killed in a helicopter crash while responding to a call in Newport Beach on February 19th. Officer Vela served as a law enforcement officer for 18 years and spent 14 years with the Huntington Beach Police Department. He dedicated his life to protecting our community. My heart goes out to his wife and daughter, the Huntington Beach Police Department, and all who loved and knew Officer Vela. I am so thankful every day for our brave law enforcement officers. They put their lives on the line for us, and I am so grateful for their service and sacrifice. I want to thank their families too, because their sacrifice does not go unnoticed. I will be praying for Officer Vela and his family. Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the bipartisan supply chain subtitle found in the House-passed America Competes Act. We've all heard from our constituents over the last several months about the impact that inflation has had on households and businesses. We also know that a key reason for rising prices on critical goods is our supply chain instability. The supply chain subtitle in the America Competes Act will strengthen our supply chains and ultimately tackle a root cause of inflation. It is vital that this subtitle is preserved through the negotiations of the America Competes Act and USICA as we build a better America. This is about creating good, paying union jobs, protecting our national security, and ultimately protecting the pocketbooks of the American people. Let's get it done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the distinguished career of Penn State University President Eric Barron. President Barron assumed office in 2014 after leaving his post as president at Florida State University. But his service to the university began when Dr. Barron served as Dean of the College of Earth and Mineral Services and the founding director of the Earth System Science Center at Penn State. In his tenure as president of Penn State University, President Barron elevated Penn State as a leader in higher education. President Barron has also worked to support state funding, increase access and affordability to students through scholarship programs, and preparing students graduating from Penn State for success after college. In my time working with President Barron, he has always made a point to meet with the Pennsylvania congressional delegation regularly and share Penn State's vision, work, and culture. He took the time to build meaningful relationships which ultimately benefited the university and the Commonwealth as a whole. And I'm happy to call him my friend, and I wish him well in his retirement. Mr. Speaker, Penn State remains one of the top institutions in the country, in part because of the work of President Barron. He leaves a great legacy behind. President Barron, thank you for your service and enjoy your retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I'm frustrated. We have heard a lot this week about cutting workers in on the deal and how we meet the challenges that this nation is facing. And every piece of the game plan, whether it's helping take on China, how do we bring jobs back to places like Ohio, how do we increase union membership by making it easier to join a union, how do we bring down costs, how do we cut taxes for workers in the midst of all of this inflation. And every one of those bills has went to the Senate and either died or is on life support. And here's one example of just how broken this is. Last year, we made history when we passed the Women's Health Protection Act. Not a moment too soon, as Roe v. Wade is being hanging in the balance, and states like Ohio race to pass new laws to ban abortion. This is a basic right, a matter of settled law. But this week, the Senate blocked the vote, blocked it, and we didn't even get a vote. It's time to get rid of the filibuster and make sure that the bills we send here from the House actually get
Gentleman's
passed
time has expired.
in the United States Senate. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Further requests for 1 minute? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I ask for 1 minute to address the House.
Without objection, the gentlewoman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 3967, the Honoring Our Pact Act, which will ensure comprehensive benefits and care for our troops who suffer from toxic exposure, especially from burn pits. I want to thank Chairman Takano for his leadership on this bill. It is something we should all support. It supports our veterans. As the daughter of a veteran, a sister of a veteran, a wife of a veteran, caring for our veterans is extremely important to me, as it should be to every American. I could not help but be struck by the similarities between this bill and the 9/11 Health and Compensation Bill, which served and supported our heroes and heroines of 9/11, who likewise were exposed to burning toxins that later gave them cancers and severe illness. This bill could help over 3 million veterans who are currently suffering from exposure to toxic burn pits. Whether you served in Afghanistan, Iraq, or elsewhere, if you were exposed to these toxic hazards, you're entitled to care. They were there for us. We should be there for them. We should all support this important bill. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
H.R. 4445, an act to amend Title IX of the United States Code with respect to arbitration of disputes involving sexual assault and sexual harassment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I seek recognition to remove myself as co-sponsor of H.R. 2748. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 950, I call up the bill H.R. 3967 as amended and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 179, H.R. 3967, a bill to improve health care and benefits for veterans exposed to toxic substances and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 950, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-33, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of House Report 117-253, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended is debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs or their respective designees. The gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentlewoman from Iowa, Mrs. Miller Meeks, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 3967 as amended.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3967 as amended, the Honoring Our Pact Act of 2021. When we sent our service members into harm's way, we made a pact to care for them when they came home. But for far too long, Congress and the Department of Veterans Affairs have been slow to accept responsibility and cost of that care, citing high costs or lack of absolute scientific proof of illness connections to service. The result is a disability claims process that is cumbersome and one that places the burden of proof for toxic exposure on veterans themselves. Every day, more and more veterans speak out about exposure to environmental hazards and other toxic substances during their military service. Recently, I put out a call encouraging toxic exposed veterans to share their experiences with the House Veterans Committee. We heard from thousands of veterans in 49 states. These reflections are very powerful, and I'd like to share some of them with you now. Navy veteran Ed described how toxic exposures overwhelmed his senses. He wrote, quote, "You could not escape the jet fuel. You could see it, smell it, and taste it," end quote. I heard from veteran Mike, who said, quote, "Even when we weren't actively engaged in dumping items into the burn pit, we were still exposed," end quote. Air Force veteran Christopher R. described his dealings with VA, stating, quote, "I continue to be rejected because they say that it's impossible to prove that it is service-related. I never worked with chemicals before my service or since. I feel like a nuisance to the VA health system," end quote. I heard from the widow of Army veteran Austin Monk, who said, quote, "No wife should have to bury her 22-year-old husband because of his exposure to unsafe conditions while in service to his country," end quote. These stories are heart-wrenching and frustrating. Our veterans are fighting their own government to grant them the care and benefits they've earned. We should be outraged listening to these stories, and it should be clear how urgent passing the Honoring Our Pact Act is for our veterans. Veterans and veteran service organizations agree. I ask unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, to enter the letters of support from more than 42 veteran service organizations into the record.
Without objection.
So I wish to thank Nancy Pelosi, our Speaker, for her commitment to bring this bill to the floor. After years of diligent input from my colleagues, our staff, VA, VSOs, and toxic exposed veterans themselves, I'm confident that we are bringing the best possible version of this bill up for a vote. The administration agrees and has stated that it, quote, "strongly supports," end quote, this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter the Statement of Administrative Policy for H.R. 3967 into the record.
Without objection.
Well, it is now time for the members of this body to answer a simple question. Am I willing to support our troops and honor our nation's promise to them? This bill addresses the true cost of war, and opposing it would be a vote against our service members and veterans. Such a vote would be inconsistent with the thank yous and patriotic displays so many of my colleagues offer on Veterans Day. Veterans want action, and they deserve our action. We made a promise to deliver comprehensive toxic exposure legislation, and I intend to keep that promise. The Honoring Our Pact Act will address the full scope of issues affecting toxic exposed veterans' access to VA care and benefits while reforming VA's presumptive decision-making process. It will expand VA healthcare eligibility for over 3.5 million veterans exposed to burn pits and establish a presumption of service connection for over 23 respiratory illnesses and cancers. There is no other toxic exposure legislation in Congress like this one, in scope or in soundness. Before I close, I must emphasize something essential. We cannot renege on our responsibility to toxic exposed veterans because of any perceived sticker shock. Cries for offsets and pay-fors did not stop Congress from passing a $1.9 trillion tax cut for corporations and the wealthy in 2017. Over the past 20 years, Congress and our country made the choice to spend trillions on other priorities while sending service members into harm's way at the cost of $6.4 trillion. We know that this Congress is willing to find money when it wants to, as it recently demonstrated by adding $25 billion to the last National Defense Authorization Act. And when our country goes to war, we don't nickel and dime the Department of Defense, and we shouldn't try to pinch pennies when it comes to covering the care for toxic exposed veterans. We will not stand by and be lectured about fiscal responsibility when we have a moral obligation to America's veterans. And the time to meet that obligation is now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 3967, the PACT Act. I wish that this were not the case. I would love to be here today, standing proud alongside Chairman in support of this bill. I know Ranking Member Bost would as well. I am new to Congress, but I understand that historically, the VA committee would work on a bipartisan basis to advance legislation of this magnitude. The Mission Act and the Forever GI Bill are wonderful examples of the majority and minority in the House and Senate working together in prior Congresses on a compromise that both sides could support and send to the President's desk. That's how Congress should work. That's why they used to say that those of us on the VA committee would leave our party affiliations at the door and that the VA committee was the most bipartisan committee in Congress. That is no longer the case under this Democrat majority. The PACT Act is a sad example of that. My fellow Republicans and I want to work with the majority to create fair and consistent pathway for health care benefits for toxic exposed veterans. This is an issue we care deeply about, for which I have a personal association and have made our top priority in the 117th Congress. But the majority has consistently refused to meaningfully communicate with us on this bill. In fact, the majority significantly rewrote major portions and components of the PACT Act less than 2 weeks ago and refused to even discuss those changes with those of us in the minority. Because we did not work together to resolve our differences, the bill has serious flaws that we were unable to resolve. Already, the manager's amendment would expand benefits to more veterans without scientific justification, showing just how slippery a slope this bill would set. As an alternative, I support creating a fair and consistent process for the VA to decide whether benefits are warranted for certain military toxic exposure events. VA should base this decision on a criteria that weighs the strength of scientific evidence supporting a link between the development of a condition and toxic exposure. In fact, for the past 2 years during the pandemic, we have heard repeatedly from the opposite side about following the science. If the VA determines that there is at least 50% chance that these veterans' disabilities are linked to toxic exposure, then VA should grant benefits on a presumptive basis. The PACT Act attempts to create such a framework, but I believe more discussion is needed to determine if it's the best path forward. That is especially important since the VA began piloting its own program for deciding whether there is a scientific link between a disability and toxic exposure last year. Under VA's model, certain Gulf War and post-9/11 veterans who were exposed to airborne hazards and developed asthma, sinusitis, rhinitis became eligible for benefits last September. And just this past week, VA announced it will provide compensation to certain veterans who are diagnosed with 9 rare respiratory cancers. VA's decisions were based on science. However, it's unclear if all the conditions under Chairman Takano's bill would meet the scientific threshold under his framework or under the VA's. Furthermore, the PACT Act could also flood VA with so many new mandates that veterans already receiving care and benefits wait longer. Veterans wait too long for VA services right now. I hear frequently from veterans in Iowa who can't get the care they need, are waiting months, and in some states, even years for the benefits they've earned. I don't know of a member in this body who can't say the same thing. Making those veterans wait even longer is unacceptable, and it could be unprecedented where claims process is concerned. In 2013, the disability claims backlog peaked at 600,000 pending claims. Veterans were waiting years to receive an initial decision of their claim, and then if it was denied, they were waiting even longer while the VA processed their appeal. VA has made some improvements to how disability claims are processed since 2013, but the department is still years away from developing the information technology needed to truly expedite claims processing. If the PACT Act were enacted, VA estimates the disability claims backlog could reach over 1.5 million claims by the end of fiscal year 2023. That's more than double the height of the backlog in 2013. If veterans were waiting years for their benefits 9 years ago, imagine how long they would have to wait today for a backlog that is more than 2 times the size it was then. That is completely unreasonable. The PACT Act is also unacceptable for taxpayers. CBO estimates the PACT Act would require over $300 million in new government spending. Not a penny of those costs are offset. Additionally, some of the amendments we will be voting on would increase the cost by millions of dollars in new mandatory spending on top of that. You will hear some say that this is just the cost of war. Anyone who has served or has a loved one who serves, like I have and do, know what war costs. They also know that veterans pay taxes too. They also know that veterans have children and grandchildren whose futures they don't want to be any more burdened with debt than they already are. The PACT Act cost more than combined discretionary budgets of 9 cabinet-level departments. Think about that. And then think about inflation and our national debt, which is already skyrocketing and is causing American taxpayers to pinch pennies. We are not doing right by our veterans by being fiscally irresponsible in their name, and I say that as a veteran myself. Finally, there is no clear or quick path forward in the Senate for the PACT Act. In comparison, we could send legislation to the President's desk today that would help sick veterans get the care they need. The Healthcare for Burn Pit Veterans Act would let toxic-exposed post-9/11 combat veterans enroll in the VA healthcare system. It is bipartisan, and it has already passed the Senate last month. I understand the majority would like to go to conference over the Healthcare for Burn Pit Veterans Act and the PACT Act, but I also understand that the majority supports the Healthcare for Burn Pit Veterans Act because they included it as a provision in the Rules Committee print of the PACT Act. If we all agree that the Health Care for Burn Pit Veterans Act is a good policy, why would we delay its enactment? Every day that the House fails to send it to the President is another day that veterans are deprived of life-saving care. Nothing could be more wrong-headed than that. The Health Care for Burn Pit Veterans Act is the correct first step towards this process. If we deliver needed health care to toxic exposed veterans and buy us the time to work on a bipartisan, bicameral basis to deliver other benefits and services to them down the line, they would at least have health care now. We should have done this throughout this congressional session, but we haven't even started yet. Sick veterans should not pay the price for our inaction. Rather than pass the PACT Act in the House, with its many flaws and its extremely high likelihood of dying in the Senate, we must pass the Health Care for Burn Pit Veterans Act today. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, it is my honor and privilege to yield 1 minute to a person who has done more for veterans in modern times than any other leader of this body. I proudly yield 1 minute to Speaker Pelosi.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, for his kind words, which I accept on behalf of our working in a bipartisan way for our Democrats, for our veterans over the years, Democrats and Republicans. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your extraordinary leadership, both in this case and earlier for our veterans, whether it was completing our Agent Orange of responsibilities to our veterans as well. I thank Congressman Ruiz, a doctor and a member of Congress who has been a champion on this issue, and Elaine Lauria, a veteran and a member of Congress who has been so instrumental in bringing this legislation to the floor. When the President spoke last night about meeting the needs of our veterans, when it came to the burn pits, he received almost a unanimous standing ovation for that. And it was very encouraging to see the Congress of the United States, House and Senate, Democrats and Republicans, recognize their obligation to our men and women in uniform. It's important to note that over the past generation, over 3 million of our courageous Americans have answered the call to serve and have donned the uniform to protect our freedoms as heroic Americans, as just as people have done since our founding. From the deserts of Iraq to the mountains of Afghanistan, I was hearing this morning about Kandahar, and on bases and military theaters around the world, these heroes have risked their lives to fight the enemy, and yet tragically have had to face another deadly threat due to exposure to burn pits and other toxic substances. We always say about our military, on the battlefield we leave no soldier behind, and when they come home, we leave no veteran behind. We want them, instead of receiving comprehensive, timely care and benefits, sometimes they are forced to confront a disability claims process that is nearly impossible to navigate. That is why the honoring our promise to address Comprehensive Toxic Act, the PACT Act, finally faithfully fulfills that pledge now into the future, that we will leave no veteran behind. The budget costs of it are a cost of war. When we decide that we need to engage and initiate military action, we should understand that the cost is not just in our defense budget, but also in our veterans' budget when they come home. Frankly, the cost of this bill is a fraction, if we're talking budget, of the cost of the Republican tax bill that they passed in 2017, which added $2 trillion to the national debt. I didn't hear anybody complaining about, on the other side of the aisle, about what that was, the impact that had on veterans and their concerns about the fiscal soundness of the United States. So let's just put to rest If it is a cost that we must have for our veterans, and this has been thoroughly researched, and others will speak to that, then we cannot say we can't afford it. It isn't about the price, it's about the value of what we get for this. And so in the last 20 years, VA has seen over 60% increase in rates of cancer due to toxic exposure. 86% of veterans from Iraq and Afghanistan report being exposed to the toxic fumes of burn pits. And 88% of those exposed said they were experiencing symptoms that could be related to that. Potentially up to 3.5 million veterans deployed post 9/11 may have been exposed to toxic fumes and substances. Despite this reality, nearly 75% of burn pit-related disability claims were denied, Mr. Speaker, were denied. Too often, VA and Congress have said it's just too expensive to care for, and there just isn't enough proof. The result of this negligence has been tragic. Thousands of veterans and families have been forced to suffer, including heroes, like one I will quote, Staff Sergeant Wesley Black. Staff Sergeant Black was a Purple Heart hero who survived 2 tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. In November, he died at age 36 from colon cancer tied to toxic exposure from burn pits, leaving behind his wife and new baby. After serving his country with distinction, Sergeant Black should have been able to retire happily with pride. Instead, he spent his final days fighting for the reforms contained in this legislation so that no current or future veteran would be forced to endure the same horror that he and his family did. He said before his passing, Staff Sergeant Wesley Black said, "It's too late for me, but it's not too late for the next veteran who walks down the hall of VA and goes in and complains about signs and symptoms. We must make sure it's not too late for other veterans," I say, and when we send our servicemen and women into harm's way, we care for them when they come home. This is particularly important to me because a long time ago, long before I was in Congress, 1981, I went and sat with veterans in California with Dick Gregory, who was making a big association with the cause for Agent Orange. 1981, California, veterans having a hunger strike. Dick Gregory knew about hunger strikes from the civil rights movement, and he was associating himself with them, instructing them on how to survive a hunger strike, and I had the privilege of being with them. Little did I know at that time it would take decades to address their Agent Orange concerns. And it wasn't even complete until Mr. Tucano, Mr. Chairman, did so with the naval legislation that he passed, the Navy legislation that he passed. We cannot let that much time go by. That would be shameful to our country. So again, let us also thank Mr. Cartwright, who also included in this package the Camp Lejeune Justice Act. Anyone who has heard from those families coming from Camp Lejeune, not just the service member, but their family members who have been damaged related to injuries incurred while serving at Camp Lejeune. The list goes on. So again, thank you, Chairman Tucano. Thank you, Congressman Raul Ruiz. Thank you, Elaine Loria. Thank you, Matt Cartwright. Thank you all who have worked so hard to bring this to the fore. And I want to also salute Chairman Tester in the Senate, with whom Chairman Tucano and our committee have worked closely. We share a goal. We have to find the complete package so that it is comprehensive and fulfills our responsibilities. Others will go into the particulars of it. I want to also salute the distinguished Secretary of VA, Dennis McDonough, for the attention that he has paid to making sure what we do honors the promise of the PACT Act, that it is able to deliver in a timely fashion, so that the bill is written in a way that delivers in a timely fashion to our veterans. I could not have been more excited when the President of the United States included this important initiative in his remarks, not only as legislation, but in the larger issue of what it means to our country, how we value our veterans, and how we want to pass this legislation and get it to his desk soon so it will be a comfort to our veterans and their families. That on the battlefield, we leave no soldier behind, and when they come home, we leave no veterans behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I could not agree more that we can act today and we can forward legislation to the desk of the President for his signature by passing the Healthcare for Burn Pit Veterans Act today, so that there is not another Sergeant Wesley Black who is denied health care while the VA processes his claims. And we would be more than delighted to help the President in honoring his initiative, as he stated last night in the State of the Union, by today passing, and reserve my time.
Gentlewoman from Iowa reserves. The gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend who serves as the chair of the House Veterans Affairs Committee, Subcommittee on Economic Opportunity, the gentleman from California, Chairman Mike Levin.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Takano, for your leadership. I rise today in strong support of the Honoring Our Pact Act. All too often, many veterans hear the words, "Thank you for your service," but don't see enough action behind those words. Sadly, that's been true for millions of veterans who were exposed to toxic substances during their service and are now suffering from related health conditions. While they defended our country, they were exposed to burn pits, PFAS chemicals, and more, but we failed to hold up our end of the bargain to care for them when they return home. In the case of Vietnam veterans, many who were exposed to Agent Orange were forced to wait for more than 40 years before they saw proper benefits. For too long, the burden of proof has been on the veteran to show that their illness is a result of toxic exposure they experienced during their service. For too long, veterans have been told that it's too expensive to cover the range of health issues that they have as a result of their toxic exposure. That's wrong, and we must do better for our veterans. With the Honoring Our Pact Act, we can do right by our veterans. This includes finally presuming that if they were exposed to toxic substances during their service and are now experiencing one of 23 respiratory illnesses and cancers, then that illness is as a result of their exposure, and they are owed proper access to benefits and care through the VA. I also want to highlight what I hope will become a key piece of this bill, an amendment I offered to authorize federal grants for county veteran service officers who help veterans and their families understand resources at their disposal, file benefit claims, and represent veterans in VA hearings. County veteran service officers are often veterans' best allies in navigating red tape within the VA and securing the benefits that veterans have earned, which will be particularly important for the 3.5 million veterans who may be eligible for new benefits and care as a result of this legislation. The amendment is similar to my Commitment to Veteran Support and Outreach Act, which I introduced with a bipartisan group last year, and I hope to see it move forward as part of the Honoring Our Pact Act today. As I said, this legislation is our opportunity to put real action behind our words. Saying, "Thank you for your service," has never been enough. It's time to fulfill the promises we've made to our troops and invest in the care and benefits they deserve. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Iowa.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Iowa reserves. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I yield 1 minute to the esteemed Majority Leader of this House, Steny Hoyer.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the chairman. I want to thank the chairman not only for yielding time, but much, much more importantly, I want to thank him for the extraordinary work he does on behalf of the armed forces and for its veterans. He is tireless in his advocacy of veterans' interests. At every meeting that we have, I meet with him every Wednesday in the chairman's meeting, always speaking up about how we need to continue our focus on the needs of our veterans who served our country so heroically, whether they went overseas or not. And some of the veterans that we're talking about today were not overseas. when they contracted a disease or an illness as a result of toxic substances. They were here in America. There's a poet who says they also serve who stand and wait, ready to serve, ready to be deployed to the point of the spear. Mr. Speaker, you and I are old enough, I don't want to be too harsh on the Speaker, but to remember the song, "When Johnny Comes Marching Home Again, Hooray, Hooray." The boys will shout, the girls will cheer, and the women, they will all turn out. One of the problems we've seen, though, after that cheering, after that parade, after that exultation, memories are short. And as time goes by, some of our veterans, sadly, tragically, and wrongfully have been forgotten. This bill says we do not forget. This bill says we will be there for you. And yes, we will be there even if there's a substantial cost to it. And this is a defense cost. In my view, the veterans' cost ought to be in the defense budget, and we ought to be there because that is what we're all enthusiastic about spending money on. And veterans need to be and are our first priority. So I want to thank the chairman for his focus and for his action. He has long been a champion of our veterans and their well-being. I also want to thank Representative Ruiz and Representative Luria, who is sitting here with us, who have worked very hard on this legislation. Ms. Luria from Virginia, retired commander in the United States Navy, commanded a ship, she and her husband. Dr. Ruiz, who has been on the front line of illness, the front line as an emergency physician, and knows full well the toxic effects, or may I say the effects of toxic material to the well-being, psychological and physical, of individuals. And I thank Dr. Ruiz and Commander Luria for their work on this bill. Our veterans served with honor and routinely went above and beyond the call of duty in their defense of our nation. Many of them risked their lives, not everybody. There were some that were support, without whom those at the point of the spear could not have been successful. We have a responsibility, Mr. Speaker, a moral responsibility to care for our veterans when they return home and ensure that they receive the treatment they deserve. When we send our service members to war, when we recruit them, when we put them in a position by order, and they become ill because of where they are, because of either negligent or unknowing actions, unknowing to the extent we don't know the adverse effects that they caused. Whatever the situation, a soldier's exposure is our responsibility. To burn pits and other toxic substances during their service has been shown to be connected to a greatly increased risk of cancer and respiratory diseases. There's no doubt about that. The legislation before us would expand veterans' health care access and benefits to address the effects of those toxic exposures that occurred during their military service. Mr. Speaker, you and I both know we asked our veterans to go to battle for America, and they answered the call. When they return home, veterans should not have to go to battle against red tape to receive the medical treatment and benefits they have earned through their service. They ought to be able to access care for the physical and mental wounds they carry without impediment or delay. All of us have gotten cases where there have been weeks, months, years that veterans have waited for benefits that they deserve under law and as a moral responsibility of our government. We thank our veterans for their service. As I said, we cheer and shout and turn out. But this is our responsibility. This is not about cheering or shouting. This is about doing what we ought to do for those who were injured in the defense of our nation and our freedom. This is our opportunity to keep our promise to put our veterans first and truly give them our highest respect. Again, I thank my friend, Chairman Takano. I thank all the members of the Veterans Committee and all those veterans who don't forget those who come after them. I thank Mr. Takano for his leadership and urge my colleagues from both sides of the aisle to join in passing this bill with a strong bipartisan support. Our president talked about bipartisanship. I talked to Mr. Scalise about being the loyal opposition. Not loyal to Democrats or Democrat leaders, but loyal to our country. And being loyal to our country means being loyal to those who served and preserved the freedoms that we enjoy. This home of the free and land of the brave. I think it's the opposite way around, but we get the point. Brave and free go together. Let us not forget. Let's pass this bill. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Anyone who has served or has a loved one who serves, like I have and do, knows the cost of war, good and well. Veterans pay taxes too. Veterans also have children and grandchildren that they don't want to burden with debt. The PACT Act cost more than the combined discretionary budgets of 9 cabinet-level departments: Transportation, Commerce, Homeland Security, State, HUD, Interior, Justice, Energy, and Labor. And we shouldn't dismiss those massive costs so easily. Just as we have a moral responsibility to care for our veterans, we have a moral responsibility to understand the real-world consequences that we can already see in skyrocketing inflation and national debt. Congress should have to pay our bills just like our constituents do. And I'm not downplaying the importance of benefits. Getting the Health Care for Burn Pit Veterans Act signed into law may be the first step in this fight, but it would be a life-saving one. It does no good to have benefits if you're not alive to have them. Republicans invited Jim Price, a toxic exposed veteran and widower of one, to testify, and he said it says it better than I could. In Jim's word, benefits mean nothing if you are no longer alive. Chairman Takano acknowledged last week that he has not even started talking to the Senate about a compromise on this bill. That means we are months away from a deal, if we can even find one. Meanwhile, veterans could receive life-saving health care now. Some veterans don't have that long to wait. They need that health care now. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend who serves as chair of the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations for the Veterans Affairs Committee, the gentleman from New Hampshire, Mr. Pappas.
Gentleman from New Hampshire is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Takano, for yielding and for your leadership on this issue, which answers the call of our nation's veterans, their advocates, and our veteran service organizations. I rise in support of the Honoring Our Pact Act, which makes good on this nation's promise to veterans. It's well past the time that we address the impacts of toxic exposure that have been endured by members of our military, and I'm glad that we're taking meaningful, comprehensive action today. I'm also pleased that this legislation includes a bill that I introduced, the PFAS Registry Act. PFAS chemicals have contaminated the environment and drinking water sources of hundreds of military bases across the country, including Pease Air Force Base in my district. These forever chemicals persist in the environment and the body and are linked to serious health conditions, including cancer. This provision will give military service members and veterans access to health information, research updates, and other resources to help protect public health and provide relief to those who have been exposed to PFAS. The Honoring Our Pact Act will help veterans already suffering from the impacts of toxic exposure, and we also must do more to reduce the risk that more service members will be exposed. That's why I've also submitted an amendment that will require our government to proactively raise awareness of the dangers of toxic exposure to active duty personnel. These provisions will require DoD and VA to create a strategy for awareness and prevention that will protect active duty service members from harm and save lives. Our men and women in uniform already face numerous threats to life and limb for their service. We must minimize risks that environmental and toxic hazards pose and provide the care benefits and support that these veterans have earned. It's our solemn responsibility. So I urge swift passage of my amendment as well as the underlying legislation, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Iowa.
Thank you. Section 706 comes from H.R. 6482, which was referred to the Judiciary Committee, not the VA Committee. H.R. 6482 has not gone through the regular order of this Congress. This is another blatant example of the Democrat majority pushing through legislation without careful consideration of the impact it may have on the federal government. Moreover, this provision is a departure from past precedent because it would allow veterans to sue the United States for a disability incurred in military service. This type of change would not simply be airdropped into a bill without careful consideration within this committee. The VA estimates that the PACT Act will cause an unprecedented backlog of over 1.5 million disability claims. This will lead to longer wait times for veterans and put a strain on VBA resources and personnel. An increase in claims decisions is likely to result in an increase in appeals, which will add to the appeals backlog. All veterans, not just toxic exposed veterans, will be forced to wait months or years for a final decision on their disability claim or appeal. This is a big risk to take when there is little to no science backing the benefits expansion under this bill. And our moral responsibility, what will I say to the veterans in my district who could get health care now if we refuse to consider a bill that will pass? I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The House will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate. Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S. 3600, an act to improve the cybersecurity of the federal government and for other purposes, in which concurrence of the House is requested.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend and co-sponsor of H.R. 3967. She's the chairwoman of the chair of the Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs Subcommittee, and also a veteran herself and former commander of a naval surface ship, Ms. Luria from Virginia.
Gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chairman Takano. And Mr. Speaker, as a 20-year veteran myself, it's an honor to stand before you today. I would say that the urgency of what our veterans are facing should not be lost on this body. Autoimmune disorders, cancer, chronic disease, respiratory issues, infertility, and organ failure are just a few in a lengthy list of conditions associated with toxins during military service. Why should our veterans who risk their lives on the battlefield now have to battle for their health care when they return home? There should be no question of our commitment to the veterans who voluntarily served our nation without hesitation. This body should not hesitate to pass this legislation, the Honoring Our Pact Act. I'm proud to serve a district that has such a strong military and veterans presence. Nearly 1 out of every 6 people in Virginia's 2nd Congressional District is a veteran, and even more are their family members. Many of those veterans come from the Gulf War era, with 42% of them having served in the post-9/11 era. My presence at this podium today reconfirms my unwavering commitment to all of our constituents who depend on the passage of this legislation to get the health care that they deserve from toxic exposure. Let me be clear, veterans have earned the right to accessible VA health care. As such, the choice is clear that we need to pass the Honoring Our Pact Act. Our work on this vital legislation has been bipartisan, and it incorporates 2 bills that I've introduced. The Covenant Act, which recognized the toxic exposure of so many of our veterans and established their eligibility for health care. Furthermore, we've introduced in this legislation a provision that brings the VA healthcare notifications into the 21st century, allowing the Secretary of the VA to notify our veterans of their disability determinations electronically, something that is long overdue and has been coordinated with and requested by the Secretary of the VA. Let me say again that as a 20-year veteran myself, I support this legislation and I want to get this health care to all of those veterans who've served and who desperately need it, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How much time remaining do I have?
The gentlewoman has 18 minutes remaining.
Thank you. The benefits provided under this bill have little to no scientific basis. For example, in 2020, the National Academies reviewed 11 of the 24 burn pit-related conditions in the bill, but could not establish a link between exposure to burn pits and those 11 conditions. The other 13 conditions were not reviewed, which further proves the point that more research is needed. It is not fair to provide benefits to select veterans under this bill while telling other veterans to wait for the science. Instead, there needs to be a fair and consistent process to decide if there is enough evidence supporting the extension of benefits to a condition that may be linked to toxic exposure. This bill sets a dangerous precedent that we cannot afford to maintain for the next group of toxic exposure veterans wanting benefits with no scientific support. And may also add that veterans need not be in a battle for health care if we pass today the Health Care for Burn Pit Veterans Act, which is already passed in the Senate. We have received zero assurance from the VA that the PACT Act can be implemented without disrupting services to veterans. I hear every day from veterans who cannot get care in a timely manner through the VA right now. The PACT Act would make millions more veterans eligible for care through the same system, much more than the Health Care for Veterans Burn Pit Act would, and of course, that will have implications for access. Even VA's own providers have expressed concern about the impact an influx of new patients without accommodations and resources will have clogging up an already overburdened system. I reserve.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time remains?
Gentleman has 15 and a half minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend who serves as chair of the Subcommittee on Technology Modernization on the Veterans Affairs Committee, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mervan.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Takano, for the time. I am proud to rise today in support of honoring our PACT Act. Respectfully, the impact of this piece of legislation will be veterans receive world-class health care. As I meet with veterans and veteran groups from Northwest Indiana, I continue to be grateful every day for their selfless service and sacrifice by our veterans and their families. Just yesterday, less than 24 hours ago, a veteran from representing the DAV came to me who had 2 forms of cancer, who was advocating not only for himself, but other veterans to make sure they received the care and the necessity of care that they deserve. As we have a responsibility to ensure that all veterans receive world-class health care when they return home from protecting our freedoms and defending our democracy, I commend Chairman Takano for his consistent advocacy and leadership to bring this measure to the floor today. I appreciate the announcement yesterday that the VA will process claims for toxic exposed veterans with certain rare respiratory cancers. More must be done. I encourage all my colleagues to vote for the Honoring Our PACT Act so that a regular and transparent process is established to ensure that all issues facing toxic exposed veterans are comprehensively addressed. And as I opened, the impact of this legislation is that veterans receive the world-class health care they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Iowa.
Thank you. I applaud the VA for initiating a review of these 9 rare cancers to determine if they are linked to airborne hazard exposure while deployed. I'm looking forward to hearing about the VHA's research, which supported the expansion of benefits to these Gulf War and post-9/11 veterans. Likewise, I am interested in learning more about the number of veterans who would be impacted by this decision and the effect it will have on the VA. However, these 9 cancers are only a subset of the conditions included in Chairman Takano's bill. I believe more scientific research is needed to determine if additional disabilities are linked to airborne hazard exposure. Both the majority and the minority want world-class health care for our veterans, and thus it underscores our concern with this bill. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Now I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend and actually neighbor in California, someone who has authored a great big section of this bill on our presumptives, the House Veterans Affairs Committee, where he's an active member on the Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs Committee, the gentleman from California, my friend, Dr. Ruiz.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
As we stand here right now, our service members have returned home from the battlefield only to become delayed casualties of war due to their battlefield exposure to toxic burn pits. My constituents, Jennifer Kepner and Alejandro Camacho, both developed cancers from the burn pit toxic smoke containing carcinogens they breathe day in and day out while serving our country. Jen Kepner died from pancreatic cancer, and Alejandro Camacho suffers from testicular cancer. Let me repeat that. They got sick because they were exposed to burn pits, toxic smoke while doing their duty for our country. To make matters worse, both Jennifer and Alejandro were turned down when applying for benefits because the VA said that there wasn't enough evidence to link their illness to their service. To not give our veterans the proper care and benefits they earned and rightly deserved is a dereliction of our nation's duty. That is why I introduced the Presumptive Benefits for Warfighters Exposed to Burn Pits and Other Toxics Act. It would create a presumption of service connection for 23 illnesses, including cancers related to services near burn pits, and it has been included in the Honoring Our Pact Act. My bill is the very soul of the Honoring Our Pact Act. It will take the burden off of our veterans to prove that they are sick as a result of their service by presuming the reason they were diagnosed with this illness is because of their service near burn pits. Now is the time to fix this, and anything short of including all 23 of these illnesses is not good enough. The Healthcare for Burn Pits Veterans Act is not good enough. It will shortchange our veterans. It's like telling a pneumonia patient who needs antibiotics for the cure that, hey, listen, let's just give you the Tylenol, call it the day, and we've taken care of the patient. That is a medical negligence, and that is not what we're going to do to our veterans. We cannot have another Agent Orange in our generation and delay until dead, as our Vietnam veterans have said. So I urge my colleagues to support passage of this life-saving bipartisan bill. I urge them to stop the medical negligence, the dereliction of duty, to come together as a country and do what's right because the science is there. It's not a secret. Carcinogens cause cancer. Burn pit smoke have carcinogens. Our burn pits veterans are delayed casualties from cancers.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Iowa.
The veterans who are sick may not be able to get benefits immediately under this bill, since they will be waiting for the VA to process their claims during a 1.5 million claim backlog. There's also no guarantee VA will get it right the first time. The VA does not have a great track record of accurately processing claims while working to address a massive backlog. For example, during the Obama administration, VA took shortcuts to artificially reduce the backlog, such as the Provisional Denial Program. We should be focused on getting them the care they need now to recover while continuing to work on the best path forward to other benefits. Additionally, without a clear path forward in the Senate on the PACT Act, veterans will continue to wait while Congress works to get it right. The revisions to the presumptive framework in Title II were unveiled less than 2 weeks ago. We have not had a chance to discuss these changes publicly with stakeholders and VA. As such, it is unclear if the changes made by Rules Committee print version would improve or hinder VA's efforts to establish a consistent scientific process for deciding when to extend benefits based on toxic exposure. And by doing so, as my colleague suggests, we may, in fact, not go down a pathway determining why a veteran is ill and what other exposures may have caused their illness. I believe more time is needed to refine the presumptive framework in this bill to ensure that veterans will receive a fair look at which conditions are linked to toxic exposure. We can pass the Healthcare for Burn Pit Veterans Act now as the first step to get these veterans the health care that they need as we continue to develop a bipartisan, bicameral way forward on the presumptive framework. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my very good friend who serves as a subcommittee chair on the Appropriations Committee and also a former member of the House Veterans Affairs Committee, the gentleman from Georgia, Chairman Sanford Bishop.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman for yielding. And, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the Honor Our Pact Act, which will ensure that veterans who've been exposed to toxic substances, materials, or environments during their military service, particularly toxic burn pits and Agent Orange, will receive the care and benefits they deserve. Exposure to these toxins has led to devastating health conditions suffered by veterans, including neurological disorders, pulmonary diseases, and forms of cancer and other conditions. In the past, the government has been too slow to recognize the link between exposure to toxic substances and the medical problems that veterans have dealt with when they returned home. As a result, veterans and their families have been denied benefits and much-needed disability compensation to deal with the health effects of these toxins. The Honoring Our Pact Act will correct these errors and renew our solemn commitment to our nation's veterans. I urge my colleagues to support the Honoring Our Pact Act to ensure that our country fulfills Abraham Lincoln's promise to care for him and her who shall have borne the burden. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Iowa.
Thank you. The concerns the minority had with this bill were laid out during the markup of the PACT Act, as well as the roundtable last month. We did not see the revised text until it was published by the Rules Committee. At the ranking member's direction, the minority staff were willing to work through these concerns with your staff, line by line, but this was rebuffed. The minority staff was also told that any proposed changes to the scope of the bill would not be accepted. It is clear that the majority was not willing to address our concerns with this bill. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield 1 minute to my very good friend who serves on the Educational Labor Committee, a member of the Select Committee on Intelligence, and is a subcommittee chair on the Foreign Affairs Committee, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I proudly represent what's known as Military City, USA, San Antonio, Texas, the home to hundreds, if not thousands, of veterans who, like others across the country, were exposed to open-air burn pits, whose lives, some of them, have been ruined. And for some, it's cost them their life. And we have to stand up for our veterans the way they stood up for our country when they were on active duty. Yet what I keep hearing from Republicans is that there's not enough information, there's not enough money. Mr. Speaker, how often do you hear people around here ask whether it's too expensive to buy a tank, whether it's too expensive to buy a jet or an aircraft carrier? Yet when it comes to our men and women in uniform who go risk their lives on behalf of our countries and our allies, the question coming from Republicans is whether it's too expensive. Why don't you just tell them that it's too goddamn expensive to save their lives? Why don't you tell them that they're not worth the money? Because what you're saying is that you want tax cuts for billionaires and cancer for veterans. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Iowa.
The question from Republicans is why not pass a bill that has already passed the Senate that would give access to life-saving health care to our veterans now? I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Iowa reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
At this time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my very good friend who serves on the Education and Labor Committee with me and as the subcommittee chair on the Agriculture Committee, the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes.
Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to urge my colleagues to support the Honoring Our Pact Act, which upholds the promise we made to service members that we would care for them if they became sick or wounded while fighting to protect this country. This legislation recognizes the full range of military toxic exposures that service members have faced. This monumental package also includes my bill, the Palomares Veterans Act, which would remove barriers to benefits and compensation for those veterans who responded to one of the largest nuclear disasters in history. Over 55 years ago, a B-52 bomber collided with aircraft over the Spanish village of Palomares, creating radiation exposure in more than 1,600 U.S. airmen who had no protection when they responded to the crash. Decades later, many of these airmen are suffering and dying from health conditions that likely came from radioactive material. But the VA still does not count Palomares as a radiation risk event or provide these veterans with benefits or disability. My bill and the Honoring Our Pact Act would address this, ensuring these veterans get the health care and benefits they deserve and ensuring their surviving spouses and children are eligible for benefits. The job of Congress is to appropriate funds, yet whenever we want to help people, my Republican colleagues say no.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
If we're not willing to spend on veterans, what are we willing
Gentlewoman's time
to
has
spend
expired.
on?
Gentleman from
With
California.
that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman reserves.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized. Reserves. Gentleman from California.
At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend who's a valued member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, serving the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frankel.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and your great leadership. Mr. Speaker, I'm blessed. My son, Ben, a Marine War veteran, he returned safely from tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. He's now a small business owner. He's even given me 2 beautiful grandsons. But listen, not every family is as lucky. Our service men and women put their lives on the line for our nation, and yet for too long, countless veterans have unknowingly been exposed to environmental hazards and toxic waste like burn pits during their duty. And then they come back home with long-term health impacts like cancer, infertility, and breathing issues. Mr. Speaker, they deserve better. We owe them better. And here's the thing. If we're willing to send our troops to war, we must also be willing to care for their health upon return. And this includes the 80,000 veterans in my home area, Palm Beach County. It's time for Congress to honor this commitment and pass the Honoring Our Pact Act to provide access to VA health care to millions of veterans exposed to toxic substances. The best way to thank our veterans for their service is with action. I urge my colleagues to pass this important bill, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from California reserves.
Mr. Speaker, may I just ask how much time remains?
Gentleman has 7.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Iowa.
Republicans agree with Democrats about how important it is to help veterans suffering from toxic exposure. However, there is nothing bipartisan about how the majority has gone about this. The majority has consistently refused to meaningfully communicate with us on this bill. We are seeing similar refusal to work together in good faith on other fronts as well. This is the 3rd controversial veterans bill that has gone before this rules this year alone. In 2017, when this committee had a Republican chairman, the New York Times called the VA committee the most bipartisan in Congress. That is not the case in the House anymore, not since the Democrat majority took charge. I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Iowa reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield 1 minute to my very good friend who serves on the House Appropriations Committee, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Mang.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today in favor of H.R. 3967, Honoring Our Pact Act, authored by my friend and esteemed colleague, Chairman Takano. This important bill includes the text of my bill, the Mark Takai Atomic Veterans Healthcare Parity Act, named after our dear late friend and colleague, Representative Mark Takai. H.R. 3967 would permit veterans who participated in the nuclear cleanup of Eniwetok Atoll in the Western Pacific to be treated as radiation-exposed veterans and receive service-connected compensation benefits. Current law only covers service members who participated in active nuclear tests and not those who participated in the cleanup. With the passage of this bill, Congress will finally right this wrong. Once again, I want to thank Chairman Mark Takano for his tremendous leadership on this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to vote for the passage of H.R. 3967. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Iowa reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my good friend who serves on the Financial Services Committee and the Natural Resources Committee, the gentleman from Guam, Mr. San Nicolas.
Gentleman from Guam is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Imagine a system that frustrates you being weaponized in order to deny you the care that you're entitled to, or that you should be entitled to in this country. That's what we do when we say that the inefficiencies of the VA system is reason for us to not pass this bill. This bill is going to do so much good for veterans who deserve it, and it's going to do so much good for particular veterans who served on Guam and were exposed to Agent Orange. It's the only bill right now, Mr. Speaker, that's going to get that done. The late Lonnie Kilpatrick died from his exposures to Agent Orange, and my bipartisan colleague Gus Bilirakis and I introduced a bill to address that exposure. And this legislation that we're talking about today, the Honoring Our Pact Act, will get that done. Let's not weaponize the frustrations of the VA to prevent those kind of solutions. Let's get this done for our veterans. It's about time. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
And yields back. The gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Iowa reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 2.5 minutes to my good friend and colleague from the state of California, the author of the provisions on the 23 presumptions, Dr. Ruiz.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. I've been hearing these arguments or these pleads that our colleagues on the other side agree with the sentiment, that they agree that they want to take care of this. Well, those are just words. Whether they agree will be demonstrated by their vote. Those are actions. I'm hearing the same excuses that our Vietnam veterans heard when they were dying from Agent Orange and pleading for help. The excuse of the science is not there. We need more time. Oh, it costs too much. Well, listen here, the science is there. As a medical professional, I reviewed the science. The scientific studies were flawed. They did not ask the right questions, and there is enough evidence from other extrapolated data that shows that carcinogens can cause cancer, that heavy toxic metals in your lungs can cause pulmonary fibrosis. And we got to make sure that if the burn pits are illegal in the United States, they should be illegal everywhere else because of this science. Then we hear we need more time. Well, look, it's taken us years to get to this point. And I want them to ask the widows of Jen Kepner and all the veterans, the thousands of widows and sons and daughters who lost their parents, if they need more time. To them, it's too late, and we need to act now. And this is reminiscent to the notion that our Vietnam veterans say that what they want to do is delay till dead. Delay until they're dead, and we cannot allow that to happen. Then the next is it costs too much. Well, that's a value statement. That is a value statement. And to us, valuing the lives of our veterans and their family members is more important than giving billions of dollars to billionaires in a tax law that shortchanged the middle class, and their health care for the Burn Pits Act will shortchange our veterans and their widows who need the care right now because they're dying from burn pits. That is our value, and that is the value I'm pleading to the folks on the other side to join us in a bipartisan way with unity to support our veterans. So veterans are watching, they're listening, they care. Some are even listening to this with oxygen and nasal cannula, taking their medications. Some could possibly be in their hospital bed taking chemotherapy. Some are in tears because their widow and their father or mother's experiences are finally being recognized, and finally we are able to do something. They are watching, and your sympathies will be reflected in your vote. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you. The Blue Water Navy and Agent Orange were different. In 2011, the Institute of Medicine concluded that given the passage of time and lack of sampling data, there was not enough information to conclusively determine whether Blue Water Navy veterans were exposed to Agent Orange. However, we already knew what conditions were linked to Agent Orange. On the other hand, VA already presumes that certain veterans were exposed to burn pits, but it's unclear what conditions are linked to that exposure. The use of burn pits was more recent, and much of the data needed to determine whether benefits are warranted for certain conditions is still available. That is why I support, and why I urge my colleagues to support, H.R. 6659, which has already passed the Senate, which would advance research into health benefits of toxic exposures and get needed health care for those veterans now.
Woman from Iowa reserves.
reserve.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and I'm prepared to close. Oh, no. On this, well, no. I have no more speakers and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Iowa prepared to close. Gentlewoman.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I was pleased that during last night's State of the Union that President Biden highlighted the need to address the needs of toxic exposed veterans. As I stated earlier in debate, just yesterday, VA announced it is initiating the rulemaking process to extend benefits to certain Gulf War and post-9/11 veterans who developed 9 respiratory cancers. Clearly, Secretary McDonough has the authority to provide benefits for veterans on a presumptive basis. I applaud the Secretary for exercising his authority to provide toxic exposed veterans with the earned benefits based on science and urge him to continue to do so. We should pass the Health Care for Burn Pit Veterans Act now, so we can send it straight to the President's desk immediately while we continue to work with our Senate colleagues and VA on the right solution for additional benefits. However, toxic exposed veterans will not receive health care or benefits simply by virtue of passing the PACT Act in the House today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Iowa yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I close, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter of support from the Independence Fund.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, as I close, give the final words on the underlying bill, the PACT Act. On my mind is a constituent, a Vietnam veteran named Zach Earp, a distant relative of the great Wyatt Earp. Zach sacrificed mightily on behalf of our country, and his body trembles today from Parkinsonism, one of the presumptives that got added during the Blue Water Navy debate. And I was happy to lead the final charge on getting the Blue Water Navy Act across the finish line. But you know what? Passage of that bill and its signature and its signing into law finally brought justice to our Vietnam veterans who served on naval surface ships in the territorial waters of Vietnam. It was 40 years late. Justice 40 years late. I vowed that this would not happen again. And to pass half measures, 1/10 measures, or 0.5% measures, which is what the minority proposes to do today, as a substitute for a comprehensive bill, is simply repeating the history of what we did to our Vietnam veterans. Burn pits are this generation of veterans' Agent Orange. My friends, we cannot repeat that history. We owe our Vietnam veterans a promise that we would not repeat the history that was done to them. As for the cost, I hear the other side competing with the president. Let us send more billions of dollars to Ukraine. And I myself would support a robust response to Ukraine in terms of money. But where's that same sense of one-upmanship when it comes to taking care of the veterans here in America? The unfinished business. Racing to the finish when we can't, people are falling over each other in this chamber to get more money to Ukraine, and that's the right thing to do. But it's also the right thing to do to take care of our veterans and to finish the unfinished business. And finally, the science. I'm glad to see science is being taken so seriously by the minority after we've seen skepticism about vaccines, skepticism about climate change, and suddenly we're looking for a scientific absolutism about our veterans. My friends, the science is there. Let's get this done. Let's pass the PACT Act today with a big bipartisan vote.
Gentleman from California yields back. All time for debate has expired. Each further amendment printed in Part B of House Report 117-253, not earlier considered as part of amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 950, shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time after debate for the chair of the Committee on Veterans Affairs or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of House Report 117-253, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 7 of House Resolution 950, I rise to offer the 23 amendments en bloc to H.R. 3967.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-253, offered by Mr. Takano of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 950, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentlewoman from Iowa, Mrs. Miller Meeks, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan en bloc of amendments, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
I rise in support of the en bloc package. Many of these amendments strengthen the underlying bill. However, I wish we could have more time in committee to fully examine the impact these amendments would have on this legislation. And while I will not oppose the en bloc package, some of the included amendments are well outside the Veterans Affairs Committee's jurisdiction or may require additional work, and I must highlight these concerns. 3 of the amendments clearly impact the operations of the Department of Defense and are well outside the Department of Veterans Affairs expertise or mission. Representative Bush's Amendment 3 would necessitate that the VA review known cases of toxic exposure on military installations both in the United States and abroad. Bush Amendment 4 requires a study of health outcomes related to waste from the Manhattan Project. If anyone is going to conduct such reviews, it should be the Department of Defense, not the Department of Veterans Affairs. VA's time and resources need to be focused on meeting the needs of veterans, not on investigating activities on military bases or as part of military programs. Yet another amendment, Representative Pappas's Amendment 17, would require VA to conduct a study outside of VA's expertise and purview. This amendment would require VA to coordinate with the Department of Defense to provide training to active duty service members on toxic exposure. It is inappropriate for the VA to be involved in training active duty service members. That is entirely the DoD's purview. Finally, Representative Scallon's Amendment 24 would authorize an additional $150 million in discretionary funding for VA's Veterans Benefits Management System ahead of an expected drastic increase in disability claims should the PACT Act be enacted. I agree with the intent. We need to make additional investments in benefits IT, but this is not the right way to do it. According to the CBO, the bill already includes funding for IT improvements. We have no plan from the VA about how various systems should be modernized and how much it will ultimately cost. The worst thing we could do is to throw money at individual systems with no coordination. Moreover, this amendment improperly earmarks $150 million for VBMS, which is a dysfunctional and flawed system. VBMS has cost over $1 billion and has been struggling since its inception 10 years ago. I'm not comfortable with spending another $150 million on it unless the VA gives us a plan explaining how it can be modernized. Moving forward, we need to work on allocating funding where it can have the most impact. Again, I support the intent and look forward to ensuring that any IT funding supports veterans in the manner intended. As I stated earlier, while I do have concerns about these 4 amendments, I will support the en bloc package and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to my very good friend who serves on the Judiciary Committee and the House Oversight and Reform Committee, the gentlewoman from Missouri. 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Bush. 2 minutes.
Gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chairman Takano, for your leadership on this historic legislation. St. Louis and I rise today in support of H.R. 3967, the Honoring Our Pact Act, to expand healthcare research and resources for our veterans who are far too often exposed to toxic substances, both around the world and at home in St. Louis. And this means so much to me as a nurse. I see it all the time. I am proud to put forward 4 critical amendments to this legislation to help expand racial equity and study the military's environmental impact through rigorous Department of Veterans Affairs research initiatives. My first 2 amendments ensure that VA research studies include a broader array of demographic information, including race, ethnicity, and disability status, in gathering information on the impacts of toxic exposure. Our third vital amendment ensures the VA will extend reviews of known cases of toxic exposure to military sites abroad. The Department of Defense needs to provide concrete data about the waste and pollution we are leaving in the nearly 750 military bases in over 80 countries around the world. Finally, our last amendment adds a new study to this bill to measure the harmful health consequences of Manhattan Project waste on our veterans and their families in St. Louis. If you're from North St. Louis, there is a good chance that at some point in your life, you have been exposed to toxic military waste like I have. From Westlake Landfill to Coldwater Creek, toxic military nuclear waste has been dumped in our communities, leading to rare cancers and birth defects. Our veterans worked with this waste and are still living with it. This study is just one step we're taking to care for their health and safety. I look forward to voting in support of the Honoring Our Pact Act and advancing these critical amendments that will help us to save lives. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to yield 2 minutes to my colleague from Ohio, Mr. Gibbs.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you for yielding. I rise today, amendment number 8 in the en bloc support. This amendment helps veterans and their families navigate a bureaucratic maze of the VA. And they're very frustrated lots of times that they receive medical treatment at a non-VA facility. When a veteran is admitted to a hospital or emergency department, they currently only have 3 days to notify the VA. If they fail to notify the VA in that 3-day window, any claim associated with that visit will be automatically denied. There are circumstances when getting immediate medical care outside of the VA system is the veteran's only option, especially during a medical emergency. They and their families should not have to worry about paperwork and the bureaucracy if the veteran is facing a life-threatening condition or is unable to make his or her own health care decisions. My amendment simply just lengthens that window, adds another day under that window to report the claim. And when you think about this, if you go on an emergency basis, after you get stabilized, it might take a couple days in the hospital to get stabilized. That extra day doesn't seem like much, but it's really important because they get stabilized and they get time to sort through where they're at, and they won't. That is so important because we've helped hundreds and maybe even thousands of veterans back in Ohio, and this comes up all the time, and we fight to get their claim. And I think it's really important. Just a little bit extra time. It's really a no-brainer issue, I think. And I appreciate the chair put it in the in block, because it is really important, because veterans, especially when they're at a non-veterans facility and have emergency care, shouldn't have to worry about that deadline. Just give them a little extra time. So I appreciate that, and I support amendment number 8. Thank you. I yield back.
Yields back. The gentlewoman from Iowa reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend who serves as the chair of the Agriculture Committee, subcommittee chair on the Agriculture Committee, and a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger.
Thank you very much,
Gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, my commitment to supporting veterans suffering from toxic exposures has been ironclad since I first met the late Michael Lesick, a father, a husband, a firefighter, and a veteran who died of cancer related to his exposures. And it continued when I met Gilly Jenkins, an atomic veteran from Chesterfield, Virginia, who in his 90s is still fighting for the recognition of his brothers in arms and the sacrifices that they made. And today, when I rise in support of my amendment to H.R. 3967, I am doing so inspired by William G. Collins, a veteran from Louisa County, Virginia. My amendment would require the VA to investigate the long-term health impacts of jet fuel exposures on our country's service members. Mr. Collins, a veteran from Louisa County, Virginia, is living with Parkinson's, and as a former Air Force crew fire chief, his years of constant exposure to jet fuel put him at risk. But now the VA does not recognize Mr. Collins' condition as having a service connection. Mr. Collins served honorably, and he should know that his country has his back. This amendment would bring us one step closer to ensuring that veterans like William have the health care benefits they deserve and the acknowledgement of their sacrifice. Mr. Collins says this disease has impacted my health, my economic security, and potentially my wife and I's dream of spending our last years on our beloved farm where we raised our family. Today, I urge my colleagues to support this long overdue amendment as we support all of our nation's veterans. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your work, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized. Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to recognize a distinguished member of the Appropriations Committee, actually a distinguished chair, a subcommittee chair of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Cartwright from the state of Pennsylvania.
For how long?
2 minutes.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from California, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Speaker, here's the deal. When we send our service members into harm's way, the deal is that we're going to take care of them when they get back home. It's more than a deal. It's a pact. It's something sacred. But for far too long, Congress and the VA, the Department of Veterans Affairs, have been slow in acting on that pact, citing the high cost or the lack of science. The result is a disability claims benefit process that is cumbersome and places the burden on the veteran himself or herself to prove toxic exposure. I rise in support of my amendment, which streamlines this process. It helps ease the burden of the disability benefit claims process on service members and their families by, number one, requiring the Secretary of the VA to share a list of resources for toxic exposed veterans, caregivers of toxic exposed veterans, and survivors of toxic exposed vets with national veteran service organizations and other veterans groups. And number two, it requires the secretary, the VA secretary, to share an outreach program with those VSOs. I believe we have to take every step possible to ensure that we offer the best care to those who have served our nation. My amendment is a step forward in reaching the goal service members and their families should be made aware of every resource, and that includes the resources including in the Honoring Our Pact Act. I thank the chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman's prepared to close. Gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask all of my colleagues to join me in supporting these 23 amendments en bloc, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 950, the previous question is ordered on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from California. The question is on the amendments en bloc. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Arizona.
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. It's now in order to consider Amendment Number 5, printed in Part B of House Report 117-253. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise as a designee of the gentleman from Illinois, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-253, offered by Mrs. Miller Meeks of Iowa.
Pursuant to House Resolution 950, the gentlewoman from Iowa, Mrs. Miller Meeks, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa.
Thank you. I rise today to discuss Ranking Member Boss' amendment to replace the PACT Act with the Health Care for Burn Pit Veterans Act. The Health Care for Burn Pit Veterans Act is a bipartisan legislation that has already passed in the Senate. It would expand health care for toxic exposed veterans by extending VA's enhanced combat eligibility period from 5 to 10 years. That would give post 9/11 combat veterans a decade after leaving the military to enroll in VA care without having a service-connected disability rating or a low income. Those who have been out of the military for more than a decade would be able to enroll during a 1-year open enrollment period. The bill would also improve training for VA staff on how to recognize and treat toxic exposure, research on the impact of toxic exposure, and outreach about the resources available to veterans regarding toxic exposure. CBO has estimated that the bill would cost $1 billion in discretionary funding over 10 years. That is in stark contrast to over $300 billion discretionary and mandatory cost of the PACT Act. The Health Care for Burn Pit Veterans Act would not expand compensation benefits for toxic exposed veterans. I appreciate the importance of benefits. That's why Ranking Member Bost and I remain committed to working across the aisle and Capitol to improve benefits for toxic exposed veterans. The framework that the PACT Act establishes to do that, however, is unworkable. And I am afraid the PACT Act will stall without a clear path forward in the Senate. I don't want to let perfect be the enemy of good on an issue as important as this one. I also don't want to let this Congress go by without helping veterans who are sick and dying from toxic exposure. As a veteran and as a doctor who has cared for sick and dying patients, that would be an unacceptable outcome for me. Passage of the Health Care for Burn Pit Veterans Act is a critical first step in saving the lives of veterans suffering from toxic exposure. The House should not let another day go by without sending it to the President. The stakes are too high. Behind me is a picture of Lauren Rice. She passed away from conditions she and her husband Jim believe were related to toxic exposure. Ranking Member Bost invited Jim to testify last year about Lauren's legacy. During his testimony, Jim stressed the need to provide veterans like her with VA health care. And as he said, benefits don't mean much if a veteran isn't alive to get them because they didn't get the health care they need and earned. Jim's message is an important one. Some veterans cannot afford to keep waiting for Congress to agree on a comprehensive way forward. That would be a monumental task, and we have not even started it yet. That's why the House must pass the Health Care for Veterans Act today. I hope we will. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized
Mr.
for 5
Speaker,
minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to the ranking member's, to Ranking Member Boss substitute offered in his absence by Representative Miller Meeks. I want to be clear about what this substitute is and what it is not. The ranking member has offered this amendment as the solution to addressing toxic exposure, but it is not that. The substitute amendment is the exact text of a Senator Tester bill, which is meant to be the first part of a three-part effort in the Senate. What Senator Tester has proposed is doing in 3 phases what we have done in the PACT Act together. Yet, my colleague from Illinois and my colleague from Iowa have taken the work of the Senate without intending to do any more. This is it. They are representing this as the complete solution, which amounts to really a bait and switch. This substitute amendment would strike the entire PACT Act and replace it with an expansion of existing health care eligibility for combat veterans from 5 to 10 years. The Congressional Budget Office estimates that this provision will impact roughly 16,000 veterans over the next 10 years. This is laudable, but let's talk about the math. Over the past 20 years, 3.5 million service members deployed to areas where they may have been exposed to toxic substances. So the ranking member's amendment would leave behind over 3.4 million veterans. This is not even a half measure, this substitute, this replacement that they offer. It's not even 1/10. It's 1/2 of 1%. A 1/2 of 1% solution compared to the comprehensive bill that we need. The policy of this amendment is something we agree on. We should enhance eligibility for combat veterans, which is why we included the language in the bill before you today. However, it only covers less than a half percentage point of the number of veterans that would be covered under PACT. My colleague is asserting that less than a half a percentage point is enough to be done and then walk away. The math does not add up, and veterans know it. And that is why over 42 veteran service organizations are supporting the PACT Act. Again, I referenced the letters previously inserted into the record. During the President's State of the Union address last night, he highlighted the importance of this topic, citing his own family's tragedy and the loss of his son, Bo, to brain cancer after his military service. He called on Congress to, quote, pass a law to make sure veterans devastated by toxic exposures in Iraq and Afghanistan finally get the benefits and comprehensive health care that they deserve, end quote. Let me repeat that. Pass a law to make sure veterans devastated by toxic exposures in Iraq and Afghanistan finally get the benefits and comprehensive health care they deserve. The BOSS substitute is far from comprehensive. In fact, it is a fraction of what our veterans have earned and deserve. It is time we honored our pact with our veterans, and that's why I implore my colleagues to reject this incremental measure and join me in supporting the only comprehensive toxic exposure legislation that delivers on our sacred promise, the PACT Act. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentleperson has 1 minute and 15 seconds left.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to reserve my time.
The gentleperson reserves. The gentleperson from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With all due deference to my colleague, Representative Bost, Ranking Member Bost, has made it abundantly clear that this is a first step, not a last step, but an initial first step in getting veterans the health care that they need and deserve. And with that, I urge my colleagues and implore my colleagues to pass Mr. Boss Amendment 5. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleperson yields back. The gentleperson from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield my remaining time to my good friend who serves on the Budget Committee and on Homeland Security Committee and as Subcommittee Chair on the Judiciary Committee, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentleperson is recognized.
I thank my distinguished friend, and I rise enthusiastically, joining the President and joining our Chairman in honoring our PACT Act. And just remind the underlying amendment by Mr. Boss, 0.5%. Do we, in this time, do our veterans, do our soldiers deserve half treatment? I don't think so. The Jackson Lee Amendment adds to this legislation. It would add a report on the feasibility of modifying the individual longitudinal exposure record system used to register toxic exposure of military personnel to include members of the National Guard who are deployed in the United States in connection with a natural disaster without regard to duty status and may record information regarding a suspected exposure by the National Guard to toxic substances while they're in the midst of their rescues. We know, and we thank the House Veterans Affairs Committee for recognizing and working with my staff that the National Guard is involved in toxic matters on home side. They collaborate with and support civilian authorities and traditional first responders. They're called in as a helpmate. They serve to strengthen and expand local disaster response, while the emergency services of a state or locale may have robust plans to deal with unexpected, sometimes disasters strike that overwhelm their resources. Let me just show you. They are involved in the work. This is an important amendment. I ask my colleagues to support it.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Yield back.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to address the House and reclaim my
Time
time.
from California has expired. Has now expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 950, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentle lady from Iowa. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
For what purpose does the gentlelady arrive?
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote. Pursuant to Section 3A of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 6, printed in Part B of House Report 117-253. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California, or the gentleman from California, gentlewoman from Iowa, seek recognition? From California, I'm sorry, gentlewoman from California. For what purpose?
Over here, over here. She's over here.
Gentlewoman from California. Now I'm oriented.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Thank you. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-253, offered by Ms. Brownlee of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 950, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee, and a member opposed. Each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to offer a straightforward amendment to H.R. 3967, the Honoring Our PACT Act, which would simply ensure toxic exposed veterans have access to mammography screenings. I'd like to begin by thanking my colleague from Iowa, Congresswoman Miller Meeks, for co-authoring this amendment, which is based on her outstanding bill. As chair of the House Veteran Affairs Subcommittee on Health, I very much want to see the gentle lady's good bill advance, which is why I am offering this amendment today. As you know, the conditions related to toxic exposure manifest themselves in many ways and on many different timelines.
The incidence rate of breast cancer in women veterans is 20 to 40% higher than the incidence rate of breast cancer among non-veteran women. From 2000 to 2015, the VA saw the number of women diagnosed with breast cancer increase by 5 times for women ages 45 to 65. This is partly due to better screening, but still more can be done, particularly related to those who have been exposed to toxic substances. Ensuring that veterans have access to life-saving screening for breast cancer cannot depend on the time after separation from the military and must simply depend on whether a veteran served in a place where they were exposed to toxics. This amendment, based on the Service Act, directs the Department of Veteran Affairs to provide mammogram screenings for female veterans who served in areas associated with burn pits and other toxic exposure. It also directs the VA to submit a report to both the Senate and House Veteran Affairs Committee 2 years after enactment that compare the instances of breast cancer among members of the armed forces. Women veterans who serve in areas with high toxic exposure should not have to wait until they start showing symptoms or reach a certain age to access preventive mammography screenings. This is why I am proud to join Congresswoman Miller Meeks in offering this life-saving amendment. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlewoman, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I claim time in opposition, although I'm not opposed.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I was pleased to introduce this amendment alongside my colleague, Congresswoman Julia Brownlee from California. This amendment is based on our bill, H.R. 4794, the Making Advances in Mammography and Medical Options for Veterans Act. It would ensure that toxic exposed veterans can access mammography screenings through the VA healthcare system. As a doctor, I know how very important preventive care is. Early detection of cancer or other serious conditions can be life-saving for patients. Veterans deserve the very highest quality care that we can offer them, and that certainly includes timely access to mammograms, particularly for the growing number of women who are volunteering to serve in our armed forces. I thank Congresswoman Brownlee for working with me on this amendment. I am glad that it was made in order, and I urge all of my colleagues to support that. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves the balance of her time. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, how much time is remaining on each side?
Gentlelady has 2.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much. I yield 2 minutes to the great chair of the Veteran Affairs Committee who has worked diligently on this very, very important bill.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank my colleague, the chair of the Subcommittee on Health. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Brownlee-Miller-Meeks amendment. Women who have served in the military are 20 to 40% more likely to develop breast cancer than women who have never served. It is believed that it is due to exposure to radiation and other carcinogens while serving. It is therefore critical that VA ensure all veterans who served in locations associated with toxic exposure have access to prompt, high-quality breast imaging services to detect breast cancer early. This amendment would ensure just that. Any eligible veteran who is deployed and exposed to burn pits or airborne hazards would be eligible for mammography screening by VA. These screenings will save lives. Furthermore, it requires VA to submit a report to Congress on the rates of breast cancer among those veterans deployed to such toxic environments and compare those rates against their veteran peers who were not exposed, as well as the civilian population. Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I thank you and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Iowa yields back. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I just urge all members to support mammography screenings for toxic exposed veterans and vote yes on this amendment. And I would also like to say that we must pass this bill today, a bill that will finally bring justice to our veterans and provide our commitment and promise that we made to our veterans who served our country, both men and women. So this bill is long overdue. Men and women sign up for the armed forces. They know they may have to put their life on the line. They did not know that they may die of toxic exposures. This bill is long overdue. We need a yes vote on the amendment and a yes vote on the underlying bill. And with that, I yield back.
The previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment. And the gentleman from Texas, for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Speaker, personnel request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 3967 is postponed.
Sir, we got a transition for the committees. Foreign Affairs is getting set up. So
Okay.
we'll hold on this for a minute.
All right.
The next thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Stating that the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13660 of March 6, 2014, which was expanded in scope in Executive Order 13661 of March 16, 2014, Executive Order 13662 of March 20, 2014, and Executive Order 14065 of February 21, 2022, and under which additional steps were taken in Executive Order 13685 of December 19, 2014, and Executive Order 13849 of September 20, 2018, is to continue in effect beyond March 6, 2022. The actions and policies of persons that undermine democratic processes and institutions in Ukraine threatens its peace, security, stability, and sovereignty, and territorial integrity, and contribute to misappropriation of its assets, as well as the actions and policies of the government of the Russian Federation, including its purported annexation of Crimea, its use of force in Ukraine, and its purported recognition of the so-called Donetsk people of Republic of Luhansk People's Republic regions of Ukraine, continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13660 with respect to Ukraine. Signed, Joseph R. Biden Jr., the White House, March 2nd, 2022.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to H-Res 956, supporting the people of Ukraine.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 956, resolution supporting the people of Ukraine.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on H-Res 956.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my resolution, which I introduced with Representative Sparks to demonstrate bipartisan congressional support for the Ukrainian people. Today, we are witnessing the most devastating escalation of violence on the European continent in decades. And Vladimir Putin has launched an unjustifiable, senseless war on a peaceful, sovereign nation, the Ukraine. We are already seeing thousands of casualties, both Ukrainians and Russians, and hundreds of thousands of refugees fleeing to the European Union. And as we speak, Putin's army is encircling Ukrainian cities, including the capital of Kyiv. His forces are bombing indiscriminately, ruthlessly killing civilians and destroying critical infrastructure. And his despicable and utterly false claims to denazify Ukraine. He's bombed the memorial at Bamba Yar, where just weeks ago, Representative Sparks and I stood with other members of Congress at the site where tens of thousands were killed in massacres during the Holocaust. The streets we walked just a few weeks ago are now a battlefield, its citizens now soldiers. And let us be clear, this is but one person's war. This is caused by one individual by the name of Vladimir Putin. It is his war. Ukraine, the United States, and our allies have all actively engaged in a historic diplomatic push since before Russia marched their troops into the sovereign territory of Ukraine. Nevertheless, Putin chose the path of an unprovoked war instead. It is a peaceful Ukraine that is pleading for a ceasefire so that diplomacy and sanity can triumph over bloodshed and madness. Just this morning, the UN General Assembly held an emergency session that voted overwhelmingly against Russia's aggression. This vote reaffirms that values that we stand for and unequivocally demonstrates that the world stands with Ukraine. In this dark time, the United States has helped usher unprecedented amounts of assistance from the United States, Europe, our allies and partners from all around the world, from North Africa to North America to the Indo-Pacific, to aid Ukraine in defense of its nation. And I believe we must sustain that assistance as long as Ukrainians fight for a democratic future, free from Russian oppression. The defensive security assistance we have provided and continue to provide Ukraine to help fend off its autocratic invader is absolutely critical. Also, it is of utmost importance that we continue to surge humanitarian aid to Ukraine and the countries in the region accepting the growing influx of refugees. As of yesterday, nearly 700,000 had left their homes, left their country to seek safety, unsure of whether they will ever again see their homes. Estimates project that that number will quickly reach into the millions, as well as those who are displaced but remain in Ukraine. Our allies in Europe have acted admirably, so they've been accepting those fleeing the destruction, and we must do our part to help them as well. Amidst all the bloodshed, we're seeing astounding courage displayed by President Zelensky, the Ukrainian government, and above all, the Ukrainian people. We're also seeing the unity of the transatlantic alliance, more unified than ever in the face of Vladimir Putin's war. The people of Ukraine must continue to hear a message of loud and clear support from us, the United States Congress. They must see that they're suffering, that we stand with them, that in their fight against an authoritarian invader, and that we will continue to usher as much support to their cause as the United States can muster. Mr. Speaker, this resolution outlines the plan and sheds an indisputable light on the atrocities the Putin regime and the Russian military are committing. It demands an immediate ceasefire and full withdrawal of Russian forces from Ukraine. It backs additional coordinated economic measures to hold Putin accountable. It reaffirms our NATO Article 5 commitments, reaffirms Ukrainian sovereignty over Crimea and Donbass. It highlights the unprecedented global multilateral efforts of the Biden administration has helped usher. It states our commitment in the United States Congress to supporting the Ukrainian people throughout this terrifying ordeal and delivers perhaps the most important message a resolution can deliver right now, that the House of Representatives will never, ever recognize any illegitimate government that Putin hopes to install in the Ukraine. It's up to the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian people alone to choose their political leadership and their future. So I support this resolution, and I want to offer my sincerest thanks to Representative Sparks, but also to my ranking member, who we worked diligently in getting this resolution to make sure that it was a bipartisan resolution. And I appreciate Ranking Member McCall for his friendship and the way that we worked together now, but especially on this resolution. It's Democrat and Republican leadership work collectively also. For working with me, I want to thank them. They've worked with me for what I believe is a very strong message, a unified message to support the people of Ukraine. It's also a unified message to Vladimir Putin, whose objective was to divide us. Would have loved to divide us from our European allies, loved to divide us from NATO, loved to divide us from within. But with this resolution, it becomes crystal clear. Mr. Putin, you can't win this. We're going to stand against you, and we're going to preserve democracy, because that's what's at stake here. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me just thank Chairman Meeks for his leadership. This is really an historic time, not for only this nation, but the world, for Ukraine. It's a time when we come together, not as Republicans or Democrats, but as Americans in strong support for the people of Ukraine. I also want to thank Congresswoman Victoria Sparks, who is from Ukraine and who knows this story firsthand and very passionately has told her story about what it means. A country that's endured Hitler, a country that's endured Stalin, and now a country that's enduring Mr. Putin and the Russian aggression. And as we stand here, Ukrainians are fighting for their country and for their very lives. Vladimir Putin has launched the largest attack in Europe since World War II. His war machine has unleashed a brutal barrage of missiles and rockets on innocent Ukrainian civilians. In fact, there are 40 miles just north of Kyiv of tanks and military weaponry that's getting ready to go in and encircle the capital city. But the people of Ukraine are inspiring the world with their bravery in the face of this, of Putin's evil and unprovoked attack. Fathers and mothers, teachers and shop owners, taxi drivers and students are all taking up arms, making Molotov cocktails, joining Ukrainian soldiers to defend their country. And they're standing in front of the tanks, seeing a child standing in front of a tank just like Tiananmen Square, and the images coming out that are sent around the world. So we can all witness this, and this war against humanity and human rights, war crimes, and they're risking their lives to fight for freedom. And that's what this nation stands for, freedom and democracy. And despite the terror inflicted upon them by Putin's bombs and rockets, the Ukrainian people have courageously refused to relent. Vladimir Putin has underestimated them. He's underestimated their strength and their bravery, and the resiliency of the Ukrainian people has been an inspiration, really, for the world. We were told in our briefings, well, this will last 2 or 3 days. But they have stood up. And Putin needs to understand that he has miscalculated, and this will cost him at a very, very high price. He's underestimated the strength and bravery to his own peril. So I'm pleased that we were able to come together as not as Republicans or Democrats, as I said, but really as Americans, as we should, to express and send a strong message in support of the people of Ukraine and against this tyrant and this monster who is killing savagely civilians as I speak. And we've all seen the images of the women and the children and the refugees as they leave their fathers and husbands behind who are left to fight this war. This resolution really does one thing: to tell the world in one united voice that the United States of America stands opposed to oppression, that we stand with the people of Ukraine, and we stand against Mr. Putin's aggression. We must ensure that Putin fails. And I believe long-term he will. I'm hopeful today that today's resolution will also lead to additional constructive bipartisan steps to properly arm the Ukrainians in any way possible. As they have told us, we don't need your troops, but we need your weapons to fight against the Russians. You know, there was a tweet that came out from a dead Russian soldier who sent a text to his mother saying, I thought they were going to welcome us, that we were liberating them. And yet I'm seeing Ukrainians and children being run over by our tanks. And he says to his mother, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. He lies. He's deceptive. He lied to his own people that he's liberating these Ukrainians who are oppressed by the Russians. This is no liberation. This is not a liberation ceremony. This is tyranny at its worst and oppression. We need to continue to support them as long as even one Ukrainian citizen continues to stand up to Russia's tyranny. In February 1941, facing devastating bombing campaign by the Nazis. And we can see the parallels here. This is similar to Hitler invading Poland. When they talked about the Blitz, Winston Churchill made a direct plea to the United States for assistance. And it's timeless. It actually resonates today. He said, quote, "Put your confidence in us. We shall not fail or falter. We shall not weaken or tire. Neither the sudden shock of battle, nor the long-drawn trials of vigilance or exertion will wear us down. Give us the tools we need, and we will finish the job." Mr. Speaker, this is what the Ukrainian people want. It's what they're asking for. It's what they need. And it's what the United States of America and our NATO allies will deliver. Today, facing the onslaught of Putin's missiles and tanks, the Ukrainian President, Zelensky, the most courageous leader as we have seen, who didn't run away from his country like President Ghani. He's in the bunker right now, knowing that his very life and his survival is on the line. He made the same plea to us. And today we have the opportunity to tell Ukraine that we have the confidence in them by supporting this measure, that we will give them the tools they need to finish the job. So let me once again thank the chairman. This is when the Foreign Affairs Committee is at its best, when we come together as Americans. As L.A. Dangle always said, partisanship stops at the water's edge, and I firmly believe that commitment as well. I urge my members to support this. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I proudly yield 1.5 minutes to the representative of Rhode Island, who just recently was walking the streets of Kyiv, talking to the people, listening to them and their determination to preserve their democracy, Mr. David Cicilline.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you, Chairman Meeks, for your extraordinary leadership in this very important moment. I rise in strong support of HRES 956 and in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. On February 24th, Vladimir Putin thought he was making another step toward realizing his delusional pursuit of reconstituting the USSR when he ordered the brutal invasion of the sovereign and peaceful nation of Ukraine. Vladimir Putin thought the Ukrainian people would give in quickly to the violence and abandon their freedoms. Vladimir Putin thought that President Zelensky would flee and capitulate to Russian demands. Vladimir Putin thought the world would turn a blind eye toward Russian aggression. Vladimir Putin thought was wrong. And in fact, as Chairman Meeks said, we saw at firsthand the determination and the will of the Ukrainian people to fight to preserve their own country and their own freedoms. And they are doing that today, fighting day by day, hour by hour, to protect their country and secure a free and democratic future for themselves and their families. The free world has rallied together to impose devastating sanctions against Russia, against the Russian economy, and to hold the Putin regime and his enablers to account for their crimes. I strongly support this resolution, and I know the United States and its allies are united behind the people of Ukraine, behind the values of freedom and democracy, and against the tyranny of a thuggish dictator, Vladimir Putin. And again, I thank Chairman Meeks for his extraordinary leadership. Thank Ranking Member McCall, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as she may consume. The gentlelady from Indiana, who was born and raised in Ukraine. Her grandmother is still there and has told the stories of Hitler and Stalin and how bad this situation is on the ground. And she's the lead Republican of this resolution, Ms. Victoria Spartz.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized for as much time as she consumes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very humbled to stand on this floor of this great institution with my colleagues from both sides of this aisle to co-lead this important resolution and to show that this greatest country, these leaders of free world, are going to stand up to atrocities and tyrannies happening right now. I am very proud to have a strong freedom-fighting Ukrainian heritage. I actually was born in the Soviet Union, which when Ukraine was under that evil country. And I'm so proud that strong, brave Ukrainians are willing to fight again and again to be free. It should inspire all of us. And their bravery and actions are unbelievable. It should teach us and maybe remind us what it means to be a free country and how hard it is get your rights and freedoms back when you lose it. And we had so many people die for our freedoms. So let's value and cherish them. I'm very happy to see that this institution, when times are tough, when we have to get together, we can get together, for show our allies, we'll stand together, and show our adversaries and enemies. We will stand together, and not just stand together, we'll also lead the world. I also want to tell the Ukrainian people, American people are inspired, humbled, and they see your struggles and praying with you and standing with you. And this resolution from we the people, from this United States Congress, is an evidence to it. I also want to tell Russian people, I actually have some Don Kazakh heritage. I know it's tough for you. I know what President Putin done to you. It's awful. But you need to have the backbone to stand up, or he will send you in history worse than you could imagine. So you stand up and stop this atrocity before it causes more damage. What happened in there on the ground, it's not a war. It's slaughtering, killing of the Ukrainian people. So you are killing your fellow Orthodox Christian and East Slavs. And they went through history, oppression, suppression. How can you stand with that? I know that your propaganda is strong. I know they told you things that are awful, but open your eyes. Don't be part of it. Tell your government that they have to stop this elimination and extinction of people. I also want to thank everyone here in this country for loving freedoms, for supporting freedoms, and willing to be part of this challenge on the right side. But our action should be decisive, and time like this requires strong leadership and strong actions. And we, as an independent branch of our government, I always say we're co-equal, but first among equals, because we do have power of the purse and power of war. So we have a lot of powers for a reason, and that's why our founding father gave us this power, because we are the people. Should put pressure on our president to be more decisive and strong and have some stronger action. On sanctions, we have to be tougher. We need to go after energy sector. We need to make sure that a lot of oligarchs are not on the list there, that should be on the list, the key oligarchs. They understand that it's not just Russian people will be feeling the pain that already they suppressed and stole money from them, but they will be start feeling the pain. We also need to make sure that we will have ways to affect financial system much more decisively. And we also need to make sure that these war crimes are going to go to international courts. And these people that make decisions on killing, on genocide, and using illegal weapons will also bear some responsibility. I also think we have a responsibility to provide safe passage in humanitarian corridor, and I hope we'll have other allies working with us and help us on that. But the most important, we need to make sure that we will provide proper defensive lethal aid to the Ukrainians, that they can defend themselves from this extermination before it's too late. We must act, and I am very honored to be part of this effort to show that we are willing to lead as this institution. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now proud to yield 1 minute to another gentleman who was walking the streets with us just a few weeks ago, to Representative Colin Allred of Texas.
Gentleman
Mr.
from
Chairman.
Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support this bipartisan resolution supporting the people of Ukraine. As the chairman said, I was in Ukraine just a few weeks ago in the beautiful city of Kyiv, and I met the very people who today, despite facing a ruthless enemy, are waging an inspiring campaign to save their democracy, including a young woman who told me she was going to get her white wine and her Kalashnikov and defend her country, and she is. This resolution tells the world, and most importantly the Ukrainian people, that the United States Congress stands with you. President Biden has used every tool at his disposal to unite the world in punishing Vladimir Putin for his unprovoked and unjustified war, and Congress will act to provide more resources to that effort. Because our work continues to further help Ukraine defend itself and further isolate Russia, Putin has a choice: to pursue his long-term strategic goals or to continue this unnecessary and illegal war on Ukraine. He cannot do both. We are united as a country and as a Congress in standing with the people of Ukraine in their fight for their democracy. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, and I yield back.
All time has expired. Time has expired. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, on the Foreign Affairs Committee, and one of the longest-serving members of Congress as well.
Thank you very much, my friend.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, over the weekend I met with over 100 Ukrainian Americans in my district office in Freehold, New Jersey. They told me how their families and friends in Ukraine are coping with Putin's barbaric invasion, the loss of life, the loss of many who are wounded, and escalating concern as the bombs and missiles rain down on civilian targets. According to the UNHCR, about 876,000 Ukrainian refugees have left, that's as of March 1st, and about half have found safety in Poland. Most are women, children, and the elderly. Despite facing an existential threat, the free world continues to be astonished by the Ukrainian people's strength, courage, resiliency, and desire to fight. Interviews coming out of Ukraine, especially in the bunkers, underscores the Ukrainian people's resolve. Let me just say how great it is to see Zelensky, who has stood up. He's a true hero and a tenacious leader, the president of Ukraine. This is Putin's war, and he is a war criminal, Mr. Speaker. Putin's puppet in Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, is also a war criminal. And like Serbian Slobodan Milosevic and President Charles Taylor of Liberia, they need to be prosecuted and held to account for their war crimes. I would remind my colleagues that in 2014, in his speech right here at a joint session to Congress, Ukrainian President Poroshenko did ask the Obama administration for military assistance, which he did not get, to defend against Putin's invasion of Crimea. And he said, one cannot win the war with blankets. He got several standing ovations. All of us were on our feet, but he got only more blankets. Let's learn from that. Last June, as Russia deployed more combat forces on the border, Politico and others reported that there were delays in providing the kind of military aid that Zelensky really wanted. I did ask Secretary of State Wendy Sherman today for a timeline. How did this all come about? Did he ask for more and did not get it? We need to know this, again, to learn from it so we get it right the next time.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I thank you very much, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the chair of the Subcommittee on International Development, International Organization, and Global Corporate Social Impact, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Joaquin Castro.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Speaker. I rise in strong support of House Resolution 956 to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Earlier today, the United Nations General Assembly voted overwhelmingly to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine and demand an immediate withdrawal of their forces from Ukraine. Only 4 nations out of 193 stood with Russia. 140 stood with Ukraine. The world is united in condemning this invasion, and the House of Representatives must speak as one and lead the way. As we debate, Russian attacks on Ukrainian civilians continue. Hundreds of thousands huddle in bomb shelters. Over 600,000 Ukrainians have already fled the country. Vladimir Putin is on a disastrous quest to rebuild the Russian Empire at the expense of Ukrainian sovereignty. This should be a simple vote. Now is our chance to show that Congress stands with the people of Ukraine. Now is our time to do what is right. That's why I urge my colleagues to support this resolution. I yield back, Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, the ranking member on the Asia Pacific Subcommittee, Mr. Shabbat.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. I also want to thank Chairman Meeks and Representative Spartz for their leadership on this very important measure. Last week, the world watched in horror as Vladimir Putin shattered the peace in Europe and began an unprovoked assault on Ukraine and its innocent people. Put simply, this is the largest land war in Europe since World War II, a war that we hoped would never come again. We cannot condemn this senseless, brutal, and illegal invasion in strong enough terms. In the face of this onslaught, the Ukrainian people are demonstrating incredible bravery as Russia brings to bear its overwhelming military firepower, at least in terms of soldiers and weaponry and equipment. But in terms of the combatants on the ground, one side is fighting for conquest. The other side is fighting for their homes and their families, and most importantly, their freedom. And thus far, at least, freedom is prevailing. The Ukrainians and President Zelensky especially are rallying the free world and demonstrating once again that free men and women would rather die than submit to the forces of tyranny. As we stand here today to support the people of Ukraine, let us remember that their fight for freedom is far from over. We must ensure that they get the support that they need, that Putin is held accountable for his war crimes, and they are war crimes, and that he does not snuff out forever the light of democracy in Ukraine, because that's what he wants to do. Freedom must prevail. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to yield 2 minutes to the President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, who has seen with his own eyes the unity that we now have with our NATO allies, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Jerry Connolly.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend, the distinguished chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and my friend, the distinguished ranking member. Today is a test for liberal democracy all over the world, and particularly for us as Americans. Because today we witness the cost in blood and sweat and tears in the fight for freedom that liberal democracy represents and provides. The simple desire of another people to have what we have, and that all too often we take for granted. The desire to be a free people, under no one's shadow, under no one's yoke. And they're willing to put their bodies on the line to fight for that simple principle. Weak punditry all too often has cast the opinion that liberal democracy is on the decline. Well, not in Ukraine, and not here, and not with our allies, and not at the United Nations. Because the scales have fallen from eyes. The threat is real, and so are the stakes. All of us today must be Ukrainian. All of us must join that fight. All of us must understand that freedom, liberal democracy are resilient, but also fragile. They must always be perfected, but also defended. This resolution today is not just about an expression of congressional solidarity. It is a recommitment by this body in the principles that founded this nation that another people are fighting for to gain today. I urge passage and proudly support this effort. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from the great state of Texas and a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Pfluger.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ranking Member, Chairman, thank you. Today is a sad day, a tragic day, as we witness the horrific images that are coming out of Ukraine. I was there just 4.5 short weeks ago. I met with President Zelensky. I listened to the people on the streets of Kyiv. President Zelensky is a lion of a leader. He has displayed courage to the West. And when he said, I don't need a ride, I need ammunition, I think that all of us should look at that. We should listen to that. The time to act is now. We don't have time to wait. The time to act, to help our Ukrainian partners. He didn't ask for troops inside Ukraine. He's asking for help. And I hope that we'll put Midland over Moscow, as the president last night in this chamber said, that it's time to buy American product. Energy security is national security, and that's absolutely what this body should be doing, is putting our own energy security into the hands of our partners and allies so that they can defend and deter against the malign influence of Vladimir Putin. Our heart and our prayers go out to the people of Ukraine, and our thanks to President Zelensky for his leadership.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm proud now to yield 1 minute to the co-founder and co-chair of Ukraine Caucus, who has worked on this her entire congressional career, the representative from Ohio, Ms. Marcy Kaptur.
Chairman Meeks, thank you so very much for your unyielding leadership on this important bill, and to Ranking Member McCall for setting a tone for this entire Congress, that we succeed when we work together, particularly in a cause as great as this. Liberty for a country that voted for independence 30 years ago. 90% of the people voted to be independent of tyrannical Russia. And today now they are fighting again. You know, the bipartisan nature of this bill today would warm the hearts of great American leaders like President and General Dwight D. Eisenhower, or General George Marshall, or President John Kennedy, or President Ronald Reagan, because across Europe they fully understood how many American lives were given to the cause of liberty so that we, their descendants, would pass it on to our descendants. And we are here today in that fight because Ukraine is a scrimmage line for liberty in Europe today. The valor of the people of Ukraine against the Russian state is extraordinary. And our young people are learning what the price of liberty is, sadly. And the people of Ukraine are inspiring the world. We think so much of their valor, their fight, and their desire to join the world of free nations. May God bless them, and may God bless America. And thank you for understanding a united America always wins for liberty.
Gentleman, his time has expired. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm now proud to yield 1 minute to the dynamic representative from the great state of Texas, the Honorable Sheila Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman, and I rise enthusiastically to support HRES 956 and as well to make mention of HRES 943 that was introduced by myself and Steve Cohen on February the 25th. Let me salute this resolution that is bipartisan, that immediately calls on the ceasefire by Putin. This is Putin's war. Resolution HRES 943 has been affirmed by its call for the shutting down of our airwaves to Russian carriers, and that has been done. But the real point is that we are now standing firmly for democracy and the fight of individual grandmothers and young people and individual Ukrainians with their bare hands and with their weapons that have been given, fighting for democracy. But the real question that we are also standing for, and thank you for the United Nations vote, is that Putin, Vladimir Putin, is a war criminal that is killing children. Mitka, a parliamentarian that I met at the OSCE, of which we were a part of, meeting in Lithuania and Vienna, talking to the soldiers that were on the border of Belarus and Lithuania. Thank you to those soldiers that are now placed, almost 100,000 U.S. soldiers, is that Putin is killing without cause. He is killing grandmothers. He's killing children. Can we tolerate this bloodshed? No, we will not, and we'll stand with this resolution to demand that democracy stands in the region and that we denounce his actions.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Speaker, I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to yield 1 minute to the dynamic representative from the great state of Texas, Mr. Al Green.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
And still I rise, Mr. Speaker, and I rise on this historic occasion to compliment the chairperson and the ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. What they're doing today will be held in the annals of history as that which was necessary to help our friends in a time of need. Mr. Speaker, those who say that if we leave the world alone, the world will leave us alone are wrong. The world will find its way to our door, just as it is now, because Dr. King's words are so right. Life is an inescapable network of mutuality, tied to a single garment of destiny. What impacts one directly impacts all indirectly. What's happening to Ukraine directly impacts us indirectly. We have a duty, a responsibility, and an obligation to help them and to make sure that when the final word is written, it will be said that we did all that we could to protect democracy. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I continue to reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is now my honor to yield 1 minute to the distinguished majority leader of the United States House of Representatives, the Honorable Steny Hoyer.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend, the chairman of this committee, who has been a dear friend of mine. We've traveled in various parts of the world together, and we've seen pain, and we've seen progress. We are seeing pain now, and all I can say in respect to the remarks that were just made by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Green, amen. I want to thank Mr. McCall for his working not as a Republican, I thank Mr. Meek, not as a Democrat, but as Americans. Americans confronted with a crisis for democracy, a crisis for the global community. I want to thank them both because they have, in the best traditions of this House and of this country, worked together to bring to the floor a resolution which indeed speaks to the pain and to the moral responsibility of all those who love freedom and democracy. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, as Russian missiles rained down on the cities of its country, Ukraine's heroic President Zelensky, virtually addressed the European Parliament in Brussels. Mr. Speaker, he spoke of a horrendous missile attack that had just struck the main square of the besieged city of Kharkiv. This, he said, is the largest square in Europe. It is called Freedom Square. He went on to say, and believe you me, in every square today, no matter what it is called, it's going to be called Freedom Square. In every city of our country, nobody is going to break us, he said. We are strong. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, he didn't have to tell us that. We have seen that strength. We've seen that courage. We've seen that determination in the face of overwhelming force confronting them. These past 7 days, the people of Ukraine have indeed shown the world they are strong. They are courageous. They are united. That they are resolved to defend their freedom and their democracy. Mr. Speaker, I served as co-chairman of the Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe, otherwise known as the Helsinki Commission, for 10 years. From 85 to 95, it was a historic time where democracy won the Cold War. It was in the final years of that Cold War that Ukraine, in the 90s, emerged and was guaranteed, essentially by the international community, but certainly by Russia and the United States, that they would be a sovereign nation. Not just in the East, but in the West as well. I had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to travel to Kiev, to Riga, to Vilnius, to Tallinn, to Sofia, to other cities behind the Iron Curtain on a relatively regular basis during those 10 years, certainly in the 6 years from 1985 to 1991. In each place, I saw a freedom square where either before or shortly after my visit, people would gather to demand the right to choose their own future, their own leaders, and their own laws. I saw, and many others who traveled to those cities and to those countries, a yearning. I saw the commitment to democracy, their courage and determination. President Zelensky is correct. Wherever democracy thrives, every public square is a freedom square. It may have another name, but it is a freedom square. Americans have sacrificed much over the generations to secure our freedoms, and to our great credit, the freedom of others around the world. I tell people, Mr. Speaker, that America is the nation that had the most hegemony of power and used it so without acquiring the nations that it protected or imposing its will on the nations that it protected. The least acquisitive superpower in the history of the world. Americans have sacrificed much over the generations to secure our freedoms and others. The land of the free and the home of the brave. Now the tyranny and autocracy of Vladimir Putin tests us again. Though American forces will not be engaged directly in this war, that does not mean that America is sitting on the sidelines. Far from it. And we must be engaged. This resolution speaks to engagement. President Biden has unified not only NATO, but a broad coalition of the world's democratic nations and those committed to the post-war order of respecting peace, borders, and yes, diplomacy. Dozens of nations have partnered to stand up to Putin and to support the freedom fighters in Ukraine. Together, we have imposed punishing sanctions that are already hurting Putin's regime. We are already seeing thousands of Russians taken to the streets in their country to demand that Putin end this unjust war, this unprovoked war, this criminal war, and stop the unnecessary death and destruction on both sides, for which Vladimir Putin alone bears responsibility. Today, this House, the People's House, representing the greatest democracy in history, the leading democratic nation in the world, is expressing our support for the Ukrainian people in their struggle for freedom and self-government. I hope and I urge that this resolution pass with not a single negative vote. Let there be no mistake throughout the globe that, yes, we have differences between Republicans and Democrats, but we in this House are all Americans, committed to freedom, committed to democracy, committed to the peaceful relations between nations. It recognizes the egregious and inhumane actions undertaken by the Russian military at Putin's command, including the shelling of civilian targets and the killing of innocents in order to instill fear and weaken Ukrainian resolve. We know that resolve, however, Mr. Speaker, will not be broken. We've seen it in the eyes of the President, and we've seen it in the eyes of the citizens in those freedom squares. This resolution further recognizes, importantly, that Russian aggression against Ukraine did not begin last week. It began as soon as the Ukrainian people rejected a Putin-backed autocrat, established a true democracy, and sought the security and protection of stronger bonds with its fellow democracies in Europe and NATO, which, of course, it had every right as a sovereign nation to do. Putin sent his forces to occupy Crimea. Mr. Speaker, in my view, we were not as determined that that should not happen at that time. We must not repeat that mistake. He instigated violent separatist uprising in Donbass region that has festered for 8 long years. His unprovoked and unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine comes after it became increasingly clear that the separatists could not achieve Putin's expansionist aims on their own. He tried to do it surreptitiously through agents. It did not succeed, so he took the next step, a tragic, criminal step. This resolution also makes clear that the United States will continue to support Ukraine by providing both military and humanitarian assistance while maintaining painful sanctions against Putin for as long as he pursues this war of choice. In no small part, this resolution puts into action the promise that President Kennedy made when he took office at the height of the Cold War. This will not be a free war for any of us in the free world. It's going to cost us something. Gas prices may go up. But we want to stand on freedom's side. I'm in politics largely because John Kennedy ran for president as I was in the University of Maryland. And I was inspired by his call to service. I would urge all of you to read one more time John Kennedy's inaugural address. It's an extraordinarily inspiring address. Addressed not only to the American people, but to the entire world. And in it he said this: "Let every nation know, whether it wishes us well or ill, that we shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe, to assure the survival and success of liberty and of those freedom squares to which President Zelensky referred." Mr. Speaker, Americans and our allies are being asked to pay a price, to bear a burden, to meet some hardship in the days and weeks and months ahead. Not to sustain fire, not to live in buildings being bombed, not to have to move from their home to a refuge or another country, but some hardship. And I know that our fellow Americans are up to the task. They have always been up to the task. Because those who say we take freedom for granted, who say the cost is too high, the burden too great, have always underestimated the American people. When we see Putin's corrupt, evil, and menacing grab for power and tyrannical control, we are reminded of the tyrants and evil ideologies that Americans have fought and vanquished through our collective commitment and shared sacrifices. Today, Mr. Speaker, let us make this House Freedom Square. Let us stand with those who are assaulted by a tyrant. The generation before mine, John Kennedy referred to England as why England slept. If we do not meet this tyrant now, we will pay greatly later. So I urge my colleagues, stand with these brave Ukrainians who stand for freedom and liberty and international law. Let us all overwhelmingly, unanimously vote for this resolution and send a message, not just to Putin, but to all the tyrants of the world who would test us once again, that we will not blink. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers. The gentleman from New York, Chairman, my friend Mr. Meeks, has no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
I have no further speakers, Mr. Speaker, and so I yield to my friend.
The gentleman
for
from
purpose of
Texas
close.
is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the leader for his remarks. And I think it's very important this chamber passes this resolution unanimously to send one voice to Putin, that the American people stand for the Ukrainian people and against Mr. Putin. I think it's no coincidence to me. It's fitting that today is Texas Independence Day. My forefathers fought for freedom and liberty for the same purpose, from tyranny. Since 2014, the world has watched the Ukrainian people fight to forge their own destiny in the face of violent attacks by Russia. They're facing down Putin's missiles and tanks, risking life and limb for their freedom today. And as President Zelensky warned the Russian troops invading his country just a few days ago, as he sits in the bunker, putting his life on the line, he said, quote, "If they try to take our country, our freedom, our lives, the lives of our children, we will be defending ourselves. As you attack, it will be our faces you see, not our backs." Today, we have the opportunity to honor his leadership and the bravery of the Ukrainian people, to send a strong message to these brave men and women that they are not alone. The United States stands with them and will continue to stand with them for as long as it takes. So again, I urge my colleagues to vote in support, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, the camera of history is rolling on all of us today. What's happening today, children yet unborn will be studying and looking at what we did, what we stood for, or did not. They will be studying in their history books whether or not, when democracy was at stake, when sovereign nations were in peril, whether or not we stood up and stood out to protect freedom, sovereignty of states, independence, or not. The fact of the matter, if we don't stand up now, those same children that I'm talking about may not be able to live in a democratic society. That's why this is so important. Putin may think that he's encircling Kyiv now, but this United Nations vote, where 141 nations said they're not going to allow that to happen, is encircling Putin and his thugs. And we will stay there for as long as it takes until freedom rings. Because that's what this is all about. I think of today those that I met when I was in Kyiv, those that I had dinner with, those that worked in our U.S. Embassy, those that were driving taxis. And as I see the pictures of them walking these streets today, in front of Russian tanks, unafraid. I saw a picture of a woman standing and pointing at a Russian soldier saying, "You will die here before I give up." That's what this is all about. The words that the activists told me while I was in Kyiv, that we're ready to fight, just provide us the support we need to protect our country and freedom. Slava Ukraina. Glory to Ukraine and its people. Thank you, Mr. McCall. Thank you, Congresswoman Sparks, for working with me so that we can make a bipartisan message right here on the people's floor. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 956? Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, on that,
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on that vote, I request the yeas and the nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Benice Johnson, Chairwoman Lofgren, Representative Rush, Representative Strickland, and Representative Underwood, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on HRES 956.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Raskin of Maryland and Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 956.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yea on HRES 956.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on HRES 956.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick and Mr. Albio Series, I inform the House that those members will vote yes on H.Res. 956.
Same complaints. We have Mr. Cologne again.
From Maryland. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise again?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.Res. 956.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Representative Lucille Roybal Allard, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on HRes 956.
Does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona and Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRes 956.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania's 3rd District, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on House Resolution 956.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, Mr. Brown of Maryland, Mr. Trone of Maryland, and Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, I inform the House. These members will vote aye on HRes 956.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson from South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote yes on House Res 956.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Dr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote yea on HRes 956.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Doggett of Texas, Mr. Veazey of Texas, Ms. Manning of North Carolina, and Mr. Swazi of New York, and Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon, I inform the House these 5 members will vote yes on HRes 956.
California? For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Kai Kahele, Nanette Barragan, Vicente Gonzalez, Henry Cuellar, and Pete Aguilar, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 956.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Granger from the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote yay on Resolution 956.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany, Wisconsin 7th District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Tiffany will vote aye on H.R. 956.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Del Bene, I inform the House that Ms. Del Bene will vote yes on HRES 956.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania will vote yes on HRES 956. Thanks.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Green of Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Green will vote aye on HRES 956.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin, I inform the House that Brian Babin will vote yea on HRES 956.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Karnas, I inform the House that Mr. Karnas will vote aye on HRES 956.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on HRES 956.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Paul Gosar from Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote no on House Res 956.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by Member Sheila McCormick, I inform the House that these members will vote yay on H.R. Resolution 956.
Purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amodei pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amodei will vote yes on H.Res. 956.
From Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gomert of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gomert will vote yay on House Resolution 956.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that both members will vote yes on H.Res. 956.
On this vote, the yeas are 426, the nays are 3. No votes being recorded as present, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules is suspended. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 3967 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 179, H.R. 3967, a bill to improve health care and benefits for veterans exposed to toxic substances and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on amendments in Block 1, printed in Part B of House Report 117-253, offered by the gentleman from California. The clerk will redesignate the amendments in block.
On block consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-253, offered by Mr. Takano of California.
The question is on the amendments in block offered by the gentleman from California. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Lucille Roba Allard, I inform the House that Representative Allard will vote yes on HRes 95.
For what purpose does the gentleman
vote yes on the en bloc?
I'm sorry. Very good. I'm sorry for the purpose. What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yes on the amendment en bloc.
Voting. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida and Mr. Raskin of Maryland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson from South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Evans of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on the en bloc amendments.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Green of Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Green will vote aye on the amendments in block.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yea on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote nay on the amendments in bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Del Bene, I inform the House that Ms. Del Bene will vote yes on amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany, Wisconsin 7th District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Ms. Tiffany will vote no on the en bloc amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek
Mr.
recognition.
Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Kai Kahele, Nanette Barragan, Vicente Gonzalez, Henry Cuellar, and Pete Aguilar, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Kelly will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Paul Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote no on amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Granger from the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote yay on the amendment in bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, Mr. Brown of Maryland, Mr. Trone of Maryland, and Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, I inform the House these members will vote aye on the amendments en bloc.
Over here? On the right? For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Dr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote yay on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by Member Cheryl McCormick, I enforce the House that she will vote yay on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona and Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on the amendments on block.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairwoman Lofgren, Representatives Strickland, Representative Rush, and Representative Underwood, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the amendments in block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gohmert from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gohmert will vote yea on the amendments on block.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that both members will vote yes on block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on the en bloc.
Listen, when I first ran for city council back in my city years ago, you vote for Congress.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated, Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon, Mr. Doggett of Texas, Mr. Veazey of Texas, Mr. Swazi of New York, and Ms. Manning of North Carolina. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the amendments en bloc.
On this vote, the yeas are 331, the nays are 96, with none voting present. The amendment en bloc are adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 5, printed in Part B of House Report 117-253, offered by the gentlewoman from Iowa, Mrs. Miller Meeks. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-253, offered by Mrs. Miller Meeks of Iowa.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Iowa. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva and Mr. Pocan, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Miller-Meeks amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Green of Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Green will vote aye on amendment number 5.
New Hampshire. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Del Bene, I inform the House that Ms. Del Bene will vote no on the Miller-Meeks amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amadei pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yes on amendment number 5.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon, Ms. Manning of North Carolina, and Mr. Swazi of New York, Mr. Veazey of Texas, and Mr. Doggett of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Miller-Meeks amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Granger from the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote yea on amendment number 5.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois?
As the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama and Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that members will vote no on amendment number 5.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany, Wisconsin 7th District, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Tiffany will vote aye on the Bose Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson from South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote yes on Amendment 5.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote yea on Amendment number 5.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania's 3rd District, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote nay on agreeing to the amendment number 5 offered by Representative Miller Meeks.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on amendment number 5.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote nay on the Miller-Meeks amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Paul Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote yes on amendment number 5.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following members, Kai Kahele, Nanette Barragan, Vicente Gonzalez, Henry Cuellar, and Pete Aguilar, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Miller-Meeks amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Dr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote yay on amendment number 5.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote no on the Miller-Meeks amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
The member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairwoman Lofgren, Representatives Rush, Strickland, and Underwood, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Miller-Meeks amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Kelly will vote yes on Amendment 5.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Miller-Meeks amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brown of Maryland, Mr. Trone of Maryland, Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, and Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, I inform the House that these members will vote nay on the Miller-Meeks amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote no on the Miller-Meeks amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gomer from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gomer will vote yea on amendment number 5.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Lucille Roby Allard, I inform the House that Representative Allard will vote no on the Miller-Meeks amendment.
Purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida and Mr. Raskin of Maryland, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the Miller-Meeks amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by Member Sheila McCormick, I inform the House that this member will vote no on the Miller-Meeks amendment.
On this vote, the yeas are 203, the nays are 223. The amendment is not adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 6, printed in Part B on House Report 117-253, offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-253, offered by Ms. Brownlee of California.
Let's go around. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Brownlee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Dr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote yea on amendment number 6.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Lucille Roby Allard, I inform the House that Representative Allard will vote yes on the Brownlee amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Kelly will vote yes on amendment number 6.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania's 3rd District and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on agreeing to amendment number 6.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Green of Tennessee, I inform the House Mr. Green will vote aye on amendment number 6.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Del Bene, I inform the House that Ms. Del Bene will vote yes on the Brownlee Amendment.
The gentleman from Ohio, seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amadei, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yes on Amendment number 6.
Purpose of the gentleman from New York, seek recognition.
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairwoman Lofgren, Representatives Rush, Strickland, and Underwood, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the Brownlee Amendment.
For what purpose is the gentlelady from Colorado
I do.
seek
Thank you so much.
recognition?
Thank you. It's an old one. I think you're on it. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gomer from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gomer will vote yea on Amendment number 6.
For what purpose the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote yea on Amendment number 6.
Oh, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on the Brownlee Amendment.
Purpose of the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson from South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote yes on Amendment number 6.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following members, Kai Kahele, Nanette Barragan, Vicente Gonzalez, Henry Cuellar, and Peter Aguilar, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Brownlee Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany, Wisconsin 7th District, pursuant to House Rule 8, I inform the House that Mr. Tiffany will vote aye on the Brownlee Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon, Mr. Swazi of New York, Mr. Veazey of Texas, Ms. Manning of North Carolina, and Mr. Doggett of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Brownlee Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kay Granger from the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote yea on Amendment number 6.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, Mr. Trone of Maryland, Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, Mr. Brown of Maryland, I inform the House these members will vote aye on the Brownlee Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Paul Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote yes on Amendment number 6.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yea on the Brownlee Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yes on the Amendment 6.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carnos, I inform the House that Mr. Carnos will vote aye on the Brownlee Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by member Sheila C. McCormick, I inform the House that she will vote yea on the Brownlee Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that both members will vote yes on Amendment number 6.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Raskin of Maryland, home to the inventor of the gas light and the refrigerator, I inform the House that Mr. Raskin will vote yes on the Brownlee Amendment. As the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, Florida, home to approximately 4,500 islands, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the Brownlee Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Grijalva and Pocan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the Brownlee Amendment.
On this vote, the yeas are 425, the nays are 0. No members voting present. The amendment is adopted. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 3967 is postponed.
We'll now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to remove the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Wenstrup, from my bill, H.R. 6886.
Without objection, so ordered. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to our veterans who served in or near the Panama Canal Zone during the Vietnam War. Hundreds of these veterans came home with major health issues after being exposed to deadly herbicides like Agent Orange and Agent Purple. Yet, to this day, they are not eligible to receive federal benefits and disability compensation. I am proud to say that we are one step closer to changing that. Today, I was proud to pass my amendment requiring the Department of Defense to study this issue, which is the first step to ensuring that these veterans finally will receive the care and benefits they deserve. These veterans honorably served our nation. Now it's our turn to serve them and get this done. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
I rise today to ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the bicentennial birthday of a true American hero, Harriet Tubman. Born in Dorchester County in Maryland's 1st Congressional District, Harriet Tubman is best known as the conductor of the Underground Railroad. Born a slave, Tubman escaped and risked her own freedom to guide countless other slaves to freedom at great personal risk. In honor of her life of achievement, in the next few weeks, numerous events will be held in and around Dorchester County to celebrate her 200th birthday. The Harriet Tubman State Park and Visitor Center will be hosting discussions with archaeologists and historians, as well as conducting walking tours, live music events, artifact displays, and a film premiere. As we close out Black History Month and begin Women's History Month, I urge my colleagues and all Americans to join me in honoring the memory of Harriet Tubman. She truly embodied the American spirit, from her thirst for freedom to her courage under fire and her passion for helping her fellow man. She is an example to us all. Madam Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity to celebrate her here today on the floor of the People's House. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Jersey seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to address the floor for 1 minute.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the Honorable Barbara Curran, a lifelong public servant from New Jersey who broke many glass ceilings. Barbara was an accomplished scholar, even earning her law degree in the evenings as a single mom. Entering the world of politics as a woman in the 1970s, she was a force. Barbara was the first woman to serve in all 3 branches of New Jersey government, as Assemblywoman, as a member of the governor's cabinet, and as a Superior Court judge. She was referred to as the Blue Elephant for her commitment to bipartisanship. Barbara cherished time with family and never missed an opportunity to send encouraging handwritten notes. At times, she was even called off the bench to take a call from her daughter. I'm grateful for the role model Barbara was to me and to so many who saw a path forward in politics through her example and a glimpse at how to balance being a parent with the demands of public service. In January, Barbara Curran passed away peacefully. My heart is with her daughter, Katie, her son-in-law, Patrick, and her grandchildren, Duke, Marin, Lila, and Maura. I was honored to know Barbara, and she will be dearly missed. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in response to President Biden's State of the Union address. While I appreciated that Biden emphasized the importance of continuing to support Ukraine, overall his speech was a lot of talk without tangible plans to solve the numerous issues that are devastating the nation. The president's speech didn't address the root causes of inflation, a crisis that is crushing many American families. I found it ironic that Biden talked about securing the border, when throughout his entire time in office, he has actively ignored the unprecedented number of illegal crossings, which are due to the open border policies currently in place. And finally, I'm incredibly disappointed that he made no plan to restore American energy independence. We can produce affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy right here at home in states like my home state of Oklahoma. Frankly, his address focused a lot on rehashing and disguising Build Back Better, while lacking concrete solutions to the pressing issues negatively impacting the lives of American people. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
At last night's State of the Union, President Biden had every reason to cite his extraordinary job creation record, the fastest job growth in U.S. history. After only 1 year in office, the president's American Rescue Plan was at the center of this achievement. Our economic growth was the fastest in nearly 40 years. As a result, the United States had a faster recovery than every other advanced economy in the G7. This progress has been made even while the United States is trying to defeat COVID-19. As chair of the Subcommittee on Highways and Transit, I was particularly pleased to hear the President emphasize infrastructure, making goods move faster and cheaper, because this can only add to the historic job creation record he has achieved. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seeking unanimous consent to address House 1 minute and revise extended remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to point out to the members here tonight that, once again, California had a very devastating fire season last year. The whole western states of America have. The Dixie Fire alone was nearly 1 million acres in my district. Several other fires add up into the 6-digit figures. So what we really need to do is have the United States Forest Service identify a fire within the first 24 hours of when a fire occurs, and then pounce on it and put the fire out. No more monitoring fire. Me and some other colleagues will be looking at legislation to put that in place. We were promised by the Forest Service that would be their policy. We need to enforce that. We need to have that be the dedication they have towards taking care of these federal lands. Indeed, there are multi-uses for people, for timber, for preservation, but when they go up in smoke, it just becomes a horrific environmental problem. First, air quality, then the ash, the silt that's going to wash into our streams and rivers and water storage. Forest Service needs to get on the job. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of the PACT Act that Chairman Takano and the Veterans Affairs Committee brought before us today. I was very pleased to vote for it. And when those who go to serve our country abroad or even here at home come back to civilian life, they often carry with them the injuries of toxic exposure, such as burn pits, and we have an obligation, a moral obligation to their care. I wanted to just say in closing tonight, to shift to a different subject, as we watch the slaughter in Ukraine, I would urge the government of the United States and the President of the United States to mobilize our National Guard Partnership for Peace programs across the various states. Ohio is linked to Serbia and Hungary. Illinois to Poland. There are ways for us as a country to use idle aircraft like C-130 sitting on the ground in this country where the American people want to donate blankets and bandages and ways of caring for those who are being killed and injured, who are hungry in the nation of Ukraine. And that is an unrealized asset we have, and we could do that overnight if we had the will to do it. The Partnership for Peace, the State Partnership for Peace, which is part of the U.S. Department of Defense
gentlewoman's time
under
has expired.
the Guard Bureau. Mr. President, please help us help Ukraine. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I was shocked when President Biden said, quote, "We need to secure the border," unquote, during the State of the Union address. In his first year in office, over 2 million illegal immigrants were apprehended at the southern border. Deportations decreased by 70%, and 11,000 migrants were arrested who had previous criminal convictions. Actions speak louder than words, and when Mr. Biden halted construction of President Trump's border wall and attempted to reverse the Remain in Mexico policy, we knew he didn't want to secure the border. The Biden administration's open border policies put immense strain on law enforcement as they work to combat the fentanyl crisis wreaking havoc on our communities. In fact, Cumberland County, Tennessee Sheriff Casey Cox recently took a trip to the southern border to gain a better understanding of the issue after a local 18-year-old woman died of fentanyl overdose. Much like on my own trips to the border, Sheriff Cox observed how understaffed and ill-prepared we are to face the crisis under the Biden administration. I urge the President to back up his words with action and do what he said, secure the border. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you so much. Last night, President Biden delivered a powerful speech on the state of our union in this very chamber. He outlined the historic achievements of the past year and spoke directly to the American people about his vision to continue building a better America. Despite the progress we have seen, too many of our fellow Americans still cannot make ends meet. Too many families are struggling to afford rising food, childcare, housing, and gas prices. And too many of our neighbors remain locked out of the promise of America. I stand with President Biden in this call to continue building our economy from the bottom up and the middle out. It is time to lower costs for families by reducing prescription drug prices, expanding access to affordable health care, and investing in pre-kindergarten education. It is time to increase pay by raising the minimum wage and protecting the right to organize. And yes, it is time to extend the child tax credit. Last night, I was honored to host Shanice Ball of Cleveland as my guest for the State of the Union, and as a state-tested nursing assistant and a mom of 3 with one on the way, Shanice is the epitome of resilience, tenacity, and the American people's ability to persevere through tough times. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to give a 1-minute tutorial.
Without objection, so ordered.
With regard to what's going on in the Ukraine, I stand with everybody in saying it's an absolutely horrific thing, and if the United States can keep Ukraine a free Ukraine, that is what we should all be hoping and praying for. But we heard a speech last night in addition to the very relevant numbers, in addition to the numbers of the people dying in the Ukraine, the people being injured. We cannot forget that every month in America, another 90,000 people cross our southern border. We cannot forget that every month in America, 8,000 more people die of drug overdoses. And we cannot forget in America, compared to 3 years ago, we deport every month approximately 6,000 less people from this country for committing crimes. I realize a lot is going around the world and it's easy to forget about it, but America should not allow its politicians to forget about this huge sea of people crossing the border and the huge number of people dying of drug overdoses and the broken hearts of their parents, their siblings, and their children. Thank you.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Mrs. Ledger Fernandez, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, yesterday President Biden stood in this very room and addressed a nation during the State of the Union that was looking to the kind of unity, strength, and commitment that we heard last night. We saw a president who is concerned as our leader for the people. We saw a president who has the empathy for the families and what they have gone for because he himself has lived that experience. We saw a leader who is not afraid to stand up to those that threaten all we love. America sent a clear message to the world that the United States stands steady and steadfast with the people and government of Ukraine. We are united against the unforgivable, unjust, and unprovoked Russian invasion. America is united against Putin, his actions, and what he represents. And the difference is striking. The difference is striking as to what Putin represents with his strongman mentality, with his autocracy, with his hatred of those he does not know, versus what America stands for. America stands for the embrace of democracy, because it is democracy that looks to maintain that when a people elect their government, that when a people vote for a president, such as we have seen in Ukraine, that democracy must be honored, and nobody should be allowed to take it away. President Putin is not allowed to take it away. We saw a president who is building bridges. He is building bridges across our country and the world, and he is building actual bridges, the kind of bridges that will connect a school bus to the student who needs to get to school in my district. He is building the kind of bridges that needed to be fixed decades ago that are falling down right before our eyes when he goes to dedicate them. Those are real bridges that we need in America, that so many presidents, the president before, he talked about bridges, he talked about infrastructure, but who delivered? President Biden delivered together with this Congress. He delivered together with a bipartisan House vote where we actually got, it was bipartisan because we got 10 Republicans in this House to vote for that Infrastructure and Jobs Act. But the other kind of bridges he is building are equally important to talk about because those are the bridges of unity. Our former president, he cared about walls. He cared about walls that divide us. He cared about walls that did not do anything that we need. And instead, we have now a president who builds the bridges of unity. Imagine the kind of work and diplomacy that this president had to do to overcome the threats that United States would leave NATO, which is what our former president tried to do. Imagine the unity that had to be called out and that had to be cajoled, given that this president was faced with overcoming our former president's admiration for Putin. As we might remember, he has even recently called him a genius, right? And instead we had a president that said no, that called Putin what he really is, a man who is delusional about what you can accomplish with force. But this president, President Biden, has united a world together to repel and to impose sanctions that you wouldn't have imagined. The idea that we now have Switzerland saying, no, it is not right. We shall not stay neutral because this is so wrong. We must stand up against the darkness. We must stand with the American people who seek light. And we will stand against those who seek darkness, against those who want to govern from a place of hatred and fear, because we will govern from a place of love for our communities, of love for our families, of love for democracy, and of love for the idea that we must be a world united in the pursuit of peace. I loved the fact that, Madam Speaker, I loved the fact that I was able to invite a guest, a virtual guest, to the State of the Union. I was able to invite Victoria Dominguez as my hometown hero, my hometown hero. My hometown hero comes from Cuba, New Mexico. And I had the great fortune of visiting with Victoria Dominguez and the Cuba School District just the Friday before we flew out here. And I can tell you, the love that Victoria Dominguez has for her community, for the children who attend her school, is visible in that smile she shares with you when she talks about them. And Cuba is quite special because Cuba is nestled, is nestled close to the mountains. The people of Cuba cut firewood to warm their home. The people of Cuba are connected with each other. But the people of Cuba don't necessarily have other resources. And so when the pandemic hit, the children of Cuba did not have internet. They did not have the ability to remotely learn. The children of Cuba, school districts, did not necessarily have the nutrition they needed, the supplies they needed to make it through that dark winter. But what did Cuba do? Cuba rallied. And I love the fact that not only is Victoria Dominguez a hero, but the bus drivers of Cuba, New Mexico are heroes. They have appeared on the cover of Time magazine because of the work they did. You see them standing in front of their buses because those school buses, working together with Cuba Cares, which our beautiful Victoria Dominguez organized, those school buses took to the students and their families. They took them the work that they needed for their schools. They took them the food that they needed to nourish their bodies so that they could also nourish their brains. They took them what they needed. And the thing is, that as we are coming out of COVID, thank you, as we are coming out of COVID and we are learning to handle and to respond to it, as we are able to remove our masks, Cuba Cares isn't going away because we know that caring for your community is not something you do once and walk away from. I know that Victoria Dominguez is going to continue caring for those beautiful children who attend the Cuba schools. And I am so pleased to talk about the work that Victoria Dominguez does because it is the epitome of what we want to support within the Congressional Progressive Caucus, because this is the Congressional Progressive Caucus's special hour. And this is when we want to talk about the way in which we can promote and move agendas that focus on our communities, that we can promote and pursue policy that comes from a place of love. And that is about creating opportunities. That is about imagining the possibilities, as President Biden said last night. That is what we need to do as governments. So I want to say last thing about our wonderful hometown hero is that Victoria Dominguez received both her undergraduate and graduate social work degrees from New Mexico Highlands University. And I need to give a shout out to New Mexico Highlands University because my father received his degrees from New Mexico Highlands University. My mother went to school when she had 7 kids, and she worked so hard she'd fall asleep on that typewriter and it'd imprint the letters on her head. And we would tease my mother, but she got that degree from New Mexico Highlands University. And New Mexico Highlands University is rated as one of the top number 19 of those minority serving institutions that help elevate their students from one socioeconomic ring to another. It is a minority serving institution that is key in that upward ladder of social mobility. The Congressional Progressive Caucus had some very key priorities. And I am so pleased to talk about the manner in which we have addressed those priorities. We believe that it is very important that we strengthen the care economy, that we invest in Medicaid, home, and community-based services, and we are going to make sure that we do not give up on that image of making sure that childcare is a universal benefit, and that we cap out-of-pocket childcare costs so no family pays more than 7% of their household income, and that we provide the kind of training and support so that those children are cared for often and most often by women, and often and most often by women of color, and often by immigrant women, and that these caretakers of our most precious gifts, our children, receive the pay that they deserve. We are not giving up on our importance of making investments, bold investments in housing, because we need that housing. When I was in Cuba, guess what they asked about? They asked about the importance of getting housing for their teachers at Cuba School. They want teacherages. When I then went and visited the Presbyterian Medical Services, where those doctors and nurses and clinical workers serving their community were, when I said, "What do you need?" they said, "We need housing for those so that they can come and work here because we are not close to a city center." When we go and we visit Santa Fe, Taos, Las Vegas, all the different communities in my large district, and all of the communities in the districts of our 100-strong community Congressional Progressive Caucus members, housing comes up over and over and over again. And so we are going to continue to fight so that we have housing choice vouchers. We're going to continue to fight so that we address the backlog of public housing. We want to make sure that we create affordable housing and that it is available so that we can begin creating the kind of wealth that families need when they are able to acquire a home of their own. Because a home is one of the best ways of both providing that warmth and that care for your family and building wealth for not only yourself, but future generations. I loved it last night when that president of ours focused on what do we need, and yes, we need a focus on lowering drug prices. And we need to use those savings to expand the availability of health to all. Because who should pay the outrageous sums that too many, including his special guest last night, for diabetes? We have said we need to cap it. I am proud that New Mexico has already capped it at $25. But not all states are as forward-thinking as New Mexico. And so I applaud the president for his initiative that we cap it at $30 a month for insulin, because it must not be something that we read in the papers where too many people, they ration their insulin. And if you ration your insulin, you can die. If you ration your insulin, your health condition will worsen. You may lose your limbs, you may lose your life. And I have seen those who have lost their limbs, and I have seen those who, for the rest of their lives, are attached to dialysis because they could not afford to pay for the insulin that they needed to treat their diabetes. Madam Speaker, we want to make sure that we make bold investment in climate jobs and that those investments go to the most impacted communities. You know, and it is not, and never has been, a choice of jobs or environment. We can have both. I am very proud of the Orphan RAL bill that I introduced. It's called the Orphan RAL and Jobs Act. And in the Senate, Senator Lujan, he has been carrying this mantle, and he introduced the We Grow Act. And out of these two bills, we saw $4.7 billion invested into cleaning up orphan RALs. Because orphan RALs don't do anything for anybody. What they represent is that companies walked away from their obligation, from their legal obligation, from their obligation to the communities where they dug those wells, where they drilled those wells, where they pumped oil and gas from those wells. They walked away from their obligation to plug that well and to remediate the land around it once they were done. And those wells, they threaten our water table. They threaten our ability to have clean water when we turn on that tap. And very, very sadly, they worsen the climate crisis. What comes out of those wells when they are doing nothing for nobody, nothing for anybody, what comes out of them is the venting of methane, the leakage of methane. You can smell it when you go near those wells. And those wells, I have visited them, and they are places where they should not be. They are next to schools, and that methane is simply leaking and leaking and leaking. And it is 28 times or more potent than CO2. And so we need to make those kinds of investments where we are both creating jobs and addressing the climate crisis. And I was so pleased, Madam Speaker, when we heard the President speak last night about immigration reform. Because let me tell you, there isn't anybody in this chamber who hasn't benefited from the work of immigrants. There isn't anybody in this chamber except Sharice Davis, and we had our wonderful Deb Haaland, who can't say they are not descendants and daughters and granddaughters of immigrants at one time. I am a descendant and a granddaughter of immigrants, even though I can trace my lineage back 17 generations, but still they were immigrants then. And they caused good things and bad things, which we must recognize. That is our history. There is tension in our history. We have done both good and bad over the years, and we must recognize it. But in terms of today, looking at what immigrants provide us, those dreamers that we have, they are studying to be nurses. They are studying to be doctors. They are studying to be teachers. They are studying to be the physicists, perhaps the engineers that will help us invent what we need to move on to the 22nd century in a planet that still exists in a place we still love. And we must provide for those dreamers. We must make sure that DACA does not expire. This House did its job. This House passed the DREAM Act and sent it over to the Senate. But immigrants are not just students who will become our next teachers and nurses that we are sorely in need of right now. Immigrants are also those that care for our elderly, that care for our very young, that pick our fruits and vegetables, that clean the chickens and pork and prepare them to come to our supermarkets, that stock those shelves. So we must also recognize that they are the essential workers who kept our regular lives going. When we were able to still get food from that supermarket, who was putting their life on the line to provide it to us? It was immigrants. And we must treat them with the respect that they deserve because they have fed all of us. So I was very pleased to listen to the president speak that we must do that. We are going to be calling upon the president because for some reason we cannot get Republicans in the Senate, even though many of them supported the same immigration procedures before, to vote to move those immigration bills forward. So we, faced with this Republican wall, these walls that divide. Why do we have these walls that divide? Why do we have these walls that stunt progress? We will continue to meet and ask and implore the president to lean into those words he shared with us last night so that we can achieve through executive orders so much. I look forward to extending the temporary protected status so that it applies not just to the countries from our American continents, but also to those who are coming from Ukraine. Because we cannot just condemn what Putin has done. We cannot just send the $1 billion that we've already sent to Ukraine for munitions and for assistance. We cannot do the more work that we have authorized today in this chamber. But we must also recognize that wars like this, that those who flee dangerous situations, those who flee their country, the place they love with so little with them, that we have an obligation under international law and under our own law to welcome those who seek asylum in our country. And a temporary protected status for the Ukrainians is the right thing to do, and we support that as well. So I'm very pleased that we did indeed listen to the president talk about that importance last night. Because we know, that's the other thing we know, is Americans support in overwhelming numbers, a majority of Americans support fixing our broken immigration system. They know because they live it daily, that immigrants provide for our country. And that without immigrants, the issues around the supply chains would have been so much worse. I'm also really pleased about the way the president talked about delivering for tribal communities, about delivering for rural communities. You know, this president and this Congress, what they have done with regards to investments in rural America, in the small towns and villages that I find throughout my district, in the small towns and villages and hamlets that we find throughout America where people are working to provide us with the food we eat, with the grass, you know, with everything we need, with the pasture lands that our cattle need, you know, with all of the bounty that we receive here in America, that we must also invest in those places. I was very happy to see that we had the CEO of Intel, because in my district, we have an Intel plant. And that plant is going to be benefiting from the investment that we have announced and that we passed out of this House with the Competes Act. Because we are going to make it in America, we are going to invent it in America, and we are going to make sure that it's made and it's made everywhere in America, because the priorities that we have in that Competes Act are things that are going to be done everywhere in America. I am so proud of the fact that we do have those huge gains in manufacturing jobs. You know, other presidents keep talking about having gains in manufacturing jobs, but it's under this president, and that in 1 year we had more than 500,000 jobs created, 600,000 plus jobs. And in New Mexico, we had 3,600 manufacturing jobs created. Now, our problem is we need to make sure everybody knows about that. We need to make sure that these voices about the possibilities and how we are creating opportunity and how we are delivering for those communities where we serve gets out there. Because sometimes all we listen to is those who vilify, is those who complain, those who just want to tear everything down and don't really have any good solutions. What we are doing in this House, what we are passing out of this House are solutions. We know, and we heard the President speak eloquently last night about the difficulties of inflation. But we also heard the President speak about how we address inflation, how we address inflation without penalizing workers, how we pay workers more and make sure that costs come down. And that's what the infrastructure bill will do. That's what the Competes bill will do. That is what we do when we operate and we pass policies that focus on lifting up our communities, not dividing our communities. Madam Speaker, I'm also so pleased at the President's words that he said last night. When he said, when we invest in our workers, when we build the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, we can build a better America. And you know what? Unions are critical to establishing the good jobs with a fair pay and safe working conditions that make that possibility of building a better America from the bottom up and the middle out. And that is a key distinction of what we have done in this Congress in the 14 months that I have been so lucky to serve. In those 14 months, we have focused and we have invested in us. We have been with the people because the people have moved us along and they have told us what we need because we have gone and visited and we have listened. I was trained as a rebellious lawyer. And when I say that, people said, what does a rebellious lawyer do? I was very lucky. I got trained as a rebellious lawyer at Stanford Law School. And what the most important and powerful thing a rebellious lawyer can do is listen. And what you saw last night was a president responding to what America has shared with us about what they need, about what our families need, what our communities need. And that's what we have done in these last 14 months. We did not give away a whole bunch of money to the rich and the big corporations because they don't need it. They are recognizing incredible profits in the last 14 months. And they are passing on higher costs. So the people who are carrying the burden of those profits are our families, our working families. But what we have done is instead of giving away money to those who didn't need it, we have invested in our communities. We have invested in our communities in the American Rescue Plan by giving people the money they needed to make it through those harsh, dark days. Do we remember what it was like in 2020? It was dark. It was ugly. It was scary. We didn't know if we were going to come out of it. People thought they were going to be losing their homes. How are they going to pay their rent? And we helped them out. The number of small businesses that we have saved is amazing. And then not only did we save those businesses, but the other thing that we have done in the last 14 months is we have had record growth of new businesses starting. And those are the kinds of things that we need to celebrate even as we put our tasks to the metal, even as we work really hard to make sure that we address the new issues that we face. Because our work is never done. Our work is never done. You know, I studied liberation theology in college and in graduate school. And we talked about what does it mean to try to honor the Creator, to honor what we're to do. And it was about the fact that we need to try to create here on earth the kingdom of God, because it's not enough to say that you need to wait for it. We each, for those of us who believe in whatever our beliefs are, we each need to move to say, how do we work today and every day to make the lives of those in our community better? To make sure that we welcome the strangers, because as the scripture says, we were once strangers too. And to me, that is what we should do when we talk about immigration and those. We need to honor the words of love that are in those scriptures. Today, as we celebrate Ash Wednesday, we must remember that we have a job to do here while we are on this earth, and that is to make this place better for those who are less fortunate, for those from the bottom up and the middle out, for all of those. That is our job, and we have a job to this beautiful place we call home, this beautiful planet we call home. As the Pope has pointed out, we have an obligation to protect this beautiful creation we have against the climate change that is part and parcel, as the Pope has noted, greed. And so we must move away from being greedy and being mean and move to a place where our policies are made from a place of love, where we are working up and fighting for our workers. We are allowing them to unionize, because it is through unionization that this country has always improved the conditions of our communities. And so with those final thoughts, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, President Biden's address to the nation last night was a missed opportunity. Our country is mired in a historic number of crises of the president and his party's own making, at home, at our border, and abroad. The rhetoric in the president's speech simply did not match his failing record. And no amount of spin can change what every single American can see plainly and feel so personally. Madam Speaker, in simple summary, our union is in a state of crisis. Hardworking American families are being threatened by skyrocketing prices and empty store shelves, by alarming increases in crime, by our wide open borders and illegal immigration, record overdose deaths, delayed tax returns and government services, and of course, not the least of which is the projection of weakness on America's part on the world stage. Since the magnitude of these problems obviously has not convinced the president and his Democrat allies in Congress to reverse course, I'm not sure anything will. But the State of the Union address is supposed to be an annual opportunity for the American president to take stock, to level with the American people, to acknowledge what has worked and what has not. Republicans urged President Biden to take advantage of that opportunity last night, to chart a new direction, to speak honestly, to accept responsibility for the declining state of our country and pledge to do better. President Biden certainly would not have been the first American president to seek a reset, far from it. Presidential resets are common and they're necessary. But this president didn't do that. What did we get instead? Another typical Biden speech. We got another series of warmed over Democrat talking points taped together and presented to the American people as if it weren't those same policies that got us into the messes that we're in. Madam Speaker, this evening my Republican colleagues and I will provide a further response to the State of the Union that was delivered here just last night. But first, I want to yield to my dear friend and colleague, the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. McMorris Rodgers, for her remarks and for a prayer that is being shared tonight around the world.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. We are all inspired by the people of Ukraine, the leadership of President Zelensky and Mayor Klitschko. Today, Christian Ukrainians had asked for Christians around the world to join in praying, specifically Psalm 31. So please join me. Oh Lord, we come to you for protection. Don't let us be disgraced. Save us, for you do what is right. Turn your ear to listen to us. Rescue us. Be our rock, our protection, our fortress, where we will be safe. For the honor of your name, lead us out of this danger. Pull us from the traps of our enemies. For we find protection in you alone. We entrust our spirit into your hand. Rescue us, Lord, for you are a faithful God. We will be glad and rejoice in your unfailing love. You have seen our troubles, and you care about the anguish of our souls. Have mercy on us, Lord, for we are in distress.
Tears blur our eyes. Our body and soul are withering away. We are dying from grief. We are scorned by our enemies, despised by their neighbors. Even our friends are afraid to come near. When they see us in the streets, they'll run the other way. We're being ignored as if we were dead, as if we were a broken pot. We've heard the many rumors, and they're surrounded by terror. Their enemies conspire, plotting to take our lives. But we are trusting you, O Lord, saying you are our God. Our future is in your hands. Rescue us from those who hunt us down relentlessly. Let your favor shine on your servants. In your unfailing love, rescue. Don't let us be disgraced, O Lord, for we call out to you for help. Let the wicked be disgraced. Let them lie in silence in the grave. Silence their lying lips, those proud and arrogant lips that accuse the godly. How great is the goodness you've stored up for those who fear you. You lavish it on those who come to you for protection, blessing them before the watching world. You hide us in the shelter of your presence, safe from those who conspire against them. You shelter us in your presence, far from accusing tongues. Praise the Lord, for he has shown us the wonders of his unfailing love. He has kept us safe when my city was under attack. In panic, we cried out, we are cut off from the Lord. But you heard our cry for mercy and answered our call for help. Love the Lord, all you godly ones, for the Lord protects those who are loyal to him, but he harshly punishes the arrogant. So be strong and courageous, all you who put your hope in the Lord. The word of the Lord. Thanks be to God. Amen.
Thank you, my friend. The words of the psalmist resonate today as much as they did when they were written so many years ago. And our God is faithful. And thank you for putting that in perspective tonight. Madam Speaker, I am happy to yield next to the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa.
Thank you to my colleague from Louisiana here tonight. I rise during this special order to offer thoughts on the real state of the Union. Last night, the President addressed the nation and attempted to rewrite the history of his first 14 months in office. The speech was short on solutions to our everyday challenges: record inflation, skyrocketing price of gas, and supply chain disruptions that are affecting everything from food to consumer goods. This administration owns this energy crisis, which is a direct result of its crippling domestic production. When we don't produce our own energy, it makes us more vulnerable to global market fluctuations, such as those caused by the Russian aggressions at Ukraine. The Biden administration continues to ignore the national emergency at our southern border with unprecedented illegal immigration, millions of apprehensions, and limited deportations. It's a serious situation that continues to threaten our national security. Let's focus for a moment here on U.S. energy, though. Americans have been feeling the ripple of the skyrocketing energy prices. The average gallon of gas in my home state of California is up 70% from this time last year, and heating our homes is over 30% more expensive than winter last year. Economic sanctions on Russia and the halting of the Nord Stream pipeline are sure to help increase the cost of energy, but they're necessary in order for us to have independence. This reality will be a wake-up call for the Biden administration to reverse their current course and understand that American-produced energy is the best path forward. After the President announced further sanctions on Russia due to their unprovoked attack on Ukraine, he promised to supply energy to our European allies to depend on Russian natural gas. Since his first day in office, he has repeatedly stifled U.S. gas and oil production, increasing our dependence on all things Russian oil. I'm an adamant supporter of domestic oil and gas production, including building new pipelines. Right under our feet lies the largest untapped oil supply in the world, more than enough to drive down costs for American consumers and export liquefied natural gas to our European allies, removing our adversaries like Russia from their supply chain. Last night's State of the Union, the President called to make Russia suffer economic consequences for their unprovoked attack. He glossed over these repeatedly stifled U.S. domestic energy production, halting the Keystone Pipeline, and suffocated domestic oil and gas leases. Unfortunately, he did the opposite. Just this week, he announced he's once again halting all new leases for drilling on our vast federal lands, which we know how to do well and ecologically soundly. His solution? Import more gas from other adversaries, such as China and the Middle East. Our nation imports 7% of our oil from Russia. All that may seem like not much. If they shut it off when we're not ready for it, that will cause a big ripple through it. We can't just flip a switch and turn on our domestic energy supply. It will take time to do it. We know what we need to do. We need to get at it. Start now. The American people are being crushed under the weight of these economic consequences from the failed policies. We know what we need to do. Let's get after it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my friend. And energy policy is national security policy. Energy security is national security, and we know that acutely now. Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to yield next to the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. McClain.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Speaker. The state of our union is atrocious. There are crises everywhere we look. Record high inflation, record high illegal border crossings, a supply chain crisis that has stalled our economy, soaring energy prices, a devastating and deadly withdrawal from Afghanistan, and emboldened Russia trying to overthrow a sovereign country and a democratic ally, Ukraine. This is what a full year of complete democratic control and failure has brought the American people. And the president is completely backwards. The policies he and his congressional Democrat allies have pushed us into haven't gotten us out of these crises. They have actually pushed us into these crises under his first short one-year term in office. The speech we saw last night was completely detached from reality. What the American people are hearing from the Democrats is not what they are seeing, and it is not what they are experiencing. They can no longer afford to suffer these crises brought on by incompetent, arrogant, and out-of-touch leaders. Sadly, the speech last night indicates that this administration plans to double down on their nonsense and spread lies and misinformation to the American people. All the American people want is truth, transparency, and consistency. Instead of manufacturing accomplishments to talk about at the State of the Union, like the convenient overnight change in the science, or shall I say political science, as a wind must have blown in from the Senate and miraculously COVID doesn't exist anymore. President Biden needs to own up to all of the problems he has created and actually come up with some real solutions to get our country back on track. There is still time to do that. If he's unable to do that, I implore him, please pick up the phone, call me. I'm happy to help. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. Very well said. Madam Speaker, I'm happy now to yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania who announced this week that he will not be seeking re-election and he will be sorely missed because this is a gentleman and a great legislator. Mr. Keller.
I thank the gentleman from Louisiana. Madam Speaker, President Biden had an opportunity during the State of the Union address to communicate to the American people what his administration has learned from its policy failures of the past year and lay out a plan to correct course. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. I was not surprised that the President used this address as a political tool to double down on his assault on American energy, mandates, and big government spending. These policy decisions have emboldened our adversaries and led to record high inflation, business losing workers, rising crime across the country, and a wide open southern border. If President Biden really believed that doing the same thing will solve any of the crises his administration created, he's either totally out of touch or ignoring the facts. Either way, the President took the easy way out. What is easy is not always right. Be assured, Republicans will not shy away from our duty to always put America first, to rebuild our economic engine, restore individual liberty, and renew the American dream. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you very much. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to yield next the gentleman from South Carolina who's been a mentor to me and so many others in Congress, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman Mike Johnson, for your leadership and courage to present the truth tonight. And thank you, Madam Speaker. Last Friday, I was grateful as the ranking member of the U.S. delegation to the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe to address the Parliamentary Assembly in Vienna, Austria. Our delegation was ably led by co-chair Steve Cohen. Quote, "The bipartisan United States delegation of Democrats and Republicans, being transatlantic with our valued European and Indo-Pacific allies, have unintentionally been united about Putin's war of mass murder in Ukraine, violating the principles of the Helsinki Final Act. This emphasizes the devastating human cost of Putin's war against the families of Ukraine, isolating Russia and Belarus from the modern world. This is Putin's war, as correctly identified by Der Spiegel, the German news magazine. It's not a war in Ukraine. It's not Russia's war. This is clearly to be forever condemned as Putin's war. The responsibility is of an insane czar who is trying to build his power based on oil, money, and power, betraying young Russians to death. OSCE monitors have impartially relayed the tragic reality of this conflict every day under often difficult and dangerous conditions. The Putin government and its proxies must restore the monitors' ability to fulfill their mandate. I am personally grateful to have visited Russia a number of times, where I was so impressed by the talented citizens today who are being betrayed by Putin and his obsession for oil, money, and power. 2 months ago, I visited Kyiv, and it's horrifying to know the attacks. The pictures that we see here that has been sent worldwide is the road to the airport. I was so impressed when I was there in December to see the 4, 6, 8, now 10 lanes of boulevards filled with cars, a very modern society with high-rise buildings that could be anywhere in America, could be anywhere in the world, in the modern world. And now, sadly, we see that the cars are congested there and blocked, and you have families, they have their pets with them, they have all the property that they could possibly carry, they have children, they have infants, they have elderly and sick persons, and trying to flee the rocket attacks, solely the responsibility of Putin. Sadly, in Belarus, dictator Lukashenko has become a puppet of Putin to subject Belarusians to autocracy, facilitating Putin's illegal war on the people of Ukraine. It is inspiring that the legal president of Belarus, Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, would have her first loyalty to the people of Belarus, not to the war criminal Putin. In conclusion, God bless Ukraine, God save Ukraine, long live President Volodymyr Zelensky. God bless America. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson, and for all you do and your expertise in foreign affairs. It's a great blessing to all of us. Madam Speaker, I yield next the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
I thank the gentleman from Louisiana for yielding me time this evening. Madam Speaker, today I rise to remind President Biden that the State of the Union is in crisis, more so than at any time in my lifetime. After sitting in the House chamber last night listening to the President speak, I couldn't help but think about the people of Tennessee that are struggling to make ends meet. They are struggling due to skyrocketing inflation that has been fueled by President Biden and congressional Democrats' insatiable desire to recklessly spend trillions of dollars by borrowing massive amounts of money from China and elsewhere, and highly mortgaging our children's and grandchildren's and their children that follow after them, the future of these generations. It's gutless and it's wrong. Madam Speaker, the State of the Union is not strong. In fact, under only 1 year of President Biden's leadership, migrant encounters at our southern border have increased 96%. More police officers were killed than in any year since 1995. The price of gasoline has increased 33%. The fentanyl that comes across our southern border has become the leading cause of death among people aged 18 to 45, with an American dying every 5 minutes and 15 seconds. Afghanistan has been surrendered back to the Taliban, leaving behind hundreds of Afghans who were aligned with us during that long struggle, along with billions of taxpayer dollars in modern American weaponry. And now another American ally is under attack by out-of-control Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. It is time to wake up and recognize that Biden's administration and congressional Democrats' policies are failing the American people. In fact, those policies have begun to do real damage to us at an ever-increasing pace. The people of my state, Tennessee, see right through this charade and implore the President to act now before it is too late and reverse his policies to match the rhetoric that we heard in the State of the Union address. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. Madam Speaker, that was so well said. We're going to stay in the state of Tennessee. I'll yield next to the gentleman, Mr. Burchett, from that same area.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson, for your leadership. And let me start off by offering my prayers to Ukraine, its people and its leaders. I've asked my family to do that. Every night when we say our prayers, we do. We pray for the people of Ukraine and their safety and the miracle that needs to occur in that country of biblical proportions. It's happened before and it can happen again. But all of us hope that their country finds peace. We want to see this conflict end in the middle of Vladimir Putin's unprovoked war against their country. These civilians are not at all responsible for the situation they find themselves in, yet they're the ones who are always paying the price. Homes are destroyed, food and water are scarce, medical supplies are in short supply. Many institutions necessary for a stable society are under attack. On top of it all, the Ukrainians are living under the constant threat of Putin dropping a vacuum bomb or something worse. Some reports indicate that thermobaric bombs have been introduced to the theater, a whole new kind of hell that we're not used to in this country. Discussions are now taking place about the United States supporting the Ukrainians with humanitarian aid. Question remains, how will we pay for this important matter? Congress could save a whole lot of money, Madam Speaker, if we would seize Russian-held assets and use them to pay for humanitarian aid to the Ukraine. Using a creative funding mechanism like this ensures that we're responsible stewards of our constituents' tax dollars, especially given the challenges they face here at home. Since 2015, American taxpayers have spent nearly $3 billion, with a B, $3 billion on humanitarian aid to Ukraine. What's wrong with having those responsible for the current humanitarian crisis pay for it, Madam Speaker? Vladimir Putin's invasion sparked this crisis. It makes sense that Russia should pay for the destruction and suffering it is causing these poor, innocent Ukrainians. Thank you, Chairman Johnson. I yield the remainder of my time. I appreciate your truculent use of this apparatus, and I do appreciate your lackluster approach. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. Always brings levity to the moments, even the heavy ones. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clott.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Johnson. I appreciate your leadership in this special order. Last night, President Biden had an opportunity to pivot his failing administration by using the State of the Union to present a new plan that would actually help the American people and address the multitude of crises that he created by his policies. Instead, President Biden wasted his State of the Union speech by doubling down on his failed agenda and flat out lying to the American people. When I heard his tough talk on sanctioning Russia and his vow to buy American, I had hope that maybe this would include energy, American oil and gas. But no, his administration continues to double down on Green New Deal priorities and promote the purchase of oil and gas from other countries. Why would he do that? Why would he encourage the United States to continue to buy over 635,000 barrels a day from Russia alone? Just look at the spot price of oil, $114 a barrel today. which means we are sending Vladimir Putin over $72.5 million every day to fund his war machine against Ukraine. Every dollar we spend on foreign energy weakens domestic energy production. When he spoke about inflation, Biden's only so-called solution to combat 40-year high prices and hyperinflation was to tell businesses to lower costs. Lower costs. That was it. And despite promising that he will secure the southern border, Biden's severely misguided immigration policies have led to over 2.1 million illegal encounters at our border in his first year alone, not to mention record high levels of dangerous drugs like fentanyl flooding into our communities. And just today, his own acting Assistant Secretary of Border and Immigration Policy at DHS admitted in our Homeland Security Committee meeting that they are actively working to fight against and overturn the lower court mandated Remain in Mexico policy at the Supreme Court level. Last night, the president conveniently claimed victory over COVID and urged Americans to stop looking at COVID as a partisan dividing line. But don't forget, Biden has routinely enforced medical tyranny and used the pandemic as a weapon to sow division. Throughout his presidency, Biden has said that unvaccinated Americans are destroying our economy, killing our people, and are the root of our country's problems. No, Mr. President, that's simply not right. But it was right to say last night that the answer is not to defund the police. So why the change in message? For years, Democrats have dangerously called for defunding our brave men and women in law enforcement. Even candidate Biden said funding should be redirected away from our police. Meanwhile, there was no mention of the Biden administration's abysmal failure in Afghanistan that resulted in 13 fallen heroes. Handed billions of dollars worth of military equipment to the Taliban and abandoned Americans behind enemy lines. After a year of his failed leadership, the American people know good and well that Biden's speech was nothing but lip service. Actions speak louder than words, Mr. President. Americans are desperately waiting and deserve a leader who will act on their behalf to fix the crises facing our nation. We are still waiting. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. That's well said. Madam Speaker, happy to yield next the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the Republican leader of our House Agriculture Committee, Mr. Thompson.
Well, I thank the gentleman for his leadership in this special order hour and for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today during this special order to offer thoughts on the real state of our union. Last night, President Biden addressed the nation and attempted to rewrite the history of his first year in office. His speech included a lot of Washington speak and was short on solutions to our everyday challenges: record high inflation, the skyrocketing cost of gas, and supply chain disruptions affecting everything from food to consumer goods. President Biden owns this energy crisis, which is a direct result of his administration crippling domestic production, the issuing of permits, the production on federal lands, the stopping of pipelines. The list goes on and on and on. Now, when we don't produce our own energy, it makes us more vulnerable to global market fluctuations, such as those caused by Russian aggressions in Ukraine. And you heard my good friend talk about how America under President Biden is buying over 500,000 barrels of oil a day. In some small part or large part, America is funding, through that, the Russian aggression into the Ukraine. President Biden continues to ignore the national emergency at our southern border. I was just there last week, and it was incredible. We have unprecedented illegal migration. We have millions of apprehensions and limited deportations. This is a serious situation that continues to threaten our national security. Madam Speaker, actions speak louder than words, and no amount of grandstanding is going to change the fact that the American people have a starkly different view from the President on the direction of our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, my friend, for your leadership, and that was so well said. And as we say over and over and over, Energy security is national security, and it is unconscionable that we are funding Putin's aggression in Ukraine. Madam Speaker, happy to yield next to the gentlelady from Illinois, my dear friend, Ms. Miller.
Thank you to my friend, Chairman Johnson. House Democrats who attacked unmasked and unvaccinated Americans as super spreaders and said they should be fired from their jobs suddenly decided to lift the mask mandate and crowd together last night, hugging and kissing each other in a packed room right before the State of the Union to benefit President Biden's political optics. COVID restrictions weren't lifted because they're destroying children's lives or killing small businesses. The restrictions ended because a politician's poll numbers got too low and he needed a political reset. The American people are disgusted by this political double standard. They're never going to forget it. But we are not surprised. Every decision the Biden administration makes has gone against the needs and the will of the American people. Americans want secure borders and police protection. What does the left do? Open our borders, facilitate an invasion, and defund and demoralize our police. Americans want energy independence and affordable gas. What does the left do? They dismantle our domestic energy industry and are forcing Americans to buy Chinese solar panels and batteries. The left may be woke, but Americans are awake. The State of the Union is ready for a change. Thank you, and I yield back.
Well said. The hypocrisy was on display last night, wasn't it? It's just absurd. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to yield next to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson, and thank you, Madam Speaker. Last night's speech should have been the shortest State of the Union address in history. It's easy for everyone to see the State of the Union is much worse after 1 year under the Biden presidency. This president, in order to keep energy independence, which is a national security issue and an economic security issue, all he had to do was nothing. If he would have just stayed in his basement and we paid him to stay home, the country would be so much better off today with the prices we're paying at the pump, with the security of our nation. There's nothing that impacts middle income, lower income, fixed income Americans than what we're paying at the pump. And now we're in risk of it going from $4 a gallon to $7 a gallon because of this president. And he has the travesty to not release American energy in the face of Russian aggression in Ukraine. This president just needs to allow all the drilling to take place in these United States for us to unleash our resources and bankrupt the Putin regime so he cannot finance the invasion into Ukraine. But no, what's happening? We're buying some 75,000 gallons of Russian oil a day at the cost of $100 a barrel, enriching Putin's regime to the cost of $75 million per day. But it's worse than that. What did this president have to do to keep a secure border? All he had to do was nothing. If he had stayed home after January 20th of 2021, Americans would still be largely safe at the border because illegal immigration had been eradicated under the previous administration. But what did he do? He forced the cessation of the border wall, and he does not permit the border agents, the Border Patrol, to do their job. Meanwhile, 2.2 million illegal aliens came across our border last year and have been distributed into the interior of our country, flown at taxpayer expense all over the country in the dark of night. From 160 countries. We don't know what they're doing while they're here, and this president has not just allowed it to happen, he has facilitated it happening. As a matter of fact, last night he says he has the gall to say, hey, we want to secure the border, when his policies have done just the opposite and continue to do just the opposite. Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution says it's the responsibility of the president to protect the states from invasion, and he is doing just the very opposite, willfully, purposefully, intentionally. That is why so many of us have signed on to impeachment articles against this president just because of what he's done on the border. Let's pretend he had done everything else well, use your imagination, in his first year in the White House, just because of what he is doing to the American people at the border, and he has the gall in this speech last night to lie to the American people and say that he wants to secure the border. It should have been the shortest speech ever, because to get up there and to lie to the American people about the policies that he's implementing that are harming this country, it's a travesty. Thank you, Chairman Johnson.
Mr. Good said it so well, and that passion is felt all around this country. I hear it from my constituents. I know Mr. Good does as well. All of us do. And people couldn't even tune in last night. Our constituents are writing to me saying that they couldn't even watch it because it was nauseating how untrue it was. And here we are. Madam Speaker, I yield next to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann.
Thank you to my colleague and friend from Louisiana for your leadership and for hosting this here tonight. Less than 24 hours ago, the President delivered the State of the Union address in this very chamber. I would like to respond on behalf of the big 1st District of Kansas. Last night, Americans hoped to hear our Commander-in-Chief address the many crises facing our country and explain his plans for fixing them, a reasonable request. Instead, we heard a monologue of half-truths and empty promises. This administration has failed on the world stage, creating one foreign policy disaster after another, and the repercussions are posing threats to America's food supply, energy security, and our freedom. On the home front, this administration has created record inflation, which is destroying livelihoods and killing small businesses across the country in my district. Drugs and crime are destroying American communities and families. And we have an open southern border where drugs and human trafficking run rampant. The supply chain is still in disarray. Our country's debt is at an all-time high, almost $30 trillion. And the President has halted our march towards energy independence by killing the Keystone XL pipeline. So the Biden administration has made a disaster in its handling of its issues at home. Abroad, our country has an egregious trade deficit with China, a country that ripped off American farmers to the tune of $16 billion in the Phase 1 trade deal, and this administration has done nothing to hold them accountable. The President was getting lots of applause last night for talking a big game about supporting Ukraine, but we've done nothing meaningful so far as in response to the humanitarian crisis Vladimir Putin has created there. His financial sanctions won't prevent China from bailing out Russia financially, and President Biden won't stop buying 500,000 barrels of oil a day from Putin because, again, President Biden killed the Keystone XL pipeline. Furthermore, the President clearly isn't worried about the food implications of Russia taking over Ukraine, which is the breadbasket of Europe, by the way, and the 3rd largest grain export in the world, because he still hasn't even appointed a USDA Undersecretary of Foreign Trade and Agriculture. In 13 and a half months, he hasn't even nominated one. Americans are a resilient people. We've proven that over the past 2 years, and I would argue that Kansans are among the most resilient of all. We've made it through worse times than these. But I'm standing here today to say enough is enough. We need to get this country back on track, and to do that, we need a president who actually leads. Last night, I hope that the president would tell us about how he plans to hold Russia accountable for its inhumane invasion of Ukraine, stop inflation, fix the supply chain, secure our southern border, and stand up for American farmers and ranchers who feed, fuel, and clothe the world. But he did not. Instead, I heard an out-of-touch stump speech from a politician who wanted me to believe that everything is going to be just fine as long as he's in the White House. Mr. President, I pray for you, and I want you to be successful, but in order for that to happen, you must lead. Thank you for hosting this. I yield back.
Very well said, my friend. Thank you for being here. And, Madam Speaker, I yield to another colleague now, a gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman. I say it both ways.
That's good.
Grothman.
There are people I know who get that wrong for 25 years in a row. So, okay, thank you. I'd like to comment a little bit on the speech last night and some of the issues that have been ignored and should be addressed, and some of the issues that were given such short shrift it was almost comical. The first issue I'd like to address is inflation. Next time I should get my own billboard here. But if you look at M2, which is one measure of the monetary supply, in the 1970s, and I'm old enough to remember the 1970s, when inflation was really a horrible thing and something that we were never supposed to repeat, M2 was going up at a rate of about 7% year over year. We now are up about 37% year over year. I mean, if you look at a graph, it is shocking the degree to which the Federal Reserve is just flooding money into our system. Of course, a major reason why they've had to do this is wildly excessive spending. Because if you have excessive spending and foreign governments do not want to buy your debt, and who would want to buy your debt, you wind up with no alternative but to degrade the value of the dollar. I thought it was particularly amazing that the president said, or told business, that you have to, quote, lower your costs, meaning that we shouldn't reduce wages, which is fine, but like it's an easy thing to lower your costs. I wonder, has President Biden ever actually talked to the businesses who are raising their prices? The first thing I hear about is the metals, the aluminum, the different kinds of steel that are up 300, 400, 500%. When the market, the cost of these things go up to that degree, and you're a businessman, what in the world are you supposed to do? The cost of transportation is going up, and the amount we pay truckers, which is a tremendously good occupation, has gone up. Sometimes you can't even get trucks. And what has President Biden done? He imposes a vaccine mandate on truckers, which further reduces the supply of an occupation that's already in demand, thereby guaranteeing the cost is going to continue to go up even more. I strongly encourage President Biden to have some of his staff run around Washington, D.C., or maybe run around and talk to some of the factory owners in this country and ask them or advise them what they're supposed to do to, quote, lower their costs. Most of them, because we have a shortage of people working, are already probably exceeding last year's output in product. But despite the fact that they're doing that, so therefore they're getting more per hour worked, but they can't find any new ways to reduce costs. But again, I hope President Biden sends some of his cabinet members around the country and either advises them on how it's going to be easy to lower your costs, or hears from them how impossible it is to lower their costs. By the way, every single manufacturer I've talked to in the next 2 months, and I bet I've talked to 15, 20, every one of them thinks inflation is going to get worse. When I talk to farmers who have a variety of, fertilizers, whatever that goes into their product, they see the costs going through the roof. And every single farmer I talk to thinks inflation is going to get worse. So I strongly encourage the Biden administration to have some people get out there among the hoi polloi and find out what's really going on with regard to inflation. Next, he talked about the police. And maybe President Biden doesn't realize what the problem he and his allies have created by going after the police. In Milwaukee, the city just to the south of my district, there was a dramatic increase to all-time record number of murders in 2020, something that you never thought you'd see again, and it was exceeded again in 2021. Why is that happening? It's because President Biden and his allies have adopted an anti-police rhetoric, in particular implying amount of racism out there, and they are pushing a bill that's already been through this House, a bill that will make it much easier to hire a policeman. Now, if a policeman wants to do his job, sometimes they have to arrest people, sometimes they have to wrestle with people. If you can wind up being sued, you are much less likely to want to do that. And when you have police that are less engaged, particularly in our busiest cities, what are you going to get? More crime. We cannot say we are serious about the spiraling number of people who are being shot to death or stabbed to death in this country until we allow the police to be police again. We've got to stop that police hatred that goes on. And I don't care whether we eventually send, a few $100 million around the country to hire more police or whatever President Biden has up his sleeve. What we've got to do is we've got to build respect for police again so that they are free to maintain the safety in this country. The third thing I'll look at that I thought he again was misleading to the public concerns election laws. Many states, including Wisconsin, have a photo ID law. President Biden and his acolytes imply that a photo ID law is motivated by racism. Again, this is unnecessarily divisive. One of the reasons why I feel that this is the most divisive president of my lifetime, I have praised him for the speech last night in which he didn't call this country racist after, using the racial word or white supremacy so much in his inaugural speech. Nevertheless, it's a little bit ridiculous when, in order to have fair elections, some of us want to have photo ID, and then people stand around when photo ID is needed for things that probably have a much more dramatic impact on the average person's life, but that it doesn't bother them. We had a requirement here in town that you present a vaccine, proof of vaccine, with which you had to produce a photo ID if you wanted to go to a restaurant in this town. I would say it's a fairly significant thing. Did anybody say that the District of Columbia was being racist because they required a photo ID if I want to eat at a restaurant? They want to look at my ID before I get in an airplane. If I had to fly somewhere to get some surgery, if I had to fly somewhere to see an ailing relative, that could be a really life-changing experience. Does anybody say, oh, it's racist to require a photo ID if I got on an airplane? We just put up with this routinely. Nevertheless, President Biden fans the flames of division by claiming that those of us who want to make sure we have fair elections are motivated by racism, when photo IDs are needed so commonly. The next thing I want to point out that I think he gave short shrift to, and an insulting small amount of time, was the huge number of people who are dying of drug overdoses in this country. I got this job only 7 years ago. At the time, 47,000 people a year died of drug overdoses. By comparison, in 12 years during the Vietnam War, 57,000 people died. And every politician was supposed to talk about it. Now we shoot up from 47,000 to 100,000 people, and President Biden can't even bring himself to talk about fentanyl, the drug responsible for most of those deaths. I don't know why he wouldn't talk about fentanyl. My guess is because overwhelmingly it's coming across the southern border and he doesn't want to do anything about the southern border. However, I would hope in the future President Biden would meet with some of law enforcement around the country, find out what it's like to have to tell the parents or siblings or children of the people who are dying that their relative has died. That's a horrible thing. And I think to gloss over the 100,000 deaths we have every year in this country, twice the number of people who died in the 12 years in Vietnam, was, I thought, very callous. But again, I would encourage President Biden to ask members of the administration to get out about a little bit, talk to relatives of people who've died of drug overdoses, particularly fentanyl, and maybe it will cause him to devote a little bit more time to next year's State of the Union address when he realizes what a horrible situation we have. My final comment, of course, well, there are many other things that I don't think were addressed accurately or in depth during the State of the Union address that should have been. However, I yield the remainder of my time back to my congressman in charge.
Thank you, Mr. Grothman. That's well said. There's a lot. We know you could go all night because there was a lot to complain about. Madam Speaker, tonight you've heard the response of so many of my Republican colleagues to the lackluster State of the Union address that was held here last evening. Perhaps the most glaring problem with this speech is that the President tried to ignore the fact that it is his lack of leadership that is what's created this dangerous situation that we're all in right now. All the crises you've heard about, the American people, though, know the facts. I grew up in the 70s and 80s. I was a child of the Reagan era, and we remember in the Cold War, he reminded us we maintain the peace through our strength. What he communicated to us so clearly is that weakness invites aggression. We've projected weakness on the world stage, and it is inviting Russian aggression. We pray and hope that we do not get a similar aggression from our other adversaries like China, North Korea, Iran, and the rest. The only thing holding back terrorists and tyrants and dictators and rogue operators around the globe is the perception of a strong America. That's what we stand for. We wish we could have heard that from the President in a more honest tone last night, but we didn't get it. So we're here. We're going to continue to work on this side of the aisle to fix these problems, and we look forward to the election cycle this fall, where we believe the fortunes around here are going to change pretty substantially. Madam Speaker, I thank my colleagues for being here tonight, and I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas rise?
I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection, so ordered.
Last evening, the President of the United States was strong, and he was clear to stay away from divisive rhetoric. But my friends on the other side of the aisle realize that anything that has not been accomplished is because they have been obstructionists. The Wall Street Journal says that the President and his American Rescue Plan has led to less of the damage, and it is the biggest and best recovery in the least in the past 50 years. It has had the least economic impact in terms of long-term unemployment, weak labor markets, inexperienced workers, evictions and foreclosures. President Biden's American Rescue Plan has led to less of that than any recovery in the last 50 years. We know that in Ukraine, it's a disaster. People are dying. It's Putin's war, but the President has brought NATO together. And yes, if we could pass Build Back Better, which they have obstructed, we would be able to have child care for all of America. So I wanted to just for this one moment get on the floor to say, in all that they have said, why don't they take the call of the President? Let's unify and stand for the American people. Stop complaining and let's get to work. President Biden called us to work as a strong America. I yield back.
Thank you. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Puerto Rico, Ms. Gonzalez-Colon, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include additional material on the subject of this special order.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I rise today joined by a good group of colleagues and legislators here in the House to commemorate the 105th anniversary of granting the U.S. citizenship to the people of Puerto Rico and to reaffirm our commitment to full equality for the island's 3.2 million Americans, which can only be achieved through statehood. And many people will ask how long we've been part of the United States. After the Spanish-American War, before that, Puerto Rico was part of Spain. And after the Spanish-American War, we became a possession, a territory of the United States. In 1898, then in 1906, President Theodore Roosevelt called on Congress to confer American citizenships to Puerto Ricans. Legislation was introduced to those effects between 1912 and 1913, which was supported by President William Howard Taft and then the Wilson administration. President Wilson had even campaigned in 1912 on a promise to ensure U.S. citizenship for Puerto Ricans. On this day, March the 2nd, President Woodrow Wilson signed the Jones-Shafroff Act, which extended statutory U.S. citizenship to the residents of the island. While the Jones-Shafroff Act will not be the last time Congress acted on a question of citizenship. Actually, then in 1940, the Nationality Act conferred birthright citizenship to persons born in Puerto Rico. The signing of the 1917 law cemented our relationship as an integral part of the United States. For 150 years, Puerto Ricans have been proud American citizens, and we have contributed greatly to this country in every field of endeavor. We even have Supreme Court judges, a lot of entrepreneurs, and many others in many areas. We proudly upheld and defend the ideals that define our nation, including more than 235,000 Puerto Ricans who have honorably served in the U.S. Armed Forces, fighting side by side with our fellow citizens from the States. Yet, despite our contributions, despite our long-standing commitment to the values that come with being an American citizen, the reality is that we are still not equal. That's the reality of Puerto Ricans every day. And then you have 3.2 million Americans living on the island and more than 5 million living on the mainland. That tells you that because of the current territorial status, Americans in Puerto Rico lack full voting representation in this Congress. For example, I do represent people in this floor, but I cannot vote here for any measure that affects my island. I do the job of at least 4 members of Congress. We do not have senators that can be the voice of Puerto Rico because they are not elected on the island. And yet, we need to apply all federal laws to the island, but without having a say or a vote on each of them. Our people cannot vote for our president, our commander-in-chief, and we have no say in the federal decision-making process which impact every aspect of our lives. Even though we are U.S. citizens and the federal government can and often does treat the island unequally under federal laws and programs, and while it is true that Congress could pass legislation today to address some of those disparities, it is similarly true that any future Congress could undo such efforts. And when you revise our Constitution, specifically Territorial Clause of the U.S. Constitution, Article 4, Section 3, it says specifically that the Congress shall have the power to dispose and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or other property belonging to the United States. And yet we are the most powerful nation on earth, still having a colony in the Caribbean for more than 105 years. And that's the reason, because we are a territory, we will be always at Congress' mercy. And as a territory, we will never truly enjoy the same rights and responsibilities as our fellow citizens in the States. Only statehood can guarantee our full equality as U.S. citizens. And that's why the people of Puerto Rico have voted to reject the current territorial status, not once, not twice, 3 times in a row, and to be admitted as a State of the Union, most recently in November of 2020, when a clear majority, an absolute majority of the people, 73% of the people voted on that election. Of those 73% of the people who voted, 53% voted for statehood. That's an absolute majority. So you don't have any delegates, you don't have any mail. This is direct votes, in-person votes of the people of the island asking for a statehood. Even statehood got more votes than any politician on the island. Statehood got more votes than any political party on the island. So that means that's the biggest consensus ever on the island 3 times in a row. And as we commemorate 105th anniversary of our American citizenship, It is crucial that Congress act to end Puerto Rico's undemocratic territorial status and to respond to our vote for equality through statehood. I'm proud to have partnered with Congressman Darren Soto, our brother from Florida, to introduce bipartisan legislation to achieve this, using H.R. 1522, the Puerto Rico Statehood Admission Act, that will make a formal offer of statehood. Never before Congress even asked the people of Puerto Rico whether we want to continue as a territorial colonial status or we want to achieve statehood or independence. This will be the first time ever this question will be made to the people on the island coming from Congress in a binding process. Same thing happened in Hawaii, same thing happened in Alaska. They were asked a simple question: you want to become a State of the Union, yes or no? That same question was the referendum we held locally in Puerto Rico by the local laws with that majority. And to say that this bill will make a formal offer of statehood, outlining a clear process to enable the island's admission into the Union, and should it be ratified by Puerto Rican voters in a federally sponsored yes or no referendum. Having said that, I think it is time, it's long overdue, that we resolve the Puerto Rican unfinished democracy business. And with that, I would like to yield 5 minutes to our main sponsor in the Democratic side, Darren Soto from Florida.
I thank the resident commissioner. Madam Speaker, here is my partner in equality in the resident commissioner, Jennifer Gonzalez-Colon, and she's not the only one. Florida is in the House tonight in support of you. Representative Demings, Representative Washman-Schultz, Representative Salazar, we are all here to support our brothers and sisters back on my family's native island. This is a little bit about history today, 105 years of citizenship. You know, I checked on Ancestry.com, and the roots of my family back in Puerto Rico go way back further than they could ever tell, on the Soto side and on the Casanova side, with a few coming in the mid-1800s from the Canary Islands, but the rest back further than you can uncover through the internet. So when Teddy Roosevelt comes up on that San Juan Hill and you have the Spanish-American War, my relatives, my ancestors were already there for an unknown and distant amount of time. And I also see Representative Wild. Representative Wild, thank you for being here as well, from Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's in the House. So when I think about at the turn of the 20th century, my ancestors, some of whom I got to meet, like my great-grandmother, Altagracia Casanova, who still farmed by the time I was a little kid in Sabana Hoyos in Puerto Rico, they became citizens by statute. And then my great-grandparents, they had draft cards. They went and served in World War I. The first shots of World War I were fired off the coast of San Juan as the Germans attempted to enter the Caribbean. From there, we saw my grandparents stationed in places in the Caribbean and South America during World War II. We know of the great famed Buccaneers serving in all those wars together, as well as Korea. And this citizenship has been earned in courage and in blood, in contributions, both in science and art and manufacturing, and in so many other ways that have made this such a great United States of America. But it's the recent history that I'm most concerned about. We saw after the 936 exemption ended, my family moved to Central Florida from Puerto Rico. They were worried about the economic climate. They moved to Central Florida for economic opportunity, and my family up north, where I was raised, we soon followed and found ourselves in Central Florida. We don't want people to have to be forced to relocate because they're worried about economic prosperity. That's already in our family history as well. Then you look at, after that, recession coming in, then promesa, austerity measures that would never happen to a state. The types of cuts to government, the type of attack on sovereignty was terrible. And we have many pensioners who served as civil servants in Puerto Rico who now live in Central Florida, places like Representative Demings in my district, and I have no doubt in South Florida, and Wasserman Schultz and Salazar's districts as well. And so it affects us directly and indirectly. Then we see on top of that Hurricane Maria. What a devastation. The highest death toll of any natural disaster in modern American history. And we see how important it is to have representation and how important it is to have fair treatment. And then it's been the latest battles over these last couple of years. You and I have fought together along with our allies here on everything from food assistance to Medicaid, to finally getting Puerto Rico treated equally in the American Rescue Plan, to finally getting the people of Puerto Rico treated equally in infrastructure. But those battles will continue if we do not resolve the territorial status. And that's why I was honored to co-introduce our bill together with our friends to admit Puerto Rico as a state after a binding plebiscite, of course. And I feel very good about where we're headed to a bipartisan vote on the floor and putting forward a bill that the senators can vote for. And this is about making sure, as we see tyranny, attacks of democracy versus autocracy in Ukraine, and frankly in so many places around the Caribbean, Central and South America, this is where we can take a stand in the Caribbean for democracy and give our brothers and sisters back on the island the opportunity to forge your own destinies. And your Florida Rican brothers and sisters are with you. Thank you, Commissioner, and I yield back.
Thank you to our main sponsor, and I will say, I don't have the vote here in the House, so I depend on all members of the House to support Puerto Rico in many ways. And in that sense, I will be always grateful, Darren, for your commitment and your help. And I would like to recognize now a dear friend from Florida as well that is here, and I just want to, before recognizing her, recognize the former member of the House and current governor of Puerto Rico, Pedro Pierluisi. It's here in the floor of the House. Thank you, Governor, for supporting this. This is a bipartisan issue. You won't find any other bill that will have bipartisan support. This is not a Republican issue. This is not a Democratic issue. This is the cause of equal rights. This is civil rights. This is democracy. And with that, I cannot find a better person to speak about that than my good friend from Miami, Congresswoman Salazar.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Madam Chairman. And for over 120 years, Puerto Rico, as we have said here, has enriched the United States with its culture and its people. The beautiful island of Puerto Rico that I know so well is the jewel of the Caribbean. Americans, millions of Americans have flocked to its beaches and rainforests to soak in the incredible natural beauty of the island of Puerto Rico. And with that background, 105 years ago, as we have heard before, Puerto Ricans became citizens of this great country, the United States. Puerto Ricans are true Americans and true patriots because over 35,000 of them currently serve in the United States Armed Forces. 235,000 Puerto Ricans are veterans who have served alongside their fellow countrymen from the mainland. From the beaches to Normandy to the Mekong Delta, its people, the Puerto Ricans, have made the ultimate sacrifice in the name of freedom and in the name of the United States of America. And I should say that Puerto Rico holds a very special place in my heart because after my parents fled Castro's Cuba, my family found refuge in San Juan, the capital of the island of Puerto Rico. And because of that decision, I spent a fantastic childhood in the island because we went to live in paradise in the 60s. It was in Puerto Rico where I first learned about American values. It was in Puerto Rico where I learned the meaning behind the American flag and the essential value of freedom and liberty. Puerto Ricans received the Cuban exile community with open arms. And that's why today I would like to take this opportunity from the floor of the United States Congress, as a congresswoman for the city of Miami, the heart of the exile community, the Cuban exile community in the United States. I want to thank the Puerto Ricans for their noble act of welcoming millions and millions of Cubans to the island and giving them the possibility of living in freedom, in peace, and living in paradise. Puerto Ricans have welcomed people from around the world to visit paradise in the Caribbean on American soil, the best of both worlds. Today, Puerto Ricans are American ambassadors showing the beauty and diversity of our great country to the rest of the world. For that reason, I thank you, my very good friend, mi amiga, Resident Commissioner Jennifer Gonzalez Colon, for her leadership on this chamber, on this floor. She is a relentless champion for the island's future, for what the island deserves, and for what we need to see for the future of Puerto Rico. Thank you to you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Maria Elvira. You touched my heart with those words. I would like to recognize for 2.5 minutes the Congresswoman from Pennsylvania, Susan Wild.
Thank you so much, Rep. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am proud to rise today on behalf of the more than 80,000 Puerto Rican constituents who call my district, Pennsylvania's Greater Lehigh Valley, home. My community would not be what it is without the contributions of the Puerto Rican community. The United States would not be what it is without the contributions of this community. Every aspect of our national legacy, our cultural and artistic heritage, our groundbreaking discoveries in science and technology, the dynamism of our economy, and the strength of our armed forces has been shaped indelibly by these fellow citizens. And yet, despite their service, residents of the island cannot vote for their commander-in-chief. They lack voting representation in Congress, and despite paying into programs like Medicare and Medicaid, they do not have equitable coverage under these programs. I am here to deliver a clear message. As United States citizens, the people of Puerto Rico have the right to full representation in their government. This is a principle at the very core of our nation's founding. It should not be controversial, and in fact, it is widely accepted among Americans of both political parties. In fact, my colleague who has gathered us all here today and who has introduced the Puerto Rico Statehood Admission Act is a Republican. Thank you for having me. Today, the 105th anniversary of the date when the people of Puerto Rico became United States citizens must mark the moment when we finally begin the work of passing legislation to give the people of Puerto Rico a long overdue voice and a vote in their future. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Congresswoman, for being here. I would like to yield 3 minutes to the Congresswoman, Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to stand today with my friends and colleagues as we mark the 105th anniversary since United States citizenship was granted to the people of Puerto Rico. In many ways, today is a joyous day and recognition of the decades of activism undertaken by our Puerto Rican sisters and brothers. Yet, amidst this celebration, it is also an acknowledgement that for too long, we have treated Puerto Rico and her residents as second-class citizens with laws and policies that put them at a real disadvantage. The residents of Puerto Rico, more than 3 million strong, pay federal taxes, are U.S. citizens with U.S. passports and U.S. currency, and they have long served bravely in our military. Just ask any Borinqueneer who fought valiantly in the Korean War. Yet the people of Puerto Rico continue to be denied equal rights, including voting representation in the United States Congress, and this inequality has real consequences. As we saw so vividly in the aftermath of Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico faced injustices that no U.S. state would ever endure. These inequities exist not only when it comes to recovery assistance, it can be seen in tax and Medicare inequities. Put simply, these disparities are un-American. A stronger political voice can help remedy that. Today, I stand in solidarity with my colleagues in calling for what has been long overdue, statehood for Puerto Rico. In 2020, Puerto Ricans voted overwhelmingly in support of statehood. The Puerto Rican people should be given a chance to cast a vote where those results will be respected. Now is the time for us to listen loudly and clearly to the calls from the Puerto Rican people. It is a matter of civil rights, both on the island and in the greater diaspora. Legislators on both sides of the aisle understand how crucial it is that we fully support this effort, and I'm proud to work with my friend Jennifer Gonzalez Colon, and was proud for many years to work with her predecessor, now Governor Pedro Pierluisi. Today is proof of that. Puerto Ricans have made their desire for statehood clear, and Congress must follow suit. I will continue fighting for statehood to ensure that every citizen's voice is heard and to give respect to the Puerto Rican people that is long overdue. As we commemorate this 105th anniversary of citizenship for Puerto Ricans, let us remember that Puerto Rican statehood is a long overdue step towards equality and democracy for all, because you cannot have true equality without full representation. We will be a better and stronger nation when we include Puerto Rico as our 51st state. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I would like to recognize at this time and yield 2.5 minutes to Congresswoman Val Demings from Florida.
Thank you so much to the gentle lady for yielding. Madam Speaker, we are a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. But our brothers and sisters, our fellow Americans on the island of Puerto Rico, are not recognized as a government by the people. Puerto Rican Americans received citizenship 105 years ago today. But if we are going to truly be the land of the free, we must make good on America's promise to be a government of the people for all people. We need to be who we say we are. We need to be the country where every voice, every person matters. For over a century, the residents of Puerto Rico have been treated as second-class citizens within our country. It is un-American and it is unjust. Second-class citizens, not only in their vote, but also in health care, senior assistance, and the child tax credit. This is wrong. Today, on the 105th anniversary of citizenship for Puerto Rico, it is time for us to stand up yet again and declare that equal rights are an American value, that fairness and justice are American values, and that the Americans on the island of Puerto Rico must have justice, must have fair treatment, and must have statehood. We fought this year to ensure that the residents of Puerto Rico would start to receive equal treatment on federal programs like Social Security, Medicare, and the child tax credit. This fight is not over, and we are not giving up. Yet even with the weight of this fight for a century, I feel optimistic. In fact, I feel better than I ever have before. Puerto Ricans have spoken with a clear voice, with a fair and open vote, and demanded that it is time for full representation. I am grateful for the leadership of Congresswoman Gonzalez Colon and Congressman Soto on this issue, and I look forward to continuing to work in Congress until we get this done. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman Demings. I will ask, Madam Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentlewoman has 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you. You heard many of the members of Congress supporting this quest of Puerto Rico's rights, civil rights, democracy rights to vote. And sometimes people forget the contributions people of Puerto Rico has made to this great nation, contributions that we feel proud of, like 9 Puerto Ricans Medal of Honor recipients, Private First Class Fernando Luis Garcia, Master Sergeant Juan Negron, Private Demencio Rivera, Private Miguel Angel Vera, Private First Class Carlos Lozada, Staff Sergeant Conde Falcón, Captain Euripides Rubio, Specialist for Hector Santiago, Captain Humberto Roque. And I can speak about many others that historically Puerto Rico has ranked among the top U.S. jurisdictions in terms of per capita military service. It is estimated that more than 18,000 Puerto Ricans served our nation during the World War I, 65,000 Puerto Ricans during World War II, 61,000 during the Korean War, 48,000 during the Vietnam War, 10,000 during the Gulf War, and 25,000 during Operations Enduring Freedom and Iraqi freedom. And yet, just last week, we got 300 more that are already in Poland with the current situation in Ukraine. That's the patriotism Puerto Ricans feel about this nation. And why all those soldiers never receive the same benefits from being in the military when they come back home. Why they should be treated differently, with even programs that do not apply to them, and they cannot vote for their commander-in-chief. Even this Congress gave them the Congressional Medal of Honor to our Vorincaners, the 65th Regiment that fought in Korea. But yet, they cannot vote for their commander-in-chief. And over 1,200 U.S. citizens of Puerto Rico have died while serving, paying the ultimate sacrifice in defense of America's freedom, while lacking full voting representations and equality back home. Defending freedom, defending democracy around the world, but not having them back home. Our island is proud and rich in tradition of military service, and I think today thousands of Puerto Ricans serve on active duty and reserve all branches of the U.S. Armed Forces. Approximately 4,800 currently serve in the Puerto Rico Army and National Guard, and since 9/01, they have carried out over 16,000 deployments, more than 34 states of the Union. Over 90,000 American veterans call Puerto Rico home. Unfortunately, despite our military contributions and their honorable service on behalf of our nation's ideals, the current territorial status hurts Puerto Rico's veterans and service members. It denies them the representation in the Senate and in the House. It denies them the right to vote for the president, and it perpetuates the inequities of federal laws and programs which are detrimental to veterans in terms of economic opportunity, health, security, and quality of life. Statehood for Puerto Rico and congressional action to end the territorial status will benefit our veterans and the thousands of Puerto Ricans who currently serve in the U.S. Armed Forces. It will provide them real democracy through a vote and equal representation in Congress, through the ability to elect their commander-in-chief, and through a permanent union with their fellow citizens in the states. This is the time to respond for Puerto Rico. This is the right of the island to become part of this great nation. More than 105 years since being a territory. This is a time for Congress to act. You have H.R. 1522, a bipartisan bill with more than 79 co-sponsors, Republicans and Democrats, asking for statehood and for equality. With that, statehood will also address many of the inequities in the federal law that currently hinder economic growth and progress in Puerto Rico. With that, Madam Speaker, we celebrate a U.S. citizenship for Puerto Rico, but we want statehood now. With that, I yield the remaining balance of the time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've requested this time to address the part of the State of the Union that was not addressed last night. You know, in fact, we saw that the President was so bold as to say that the border is secure and tout the fact that they've caught 2 million people at the border as if that's success. That's what was said. What wasn't said is what's been going on at the border for a long time has been made worse by the policies that Joe Biden and his administration have put in place. Frankly, by the United States laws that he and his administration have ignored, that Secretary Mayorkas enables every day that he leads the Department of Homeland Security down the wrong path for our country. So we're here to talk about Stop the Cartels. We're introducing a bill called the Stop the Cartels Act. And we spend so much time on the sympathetic cause of immigration, and we conflate border security with immigration. We can have an incredibly secure border regardless of our immigration policy, and border security is in fact national security. The cartels pose a serious threat to the United States of America. The products that they push in our communities have killed over 100,000 people this past year. The leading cause of death for 18 to 45-year-olds is fatal overdoses. The drugs are bad, but now they're poisoned with fentanyl, and we're not taking the threat seriously. So the first portion of the Stop the Cartels Act will focus on gathering intelligence. As we look at the country of Mexico, our southern neighbor controls the whole land portion of our southern border. That border is controlled by the cartels. I had Brandon Judd, the president of the Customs and Border Patrol Union, at a hearing that we had to have off-site because Speaker Pelosi won't have the hearing on the topic in any of our hearing rooms. She won't let the committees of jurisdiction deal with it, so Republicans are forced to go off-site to talk about this important topic. When I asked him, I said, who controls the border? You or the cartels? Do the cartels control the border more than you? He said, you're not putting words in my mouth. That's the exact point. The cartels control the border. We don't control the border. I'm like, why don't you control the border? He said, because of policies. Do you need more resources? That's a different topic. What we need is good policy. We had policies that were working to control the border, and now we have policies that are not working. The Border Patrol controls it. He's like, we're not even on defense. We're not even on the field. We're not even in the stadium because the policies of this administration changed so that it gave complete control of our southern border to the cartels. Now we need to talk about all the corruption and problems that the cartels are causing for Mexico. That's a problem that Mexico has to deal with, and we should be able to help them once we prioritize intelligence collection on the cartels on par with the other threats to our country, on par with China, with Russia, with Iran, with North Korea, with Al-Qaeda, with ISIS, with the known credible threats to our country. The cartels should have the same level of intelligence priority as those other hostile or potentially hostile countries. And the cartels are clearly hostile. They do a lot of business here, billions and billions of dollars. And so we've highlighted this map. These are the areas that we already know which cartels control. You have the states of Mexico listed, but you also have color-coded which cartels control that. We'd like to have the granular detail of what's the org chart, who leads the cartels. And I'm not saying we don't have that, but we do not have it at the right priority. And then when we do have the intelligence, just as we've seen, the intelligence community got Ukraine incredibly right. The problem wasn't that we didn't have good intelligence with respect to Russia. The problem was the administration didn't do the right thing with the intelligence. But let's first get the right intelligence on the cartels. So the next thing is we have cities, states, and counties that are completely ignoring the United States law. It is a federal policy to decide what is who's a citizen and who's not a citizen. And when we go to enforce our laws as to who's here legally versus who's here illegally, that is clearly federal jurisdiction. And we have cities, states, and counties, other communities that are ignoring these laws, sanctuary cities. And those sanctuary cities are saying, not only would this be a great place to base your illicit activity, cartels, we'll protect you by being a sanctuary. Please come locate your illicit activity here. Bring your drugs, bring your guns, bring your labor trafficking, your sex trafficking, your human trafficking, bring your money laundering business and every form of corruption into our communities. That's what these first two maps show. But let me show you next what the impact on our communities is. This young lady to my right is Lizzie Murphy. She died at 21 years old. Drugs are bad, but now they're poisoned with fentanyl. Xanax, it's not a good idea to take it without a prescription or a specific use. A lot of people refer to it as a safe party drug. It's a bad decision, but it's not supposed to kill you. But when it's laced with fentanyl, that's what's happening to our young people. That's how fentanyl killed over 60,000 Americans last year. Not all of it's in the heroin. Not all of it's in the really hard stuff. Some of it's in the stuff that people never suspect is going to kill them. They take one pill and they're dead. That's what happened to my friends Mark and Christy Murphy when their little girl took one Xanax. Their sister, sitting here hugging her sister, close friends, best friends, doesn't have her sister anymore. This is wrecking our communities. And we've got communities inviting this in by being sanctuary cities. We've got a president of the United States who's not just doing nothing, he's doing worse than nothing. He's making it worse by empowering the cartels. They exploit people and they cause harm to our communities. And to highlight the ways this is happening and the ways to solve it, I've asked some of my colleagues to join me in this special order. And I'd like to yield time to Mr. Andy Biggs from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. It's good to be here with you. I'm glad you're raising awareness of this. I'm going to go as quickly as I possibly can because I don't know how much time I'm going to take up. But let's talk about fentanyl for just one quick second. Local reporting out of Tucson was that last year 13 million fentanyl pills were seized in Arizona alone. 13 million. DEA has said 40% of all fentanyl pills seized have a lethal dose of fentanyl in them. Now I want you to think about that. Now you add that 13 million and you take it into what agents and local law enforcement has told us, and that is they only interdict 8 to 10%. That means you've got over 100 million fentanyl pills floating around. The cartels control all of the border between every port of entry on our border with Mexico. Let me give you an example of a story out of southern Arizona recently, just in the last couple of weeks. A lady was found wandering around. Deputies, local law enforcement deputies, found her, assisted her. What did she have on her possession? A bag full of pills. They wanted to know what this was, whether this illicit drug or illicit, what's going on. She said, "These are morning after pills. I knew when I'd be coming across the border that I would be raped multiple times, so I brought a bunch of morning after pills." That's fact. That's what's happening. It's not humane on the border. So I find myself baffled by this. So let's talk about cartels a little bit more. In a story from just early January, and I've been down to the border and talked to this team since then, a cartel, a Mexican cartel, put out a hit on Cochise County Sheriff's deputies, 2 of them, because they are on the border team. There's a small border team down there. They're very effective, and they had a hit put on them by a cartel. So what happens? What happens? Why is the Biden administration ignoring this crisis? Let's take a look at something else. In September of last year, I said, how many unaccompanied children have been brought into the country? Have you allowed in? 110,000 roughly. They finally responded to a series of questions I had just this week. They said, we've lost contact with 20,000 of those children. They've basically lost 20,000 unaccompanied children. This is the border under President Biden. Now, in Cochise County, 82 miles, remote border crossing area. Between the Border Patrol and the Cochise County Sheriff's Office, about 16,000 illegal immigrants are detected every month in a huge, huge county. 2 years ago, the county recorded an average of 400 to 500 illegal aliens per month. Let's give it to you more starkly. Under the Trump policies, you slowed down illegal immigration. Under the Biden policies, you went from 400 to 500 people a month in this massive county to now 16,000 a month. And what are they paying to the cartels? Minimum $1,000, but typically more like $4,000 per person coming in. Most of these folks don't have $4,000. So what happens? They become indentured servants of cartels, and they're located, and I know Mr. Davidson is going to show you a map. They're in virtually every community in the country. So there's a reporter named Jorge Ventura. And Jorge does a lot of work on the border issues. And I want to talk to you about cartels again and how they've infiltrated not just the border, but they are also beyond the border. A year ago, there were illegal marijuana farms in Southern California. There was about 100 in LA County. That's a huge county, both geographically and population-wise. Its neighboring county, San Bernardino County, they had about 200 to 300. Today, over 200 marijuana farms, illicit marijuana farms in LA County, and over 1,100 in San Bernardino County. Now, why is that important? What's important is for you to understand that those are coming in from cartels. Lancaster Mayor Rex Paris said in July of last year that it is the cartels. They had seized more than 16 tons of marijuana worth about $1.2 billion. And the mayor said, quote, we're very, very close to driving down the freeway and seeing bodies hanging from the overpasses. That is what's coming. And why does he say that? Because the cartels are ruthless. They have little value for human life. When you hear about children, toddlers being thrown over a border fence, that's the coyotes. Who do they work for? The cartels. When you hear of 2, 3, 4-year-old children wandering around in 115-degree heat in Arizona's desert, without an adult present and without water, that's the cartels. They don't care about human life. This is a business enterprise, and the product is to move people and drugs into the country. So what happened just a week ago? Not even a week ago. Prosecutors in Mexico, in the town of San Jose de Gracia, in a western state of Michoacan, said they can't determine how many people were killed because attackers cleaned up the scene and removed any bodies. And Mexicans have been left wondering what happened to about a dozen men who disappeared after they were seen lined up against a wall by drug cartel gunmen in this small village. In a video filmed by a resident of the town, in that was later posted on social media. Bursts of gunfire break out, smoke covers the scene, the camera cuts away, and all the men, perhaps as many as 17, were killed. That's what cartels do. Cartels do not care about human life. And when I've had briefings, multiple briefings, as I go down to the border virtually every month of every year, and I wonder where the borders are and this administration is. She got to El Paso, almost made it to the border, didn't quite get there. Kind of like when she went over to Ukraine, she made it to Germany, didn't make it into Ukraine. And I look and I say, what happened? Why is this happening? And my briefers tell me, the border is controlled by cartels. Between every port of entry, no one enters this country without the cartel knowing about it. When I was in the Tucson sector right before Christmas, I went down and you see 2 miles of fencing, and there's 8 feet of gap, then another 2 miles of fencing, and then it just stops, and then it goes for literally 60 miles with no fencing other than Normandy barriers. And I went to the gap, and I'm standing there looking at into Mexico, and you could see that gap is where all the pathways lead, and there's all the debris and crud that's out there. All the debris and crud that's out there. And I'm just, I'm at my folks that were with me, I said, please videotape us. I'm going to explain what's going on here. I didn't bother to tell CBP because I get down a lot. Sometimes I tell them I'm going to be there. An agent rolls up. He says, who are you talking to? He didn't know who I was. I said, not talking to anybody. I'm doing the video here for my constituents. He says, I thought you were talking to the cartel scouts. So what do you mean? He says, we literally chased, before we detected you, we chased 4 cartel scouts back up through that gap. And they sit in a hooch on this little bluff. And that's where the cartel scouts are, as they're sending people through. And the way it works is this. They'll send a group of 100 people to someplace, maybe the San Miguel Gate, down near Sassabee, near the Tohono O'odham Reservation. And that takes the 4 or 5 people that are trying to patrol that area. They'll go to that gate. They have to process those individuals. It's so remote that it takes literally hours to remove those people and get them bused to a detention facility and processed. In the meantime, they will see what we call known gotaways, dozens of known gotaways rolling through other parts of that border. They're dressed in camouflage. They're wearing carpet shoes. They've got backpacks filled with fentanyl, methamphetamine on their backs. I'm just telling you, I appreciate my friend from Ohio, his efforts in this very important piece of legislation, and I call upon this administration, don't tell the American people. I'm reminded of The Darkest Hour, this movie with Winston Churchill, and the king says to Winston, don't lie to the people. Tell them the truth. I'm asking this administration, tell the people the truth. They can take it. They understand. Because last year, over 2 million, about 2,500,000 people entered this country illegally. Another 1.2 to 1.3 million entered legally. Now, of those 2.5 million, probably about 1.5 million are wandering around this country. They're somewhere in this country today. This administration let them go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would tell you, we have got to get control of our border. I find it remarkable that the Deputy Homeland Security Director was saying that we really need to protect the borders. You won't have a sovereign nation without a protected border. But he wasn't talking about our border, which isn't protected. He was talking about the Ukrainian border. And I asked them to have the same concern and care for the U.S.-Mexico border as they profess to have for the Ukraine border. And with that, Madam Speaker, I will yield back to my friend from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Biggs. Look, if we look over on the far right, how does a young lady lose her sister? How's a young lady, 21 years old, in Ohio wind up dead from fentanyl poisoning the drugs? You know, they know drugs are bad, but they're not supposed to kill them. They're in Ohio. Ohio's not, I mean, we do have a border. It's on Lake Erie with Canada. That's not the border that's causing our young people to die. It's not the one that's causing the leading cause of death for 18 to 45-year-olds to be fatal overdoses. It's all the way down here in the southern border. And it's not officially the Mexican government. It's the cartels. And we refuse to collect the intelligence at the right level. At our southern border, we have a joint task force. We don't have a joint interagency task force. Now, we've got that out in the Pacific Ocean. We've got that in the Caribbean Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. But we don't have a joint interagency task force. The place probably that it makes the absolute most sense to have an interagency task force is at the southern border. We have Customs and Border Patrol. We have people that are focused on smuggling, smuggling of people, smuggling of drugs, of guns. We have people that are focused on counterfeit property. We're focused on levying taxes at the border, inspecting fruit at the border, and everything else. But we don't have an interagency task force that uses the power of our military to conduct surveillance, that uses the power of our Director of National Intelligence and all the resources that we have to know everything about the cartels. Not some benign name like Sinaloa, but specifically who leads that. We know who leads Russia. We know it's Vladimir Putin. They're a nation state. But we have these transnational criminal organizations that go unnamed. And again, they're involved in the activities, not because they care so much about the activity itself. They want the money. We don't have an organized way to collect all the intelligence on the money. What yachts are they buying? What properties do they own? How do they move this heavily cash business into other goods and services? They move everything that can store value possible all over the world to try to clean up this money. We don't have the kind of pressure that was just brought to bear on Vladimir Putin going against the cartels. Vladimir Putin, we finally recognize as evil after he invaded Ukraine. But when he was doing the menacing, threatening activity, when we had at least gone so far as to collect the intelligence, we didn't take the actions that could have stopped him. Here, we can't even go so far as to collect the right level of intelligence. So intelligence is the first thing. The next slide I've got deals with the sanctuary cities. We're going to defund the sanctuary cities. They can't keep getting funded. They have to conform to U.S. law. And we just had a Supreme Court ruling that said if you want to get paid for providing Medicare and Medicaid services, you got to make your employees conform. We can do that to American citizens, and we can't do that to deal with the cartels. Now, it's a different topic, I'll grant you, but it's the same thing, the strings attached to the money. And we have to put the strings attached to the money to say, if you want the money that is collected here in this city, you have to reflect the laws of the United States of America. And you can't offer sanctuary to these cartels that are killing our young people. There's more to the bill, but let me highlight in another way the consequences of not stopping the cartels. I'd like to yield to Mr. Ted Budd from North Carolina.
Thank my good friend from Ohio, Congressman Warren Davidson. Madam Speaker, up there where you sit last night, Joe Biden, he stood here and he delivered his State of the Union address. I mean, he spoke about lots of issues, but he didn't even touch on the biggest issue facing our country today, and that's the southern border. And make no mistake, the state of our border, it's not good. The Border Patrol has encountered over 150,000 illegal aliens. Not last year, but just last month in January. just 33 days ago, and when they tallied up those numbers. That's a 96, almost 100% increase from last year. And over 62,000 out of that 150,000, 62,000 of those individuals were released into the United States. And it's unbelievable, it's unacceptable, and it's dangerous. So when I get to travel around North Carolina and visit with law enforcement, as I love to do and have the honor of doing, the sheriffs tell me, there's about 3,200 counties in this amazing country, and he said every single sheriff right now is a border sheriff because of the policies that are happening right here, just down the street in the White House. There's drugs, fentanyl. We think about the devastation and the suffering years ago in the Vietnam War, a decade, where we lost about 70,000 service members. We think about what we lose every single year, not in a decade, but every single year from drug overdoses, and that's about 70,000, largely because of what happens at the border. Just a few months ago, when I was down there visiting with our Customs and Border Patrol agents, they were off duty that day. We were in a pickup truck as far as from here to, Madam Speaker, where you sit. They slammed on the brakes, and they said, "I'm sorry, I've got to go on duty. I've got to arrest these cartel members." And he said, "The sad thing is they'll be back out on the street, or in this case, back out in the desert in just a few days." And we looked all up and down the border, and there was tens of millions of dollars of steel just laying there. And then there was tens of millions of dollars worth of idle diesel equipment that's been idle since January 20th of last year. And he said, you know what, we need to finish this wall, is what the Customs and Border Patrol agent told me. He says, but what we really need is an administration that has our back. And sir, right now, we don't have that. Instead, Madam Speaker, what we have is an astounding 11,200 pounds of fentanyl, deadly fentanyl, that was seized last year, and even more has made it into the homeland. It's killing thousands of our fellow Americans. Dangerous cartels are flooding this country with counterfeit prescription pills containing fentanyl and meth. And all of this can be prevented, and it should be prevented. It must be prevented. The bottom line is it's time to finish the wall. It's time to support our border agents and end this administration's dereliction of duty. Madam Speaker, I want to yield back to my friend and host tonight, Warren Davidson from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Budd. Madam Speaker, this is a gravely serious matter. I highlighted a young lady, Lizzie Murphy, her sister, Catherine, her mom and dad, Mark and Christy Murphy, who lost their daughter, their best friend, their sister. Communities like this are losing young people all over our country. And I kind of wish I could say that it was only happening where the sanctuary cities are pictured. I kind of wish I could say it was only right next to the border that we have the problem. But our whole country is experiencing the problem because we won't secure the border. This administration won't secure the border. They won't listen to the men and women whose duty it is to secure the border. I went down there a week after Joe Biden was inaugurated, and they said, we told them, we'll see what happens, but they said they're going to do these things, and we told them this is what's going to happen. Now when we go to the border, when they come and talk to us up here, the exact same things they knew were going to happen are happening. We stopped sanctuary cities, we put strings attached to the grants, but the other thing is we have this Flores settlement. And Congress has not provided clarity on the Flores settlement. So we provide funding so that we can hold people as long as they need to be held till their cases are adjudicated on the Mexican side of the border. We put pressure on the government of Mexico to cooperate with us in this, and we put pressure on the government of Mexico to resume their cooperation on intelligence gathering. Just yesterday, ahead of the State of the Union, one of my county sheriffs, Butler County Sheriff Jones, was here in Washington, D.C.
Why? Not because he's a border sheriff in the strict geographical sense, but because he's a border sheriff there in Ohio.
The gentleman's time has expired.
So let me close, Madam Speaker, by just highlighting what happened to this family could happen to anybody. And I appreciate the time to speak tonight, and I yield.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.